Hello guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. In this video we are gonna see what if Naruto got harem with Ayame, MEI and Temari. Part 1. Huge shout out to J3000 for this story. If you want more awesome fanfiction like this, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. So without wasting any time, let's get into the video. Kushina had just given birth when a masked man materialized directly in front of her and ripped the 9 tails out of her. Minato saw the condition that his wife was in and took her to the hospital. After that, he returned to the battlefield, or so she thought. Kushina was writhing in the hospital bed in pain. No one had ever survived a tailed beast extraction. She immediately froze when she heard 2 voices in the hallway. One voice belonged to her beloved husband, and the other belonged to a voice that she did not recognize. The voices grew louder and louder as they approached the woman's room. "Minato, are you sure you want to use your son?" the unknown person asked. "It's the only way to ensure that the village has protection for life. No other village will mess with us, since we will hold the most powerful tailed beast in existence," replied Minato. "Be right. I guess we have that masked man to thank. But what will Kushina do?" "She will never let you use Naruto," said the mysterious voice. "Why should we thank the masked man? I would have extracted the beast myself anyways. He just gave us someone to blame, and who cares what this thinks? The only reason I married her was for this chance to get the 9-tailed fox. My real woman will raise Naruto with our own child when Kushina is dead," Minato replied. "But she isn't dead, she's just unconscious for now," the unknown voice stated. "For now, but she told me that no container has ever survived the extraction process before," Minato replied. Hearing all of this from the man she loved, Kushina began to tear up in bed. She should have listened when Tsunade, Mikoto, Yoshino and Hitomi told her that Minato was no good. She should have listened to them when they started noticing his adulterous behavior. They had the guts to hit on her friends while they were married. Now the women weren't her friends anymore. The friendship was ruined due to her blind love towards the horrible man. "Minato, it's time, get Naruto now," said the voice as Minato walked over to take Naruto. As she heard his footsteps walking over to the cradle, something inside of her snapped. She was not going to let the betrayer take her child. She was not going to let Naruto die due to her husband's activities. No one was going to stop her from protecting her baby. Not even her own husband, Minato Namikaze, the Kage who single-handedly obliterated a majority of Iwa's forces in a few hours, would prevent her from protecting her baby to the very end. Yoshino started to put her Kiki Genkai into use. She used her adamantine chains to grab Minato's foot and threw him into the wall. "Ah!" the blonde-haired Kage yelled out. He looked up to see Kushina in her bed giving him a rage-filled glare. "Kushina-chan, what are you doing? I thought you were unconscious. Why did you attack me?" Minato demanded. "You bastard." Kushina screamed, "How could you do this to me? Betray me like this? You used me. Naruto will not do anything for you as long as I am." Kushina was cut off by a blow to her neck from the person that she just could not identify. The man held a kunai and was about to finish the job until he heard footsteps in the hallway. Minato grabbed the boy. "We have to leave now," he whispered loud enough only for Minato to hear. 2 hours later, Kushina woke up to an empty room. She sat up in her bed rubbing her neck as it was very sore. Suddenly, she started to regain memory of what transpired before she was knocked unconscious. No, she looked towards the cradle where Naruto was supposed to be only to realize that he was not there. "Naruto!" she screamed out as she started unstrap her legs from the bed until someone ran into the room. "Calm down, Kushina. You shouldn't stress yourself right now. It's not healthy for your body. Rest for now," a voice that she recognized ordered. Kushina looked up. She realized who it was. It was her ally Tsunade of the Sannin. Tsunade had a violet rhombus on her forehead. She has fair skin and brown eyes, except for her bangs, which are parted in the middle and fall down the sides of her face. Tsunade's long blonde hair is tied into 2 loose ponytails, using purple bands, the same color as the seal on her forehead. She was wearing a grass green robe with a kanji for Gamblai cake, written in black on the back, inside of a red circle. Underneath she wore a gray kimono-style blouse with no sleeves, held closed by a broad dark, bluish-gray opi that matches her pants. Her blouse is closed quite low, revealing her sizable cleavage. She wears open-toed sandals with low heels and polish on both her fingernails and toenails. She also wears a soft pink lipstick and around her neck first Hokage crystal necklace and clear view on her chest. How can I calm down when Minato stole my son? Right after he assaulted me, Kushina yelled. He did what? Sensei told me that you both decided to use Naruto in the sealing process. Tsunade shouted. Tsunade, that's not all he did, Kushina replied as she told Tsunade what she heard. Of the conversation between Minato and the mystery man. I would kill him if he wasn't already dead. Tsunade yelled. Tsunade, where is my Naruto-chan? I want to hold him, Kushina asked. I'm sorry, Kushina, but Sensei told me that he died during the sealing. Tsunade said as she held her head down with tears coming out of her eyes. No, Kushina whispered. For Kushina, that was when her world ended. No way. You cannot tell me that he is dead. Never. Kushina screamed. Kushina, she was cut off as Kushina screamed again. My baby. I didn't even get to hold him in my arms yet. I never got to even hear him laugh for the first time. Kushina sobbed. I didn't get to watch him grow up. I had a chance to, but that bastard ruined it. Kushina, but she was cut off. Tsunade, could you please leave me alone? I just need time to myself right now. Kushina requested. Okay. But if you need anything, just call. I'll be right next door. Tsunade said as she walked away while Kushina cried herself to sleep. 30 minutes later, the Tsunade woke up to a female voice. Serves you right, you piss. You didn't even know that Minato didn't love you. He loves me, and now that your piece of shit that you call a child is dead, my child will become the rightful heir of the Namikaze fortune. The woman boasted. Suddenly a chain shot out from Kushina's back and pierced the woman's stomach. In an attempt to kill the unborn child, the banshee scream was heard through the village, alerting the Hokage as he jumped out of his chair, Yoshino who was gardening, Mikoto who was training, and Hitomi who was heading to the Hugh-got raining grounds. They all headed to the hospital. They are all umbu. I may not be able to kill that bastard, but I will kill his child like he killed mine. Kushina said in a cold voice as the chain retracted. Kushina started to bleed through her bandages as she was about to fall. Someone caught her. She looked around to see that it was Tsunade. Kushina, what happened in here? Tsunade asked. But before Kushina could answer, the Sandimi Hokage, Mikoto, Yoshino, Hitomi, and some nurses came in. What happened here? The Hokage asked as Mikoto, Yoshino, and Hitomi rush over to their friend, as the nurse heads over to the downed woman who was bleeding out. Kushina was about to speak when Tsunade cut her off. She attacked Kushina while she was sleeping. Kushina was only defending herself. Tsunade replied. Okay, Tsunade, come heal her before she and the baby dies, the Hokage said. I can't. If I don't heal Kushina, she will die too. Because of the attack, all of her wounds reopened. Tsunade replied as she started healing Kushina. But you can't let the baby die here. She is very important to this village, the Hokage said. But why is that, sensei? Who is the baby's father? The mother isn't related to anyone powerful. So why is it more important than Kushina, the last loyal Uzumaki? Tsunade asked. Well, forget about it. I'm sure the nurse can do it herself, the Hokage said as he quickly vanished. Why did you lie for me? You know that I was the one who attacked her. You will be in trouble when she wakes up and tells the Hokage, Kushina said. And who will he believe? Now tell me what caused you to attack her, Tsunade asked as she finished healing her. She came in here to boast about her and Minato's child, Kushina said as she started to cry when she felt Mikoto, Yoshino, and Hitomi arms wrap around her. I'm sorry, guys. I should have believed you, Kushina said as she cried into their arms. It's all right, Kushina. We are all friends here, and we'll do everything we can to help you. Mikoto spoke while Yoshiko and Hitomi nodded in agreement. 3 months later, Tsunade entered the Hokage's office to see the Hokage's desk covered in paperwork. Behind the paperwork, you could see an old man cursing at the paperwork, wishing that it all could burn so that he didn't have to do it. I need some long-term missions with minimal stress in order to support the recovery of Kushina. Uzumaki, Tsunade requested. Why? She was released 2 months ago. She looked all right to me, the Hokage asked. Physically, yes. But that's not what I'm talking about. She tried to kill herself 3 times during the last 3 months, just to be with Naruto. I want to take her away from the bad memories that were created in this village. Tsunade replied. I didn't know it was that bad. How long do you think it will take? And here, take as many as you can, the Hokage said as he gave the missions to her. I don't know, sensei. I just don't know. Tsunade said as she walked out of the Hokage's office, not seeing the smirk on his face. 10 years later, at the northern gates, 3 women walked through after being identified by the guards. A blonde, a redhead, and a raven-headed woman. Why do we have to come back here again? I don't want to be here anymore, especially after what this village has done for me, Tsunade. The woman with red hair spoke with her voice. To visit your friends and pay your respects to your son Kushina, said the blonde now known as Tsunade. Hi, said the redhead now known as Kushina as she ran off. To visit her son's grave. I don't think it is wise to let her go on her own, said the raven hair girl. The acid is Shizune. Let her enjoy herself because I've been trying for years to get her to come back and I still don't know why she chose now. But I'm glad she did. Even though she's having second thoughts about it now. Tsunade said as she looked at Tsunade. She had matured into a beautiful woman. She had shoulder-length black hair with bangs and onyx eyes, double C, cup-freezed and long luscious legs. She was wearing a long bluish-black kimono with white trimmings, held closed by wide obi and open-toed sandals with low heels. A 10-year-old blonde-headed boy of short stature was walking around the outermost edges of Konoha, near the Akahead, moving slowly in order to cool down from his most recent training exercise. The young blonde who was commonly known as Naruto was sporting a slightly oversized white t-shirt with an orange spiral emblazoned on it, coupled with a pair of dark blue shorts with a wide array of pockets on the sides. But amongst these physical traits, the most striking amongst them was the matching set of whisker marks displayed starkly against his cheeks. He displayed them proudly. He didn't care what anyone else said. As Naruto was walking peacefully, he couldn't help but notice out of the corner of his eye a dark-clad figure lying motionless on the cold ground in the middle of the warmest of days. A sharp gust of wind blew around, causing a flurry of leaves and other such debris to float freely, as if it was signifying an ominous presence. Regardless, he ignored it, his mouth twisting into a wide grin as he imagined the fun he could have with a sleeping figure. Moving as quietly as possible, Naruto crept towards the prone man and withdrew a pen from his back pocket, uncapping it with an audible pop, caused him to cringe, slightly in fear that he had awoken the sleeping person. After a short time passed and he determined that he was undetected, he moved even closer, preparing to draw on the man's face. Just as he was upon the man with his pen at the ready, he noticed something was off. The man's eyes were wide open, locked in a wide visage that could only be described as unmoving. Naruto froze when he saw this and started to mumble an apology to the man. Sorry, I was just I'm sorry. No hard feelings, right? The boy asked the man, not making eye contact. When he heard no response, he looked at the man, expecting to see the cold fury that people always had on their faces after one of his jokes. Instead, the man was lying on the ground in exactly the same position he had been when Naruto first saw him. As he's sleeping, with his eyes open, Naruto thought mildly, causing a sweat drop to form on the back of his head. Still searching for a prank to pull, Naruto settled for the old kick them in the ribs and run like hell gag. Naruto drew his leg back and delivered the hardest kick that he could muster to the sleeping man, causing him to fly roughly 5 feet away from his original and motionless position. Once again, Naruto was presented with an oddity. He had expected the man to get up and chase him, and instead he simply laid there, almost as if he hadn't felt the bone-bruising forces applied to him. Once more walking over to the prone figure, Naruto looked at the man's face. And more detail, only to find that it was turning slightly blue. In a brief moment of clarity, Naruto realized that the figure wasn't sleeping. Naruto was very naive for his age, mostly due to his age and general inexperience. However, it did not take much further inspection to determine that this man was in fact dead. Shocked at his discovery, Naruto turned around to run away, only to find his path blocked by another figure. This one was in an Amba uniform. Naruto was frightened right then and there. He normally got blamed for things he didn't do, and this was something he didn't do. Hell, he didn't even know what happened, other than the fact that the guy was dead. It isn't what it looks like, he exclaimed quickly. I just found him. I know exactly what it looks like, the Umbu said, walking over to the body. Naruto could see that the shinobi had dark black hair, much like the dead man had. Itsukiji appears to have been suffocated or drowned, killed by a Chihitachi. The masked ninja replied, That's awesome. How you can tell that just by looking at a dead body, Naruto exclaimed, glad that he wasn't being blamed for the death of the man. How do you do that? There was a pause for a moment, as the Umbu turned and looked at Naruto, his eyes turning from black to red, with 3 odd marks circling his pupils. I am Itochi, he stated calmly. Now that you have seen this, I cannot let you live, he said as he drew his sword. Naruto turned to run, but was stopped when the cold metal of an Umbu sword cut through his stomach. The sword was quickly removed before it was once again slid through his body. Naruto let out a scream, only to find it muffled by the hand of the Umbu. As Naruto slid to the ground, he was rolled over. Before he lost consciousness, he saw the ninja take out a kunai. Then everything went black. Then Itochi went over to Shihajui when he felt a strong churka signal coming towards him. Shit, I'm not strong enough to take on that person. I have to get out of here, Itachi said as he vanishes. Not before he kicks the body in the river, planning to look for it later. Vishina was coming from the grave of her son and was going to visit her friend Makoto when she saw a boy that had blonde hair and looked like Minato. But he had whiskers on his face. She looked at him and realized that he was bleeding from his stomach and his slashed out eyes, and then she started to laugh. Cuckoo serves you right, you Minato. Spawn. Looks like I didn't kill you that day, but you're going to die anyway, Kushina said as she walked away but stopped. Something in her heart told her that she should save him. After all, it wasn't the boy's fault that Minato cheated on her. At the hospital, as Kushina entered the hospital, she was attacked by the same screaming banshee that she stabbed. 10 years. You killed my baby. Now I am going to kill you, she yelled as she attacked Kushina with an injection needle, but Kushina kept dodging the crazy woman's swipes. What are you talking about? Your son's still alive in my hands, Kushina replied as she continued to dodge the poisonous weapon. That demon is not my child. You killed my baby, she yelled, but a fist to the face by Kushina knocked her out. Kushina did not know why she had punched the woman, but she felt like the woman deserved it. If he is not that woman's child, then who is he? Kushina's thought before she was interrupted by a nurse. Naruto. Is he all right? The girl asked. I'm not sure, I found him near the ACHA compound, Kushina said. Then she looked good at the girl before her. Rin. Is that you? Kushina asked. Yes it is, but I can't talk now. I have to take Naruto to the earth, Rin said as she told Naruto. From Kushina. Naruto, why would that boy be named after my dead son? He also looks like him. What is going on here? Kushina thought. Excuse me, nurse. What is that boy's last name? Kushina asked. You mean the demon boy? She asked with venom in her voice. Answer my funky question, Kushina said back with a little Kyle King. I said his last name was Uzumaki, the nurse said as she ran away. Naruto Uzumaki. He even has my last name. What the hell is going on? Kushina shouted. In her mind then she saw Tsunade. Tsunade, what are you doing here? Sensei asked me to save a boy that was attacked today. Why are you here? Tsunade asked. I'm the one who found the boy. Say, Tsunade, could you do me a favor? Could you do a DNA test on the boy? Kushina asked. Why? She asked. Because he looks too much like my son. The only difference is that he has blonde hair. Now, Kushina replied. But Kushina, your son is dead. Tsunade said. I know, but please, it will help me find some peace. Kushina replied with tears in her eyes. Okay, Tsunade said as she entered the air. Kushina, what are you doing here? The Hokage asked as he just arrived. Didn't Tsunade tell you I was here? Kushina said. The ask she did, but why are you at the hospital? The Hokage replied. I was the one who saved the boy, Kushina said. Should the Hokage thought thanks for saving him? Hokage-sama, why does that boy have my last name? Kushina asked. The Hokage was sweating bullets, but he was saved by a nurse who called him. You are. Tsunade and Rin was working hard trying to save Naruto when red chakra started leaking out of his body and healing his wounds. Should we have to stop this? Tsunade shouted. Why? It will heal him faster. Rin asked. That may be true, but if it heals his eyes before we get a replacement, he will be blind for the rest of his life. Tsunade said as she put a seal on Naruto. You're right, but how long before the seal wears out? Rin asked. The hour. Tsunade replied. You there? Get the replacement eyes from the medical bay. Rin yelled as the nurses run out. The Chuha compound. Makoto had just come from a mission to see dead bodies all over the place. Oh my God, who could have done this? Makoto said. His tears came out of her eyes. Then she, remember her children. Sasuke and Akamakoto shouted as she ran into the house to see both Sasuke and Anika on the ground. She ran over to them, thinking the worst until she unchecked them herself. They were only unconscious. Why did Itachi had to go on that month-long mission? Thank God, Makoto said as she creates a shadow clone to take up Sasuke, while she took up Anika. On her way to the hospital, when she saw something flowing in the river as she went closer, she realized who it was. Shursui. Makoto yelled as she put down Anika and rushed out to fish out the body. When she turned over the body, she saw a cut near Shursui's eyes. Someone was trying to steal his eyes. Shursui, who could have done this to you? With your mastery of Gain Jutsu, I'm surprised you lost. Makoto said as she took out his eyes. Can't let anybody get their hands on these. Makoto said as she sealed them away and went back to Anika and took off to the hospital. At the hospital, Makoto had just dropped off her children. They were going to be alright. Sasuke had great mental strain, and no one could tell her what was causing this, and was just knocked out. As Makoto was using the bathroom, she heard someone talking. Then you believed Tsunade-sama to save that demon, said a nurse. Yeah, she had the nerves to send me to retrieve replacement eyes for that demon brat. He could go blind for all I care, said Nurse 2. Yeah, it'll be easier to kill him now, said Nurse 1, as they both laughed. Then a kunai went through the skull of Nurse 1. Nurse 2 started scream until Makoto appeared and pushed her kunai in her stomach. Where is the medical bay? Makoto interrogated. Ahahaha, it doesn't matter if you find it because not even with your speed. The demon only has a few seconds remaining before he is blind for of. She did get to finish as Makoto pushed the kunai farther, killing her. Shit, she is right, I need to do something, Makoto said. She then suddenly thought Shursui would have wanted you to have it, Naruto-kun. She suddenly towards the UR and ran. When Makoto arrived at the door to the UR, some nurses tried to stop her, but Makoto was in ninja, so she just shunched right behind them. Kushina came from the lunchroom to see someone dodging the nurses. Where is she going? Thought Kushina. You are. What the hell has taken so long, Kimiko? We only have a couple of seconds remaining. Rin asked. She's dead, said Makoto as she entered the room. What are you doing here? Tsunade asked. We will talk later. Take these eyes, Makoto said as she unsealed the eyes. But these eyes have Rin was cut off by Tsunade. She will explain later, Tsunade said as she took the eyes from Makoto and started the surgery. I will come and check on him later, Makoto said as she vanishes in a puff of smoke. 2 weeks later in the UR. The next thing that Naruto knew, he was lying in a bed in a hospital bed. He tried to open his eyes, but found that he was stopped by something covering them. Reaching up to touch his eyes, he felt the coarse but soft texture of gauze. Suddenly he was racked with a fit of pain as the adrenaline of his awakening wore off. He groaned and winced in pain. It wasn't until someone spoke up that he realized someone was in the room. "Naruto-kun, it is good to see you are awake," said Rin. Rin-chan, what happened?" Naruto managed to groan out while he winced. "It would seem that you were attacked by someone and left for dead." Rin said. "You were found by a woman named Kushina." "Rin-chan, what's with my eyes?" Naruto interrupted Rin. Although he couldn't see it, Rin cringed before she answered. "I was about to explain that. It seems that for whatever reason, someone damaged your eyes beyond our healing abilities," Rin said. This elicited a gasp of shock from Naruto. "Does this mean I'm blind?" he asked, through gasps of breath. He began to cry at the prospect of never being able to see again. "No," Rin said. "Thanks to Mikoto-sama and Tsunade-sama famous medic Nin, she was able to transplant Shirsue's eyes into you. It is very rare indeed, but it was vital to your survival that every place that blood could leak out from was plugged. That included, I have some dead guy's eyes in my head," Naruto yelled. "Yes. Naruto-kun, I suppose you do." Rin chuckled. "Naruto, those eyes are very special. They hold the bloodline limited via Chihuk clan." "What is it?" Naruto asked. "It's a special ability that is passed down through someone's family. It is the Shurinjin," Rin explained. "Wow, that's cool," Naruto replied. "Naruto-kun, I also found out that your whole body is adapting and changing from the genes in the eye. For all we know, you could have a totally different Dijutsu." Rin said. Naruto just lay in bed, digesting all of the new information he had just learned. "Naruto, did you see who did this?" Rin asked as Naruto describes the man. "Shit, it was Itachi. Mikoto-sama would like this." "Rin-chan, how long was I out for? Did anything happen?" he asked. "The answer your first question, you were unconscious for about 2 weeks. Now, Naruto, the second thing is pretty bad. Hitachi, that is the name of the man that attacked you. He murdered his entire family except for his little brother, Sasuke, sister Anika and mother, Mikoto," Rin said in a sad voice. "This means that there are only a few people left in the world with the same kinds of eyes you have." Naruto just sat there in silence. He didn't know what to do. He was only 10 for crying out loud, and he just found out that he had some dead guy's eyes in his head, and the dead guy's family was dead. This day just couldn't get any weirder. He fell asleep with those thoughts. Oh, how wrong he was. After checking up on Naruto, Tsunade made her way back to her room. She had a meeting to conduct with her sensei, and it wasn't going to be good. As she entered her room, she saw her in waiting for her. She was holding a standard medical file with all of the information they could gain from Naruto while he was unconscious. "Everything seems to be fine, Tsunade-sama," Rin said. "There is one interesting thing. You know he was an orphan, right?" Tsunade just nodded. "Well, I ran a DNA test like you asked with some extra blood samples we had, and well, you should look at them yourself." She handed Tsunade the folder. When she opened it, she stared at a complete genetic profile of the blonde. However, what grabbed her attention was the report that Rin had written up. "Kushina was right," Tsunade said. "Who else has seen this?" she demanded. "Only you and I have seen the report," she stated calmly. Tsunade began to massage her temples as she felt a migraine coming on. "Do you know how this could have happened?" Tsunade asked. "I have no idea, although I shudder to think of how she'll take this," Rin said. "Tsunade's office." "Hey, Tsunade is at him?" she asked, a look of excitement passing through her purple eyes. "Yes, Kushina, it's him," Tsunade said. Kushina's eyes grew wide at those words, and she collapsed into a chair, grasping her breath and shaking her red hair in such a manner, and started to cry as Rin comforted her. Then her mood changed. "So, you're saying that my Sachi-kun is alive? But the Hokage told me he was dead," Kushina yelled through ragged breaths. Why did he lie to me then?" she demanded. "I don't know, Kushina, but let's ask the Hokage," Tsunade suggested. Hospital. As they arrive at Narita room, they saw the Hokage about to go in. "They bastard," Kushina yelled as she withdrew her katana and attacked the Hokage. but he blocked his staff. Kushina, what is the meaning of this? The Hokage said as he dodged a slash at his head. You lied to me, you told me my son was dead, when he was really alive. Kushina said as she took another swing at the Hokage. But your son really is dead, Hokage said while dodging again. No, he is not. He is the boy I rescued 2 weeks ago, Kushina replied. No, that not your son, that boy is an orphan. Your eyes are playing tricks on you, Hokage said. Orphan, my ass. Rin did a DNA and it proved that he is my son, Kushina yelled. Is that true? The Hokage asked Rin. The Hokage saw Rin replied. I didn't, Kushina, know if I did. The Hokage as he dodges another slash thrown at him. Don't lie to me, how could you not know? Kushina yelled as her kanata stated to glow devil's play. Should I'm dead, the old Hokage said. Kushina, wait, hear me out. When your son was born, he had red hair, right? The third asked. The straight red hair and my purple eyes. Kushina replied, but her kanata was still glowing. Anzo came to me with 2 boys, one of them had blonde hair and blue eyes, whisker marks. And the other was a straight red hair, no whisker marks with purple eyes, but the red hair was dead. Plus I saw the body get buried myself, so did many other people. The third replied. Don't lie to me, Kushina yelled. Kushina, I had no intention of lying to you about this. The third said. Then why didn't you tell me about the next boy? I could have taken care of him, Kushina replied. Why would you? The third asked. Because of that team ruining his life. It was the least I could have done. Kushina replied. Why do you hate your husband so much? He was only trying to save the village. The third asked when he felt her kai increase. Don't ever call him that. Now he is nothing to me. Kushina fired back as she punched the wall, destroying it, and walked away. I am going to see Danzo right now, Kushina demanded. There's no way that I'm letting him get away with this, I'm going to kill him. Kushina yelled. No, let me handle Danzo. The third said. I want to see him now. Kushina shouted. No. As your Hokage, I order you to stop now. The third yelled as Kushina walked up to his face. You can always try, old man, Kushina said as she shattered the glass and appeared behind him and about to swing her Canada at his head when Tsunade caught her hand. Shit. She is a lot faster than before, thank you, Tsunade, Hokage thought. Kushina, stop. If you attacking the Hokage, you will be executed and you will never see your son again. Tsunade said. You're right. I'm gonna see my son, Kushina said as she went into his room. Thank you, Tsunade. The third said. I didn't do it for you, I did it for Kushina and her son, Tsunade said as she entered the room followed by the Rin Dorito room. Kushina's face was a mixture of emotions. Happy and sad were interchanged with anger and fury. She was grateful for the chance to be a part of her son's life, sad that he had been hospitalized, in critical condition for the past 2 weeks, and angry at Danzo for what he did as she looked at her sleeping son. Kushina, I have something to show you, said a voice. What is it, Shizune? Kushina replied. Kushina, in the DNA results Rin found some very interesting information. It seems that Naruto has a large number of genetic markers in common with an Uchiha as well as Minato and yourself. Shizune said. This elicited a loud gasp from Tsunade and a blank look from Kushina. Are you saying that my Sachi-kun has my bloodline as well as that team? She questioned. Yes, I am, but is fat. Rin was cut off by a growl from Kushina. Sorry. I never knew the Namikazes had a bloodline. The team never liked to talk about it because it skipped his generation. It was the legendary Taijutsu, the Rinnegan. The rest of the occupants in the room gasped. Then Rin continued after getting her voice back. You see, during his assault, Itachi damaged his eyes so badly that they had to be removed. When you found him and with the help of Makoto-sama, Tsunade was able to transplant the eyes of Ichihashisui to stem the large amount of blood loss he was experiencing. So the genes in the eye were absorbed and modified. Though what's weird is that the results we are getting is that the eye is mutating as well. So with the information you just gave me, it's possible that Naruto awakened both the Rinnegan and Shuriken and merged them with your bloodline. Rin said. Wait, what about the QB? Does that mean that he is part demon or something? Tsunade asked, shocked at Rin's papitical bypasses of Naruto's abilities. My son isn't a demon, it must be the side effect of having Kurt the demon sealed in him. Kushina said, glaring at the Sannin. I'm down, you too. Shuzan said. If what Rin said is correct, Naruto must be subjected to someone's DNA to change. Since the QB is sealed inside of him, then there is no fear of him becoming a demon. Besides, we have a full DNA write-up. He's 100% human, only just like Kushina, with instant regeneration, senses beyond that of Ninkin, and possibly immortality. But what's to stop someone from putting their blood into him? He'll keep on changing, and that won't be good. Kushina worried that her son may end up a power-hungry fiend. I believe that the ability is either fading or slowing down completely, just like it did with Kushina, because he adopted the genes of the QB within a matter of minutes. But this time it took almost the entire 2 weeks he was unconscious for the changes to occur. Do you have those reports, Shuzan? Rin asked. His DNA had been slowly changing over the period of the past 2 weeks, and the changes were mostly minimal. I would need to run more tests, but I think that this ability is either being overwritten in his own DNA, or it is being stopped as to prevent further damaging Naruto. Shuzan deduced. Now, said Rin, what do you say about meeting your son? Had they not turned to wake up Naruto, they would have noticed the face with yellow eyes, watching them as it licked its lips and laughed. Kukukuku Naruto-kun, you will be mine soon, it said before it vanishes. They put up privacy seal. Naruto, wake up, Rin said as she shake him. Rin-chan, is that? Naruto said as he stood up. The assets me, Rin replied. Is it time to take this blindfold off? Naruto asked. The assets time, Rin said as he took off the blindfold, and the light entered his eyes, blinding. For a second, when his Shuriken eye in the form of Shisuvi Manjukam Shuriken adapted to the light, he looked around and saw 3 of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, a blonde hair one, a black hair one, and finally a redhead. Who are you? Naruto asked. Naruto, the Tsunade, the one I told you about, Rin replied as she pointed to the blonde one. Thanks, Tsunade-sama, Naruto replied. Don't worry about Naruto, Tsunade said. And this is her apprentice Shuzanae, and said as she pointed to the black hair one. Nice to meet you, Shuzanae-sen, Naruto said. The Naruto sent, Shuzanae applied. And this Kushina, she is the one that saved you, Rin said, pointed to the redhead. Thank you, Kushina-san, for saving me, even though a monster like me doesn't deserve it. Naruto replied sadly. Why do you think you are a monster? Kushina asked as tear fell down her cheek. That's what the villagers say to me as they beat me. Naruto said as all the women began to cry. Why is this woman crying? Kushina could take it anymore, and she lounges at him. Sachi, I'm sorry. If I knew you were alive, I would have stayed and protected you, Kushina said as she cried on Naruto. Hey, stop that. I don't know you, lady, and stop calling me your son, because I won't fall for that again, Naruto said as he pushed her away. That made Kushina cry even harder. I am your mother, Kushina replied. You're not my mother. I heard my mother was a whore who abandoned me just so she could spread her legs for strange men. Naruto shouted. That made Kushina cry even harder. Naruto, she really is your mother, Rin shouted. So it was true, you really did abandon me, Naruto shouted as he lounges at Kushina but was caught by some chains. Let me go, you biz. I don't want anything to do with you, Naruto shouted. Please, Sachi, give me a chance to explain myself. I love you, said a crying Kushina. No, Naruto shouted. Naruto, stop, she thought you were dead. She didn't abandon you, Tsunade shouted, comforting a crying Kushina. Why should I believe you? Naruto replied. Because I believe her, Rin said. She would shock Naruto. Rin-chan, I thought you were on my side, Naruto said. I am just listen to her story before you judge her, Rin replied as Naruto looked at her. Give her a chance at a voice. Fine, Naruto muddy. No, Rin was right, he could at least hear her out. Thank you, Sachi, Kushina said and explained herself. So you think the Hokage lied to you? Naruto replied, as Kushina nodded her head. I don't believe that the old man would ever do that to me. He is always the one that saves me from the mob, Naruto shouted. Naruto, calm down and think about it. I don't want to believe, but it's true, Rin said. Naruto started thinking about it when he remembered how the Hokage always came after the mob had beaten him. He would have them arrested, then he would give the Naruto the speech on how he should forgive them. The worst of all was that the people that had beaten him was freed the next day, and when he asked the Hokage about it, he changed the subject. Or say there was no witness to support the case, then he would wake up in his apartment not knowing how he got there. Naruto started to cry. He could not believe the old no the Hokage could do that to him. As the tears came down, Rin and Shizune pushed Kushina towards him to comfort him. She went over and put her arms around Naruto and pulled him into her chest. "Mom, I am so sorry for doubting you. I don't deserve your love," Naruto said. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, mommy will always love you," Kushina said while she begins to cry too. She held him as if her life depended on it. "I am so sorry, Naruto-kun," she repeat. Suddenly she sends a powerful K coming towards her. Her chain came out of the ground, capturing a raven hair woman in a bird cage. "Yubis, stay away from," Naruto said, a voice as she attacks Kushina, who easily dodges it. "Makoto-chan, why are you attacking me?" Kushina asked. "Don't Makoto-chan me, Yubis, you abandoned Naruto," Makoto shouted as she attacks Kushina again, who dodges again. "No, I didn't. Now stop attacking me and let me explain," Kushina replied, but Makoto wasn't listening. "Maiko-chan, stopped," Naruto shouted. But Naruto, she was cut off. "Let her explained," Naruto replied. "Fine," Makoto said as she listens to Kushina's story. "Just answer me one question. Did you get my letters?" Makoto asked. "But letters?" asked a surprised Kushina. "So the Hokage lied to me. He told me you got my letters." Makoto replied. "The only things we got was mission scrolls and nothing else," Tsunade said. "What was in those letters?" Kushina asked. "When we first saw Naruto, he acts like you and had your last name, so we thought he was your son, but when we asked the Hokage, he denied our claim, saying it was just a coincidence, and when we asked where you were, he said that you didn't want anybody to know where you were. So we drop it 2 months after observing him. We decided to send you a letter by putting it in the mission scroll, but we got no response. So after a year of trying, we gave up," Makoto said. "So why didn't you adopt him?" Kushina asked. "The Hokage and our husbands would stop us, so we decided to protect him from the shadows," Makoto replied. It Hokage, you are always ruining my life. One day you will paint a Naruto thought. "So who did this to Naruto-kun?" Makoto asked, but the all hesitant until Rin told her everything. Bright before Naruto could say anything, Makoto was in front of Naruto and crushing in between her valley of her deity Freest. Makoto was a very beautiful woman, long raven hair, slim, shapely body, and lovely Freest, although she was in her late 30s, but she looks like a woman in her late 20s. "Are you alright?" Makoto asked with tears in her eyes. "I'm okay, Makoto-chan," Naruto said as he hugged her back. "How can it be okay when my son did this to you?" Makoto said, still crying. "Makoto-chan, please stop crying. I hate to see a beautiful woman cry." "I'm okay," Naruto replied as he started rubbing her back. Makoto blushed instantly and "Stop crying if you say so, Naruto-kun," Makoto said in his warm embrace. Then they were interrupted when they heard Rin's cough. Rin coughed. "We have a problem. The old man will soon arrive." "What should we do?" "We will act like everything is okay," Kushina said as everybody nodded their heads in agreement. "But what about Naruto's eyes? We can't let them see them. We don't know what they will do," Shizune asked. "They're right," Rin replied. "Leave that to me," Kushina said as she channeled her charcut into her hands as she touched Naruto's stomach. "Please protect Naruto-kun," as Naruto's eyes turned back to his normal blue eyes. "Kushina, did you just use Kate?" Tsunade was cut off by Makoto's hand. After more planning on how they will be acting when the Hokage came in later, the Hokage walked in and heard, "It's good to see you, Coke, and you look beautiful. I really like your long red hair. I wonder what I look like with your hair," said Naruto, missing Kushina's blush. "Thank you, Sachi," said Kushina. Tsunade then introduced herself, then gave him a hug, crushing him, her big beautiful freeze, while Naruto hugged her back and rest his face into Freest, making him blush. Seeing this, Kushina, Shizune and Rin started to laugh. "The boy has good taste," said the Hokage, surprising them. "Yeah, right." Well, blood started to leak out of his nose. Tsunade saw this and a vein started to twitch on her forehead. Then you could hear the scream of the Hokage as he was flying across the village. When the Ayame returned from his trip, Rin told Naruto everything during the operation. Leaving out everything they don't want the Hokage to know. Long story short, Naruto was shocked. They talked some more before Naruto fell asleep, then they left. After they left, a figure came out of the shadows and poured something in a sleeping Naruto mouth. Soon Naruto, you will be mine, ku. Then it sank back into the shadows. 2 days later, where do you live? Kushina asked. The Naruto letter to the apartment. The old man said that it was the best he could get, he said. Kushina looked at the apartment in disbelief. You're joking, right? She asked. No, come look. Naruto led her into the apartment. He opened the door and Kushina looked around. I don't have anything besides a bed, a few chairs, and a refrigerator I found around in the village, Naruto told her. Kushina walked around the apartment, barely holding her anger. I am going to kill those bastards, she growled as she walked up to the refrigerator that looked like it had been the war and opened it and saw some milk and ramen. These expire last year. They won't sell me anything fresh no matter where I go unless Makoto or Rinchin is with me, and they can't always be with me, so I just have to buy them. Well, it won't happen again because I am here now, Kushina said, as she walked up to Naruto and hugged him. 3 years later, the Uzumaki compound. They lived in a mansion on a vast estate neighboring the Huagas. They were wealthy because of all the money she made on her missions. She even built a garden behind the house after an incident where they were almost poisoned. Kushina went on a rampage, destroying stall that belongs to the vendors that sold them the food before killing them. That took the combined effort of her friend, Makoto, Hitomi, and Yoshino to calm her down. The Waga had called her into his office after that and asked her why she had done that to the vendors who were no real threat to her. Yoshino almost blew a gastric and attacked the Waga, but her friends held her back before she replied that if poisoning them wasn't a threat, then she knew what was, and she even told the Waga that if she caught any uninvited guest on her property, then she won't hesitate to kill them, even if it was him. Throughout those years, Kushina trained Naruto in anything and everything that she knew and what his body can handle. When she was done, she wanted Naruto to be able to protect himself when she had to go on a mission. 2 years later, Naruto entered the classroom and introduced himself to the class before the teacher told him to take a seat. As Naruto walked up the stairs, he could feel the ki coming from some of the students, but he ignored the ment, took his seat beside a Waga who had the usually Waga stare. Hi, my name is Naruto, do mind if I sit? Naruto asked, but she just looked at him. And she just ignored him. So this is Kushina's son? The girl had a confused look on her face. Mom told me to try and make friends with him, but Dad told me not to. Who should I listen to? So this is Hitomi-chan daughter. Naruto looked at her. She has dark blue hair which reached her back and fair skin, at traits that she inherited from her Hitomi. It's a shame she doesn't have Hitomi personality. Naruto was about to ask her something when a raven-haired girl approached him. Naruto Uzumaki, she asked. Mom was right, he is cute. It's shame Dad forbid me from visit him when Mom does. Yes, that's me, Naruto replied as he looked at the girl with raven color hair which reached her shoulders and black eyes. She looks just like Makoto-chan and she is so friendly. Then come with me, she replied as she puts out her hands. The teacher is glaring at us, Naruto said as the girl looked at the teacher before turning back to him. I'm an Elitasiha, I don't answer to anybody. The girl replied. I see, but I am okay with my seat, Naruto said. I don't want a cute guy like you getting corrupted by this Huga biz, the Chia said. Hearing this, the Huga turned around. What did you call me? The Huga girl asked. Are you deaf? I call you a bit. The Ichia did finish as a palm thrust hit her in her stomach, sending her across the room, crashing into a desk, knocking her. The teacher rushes her to the school hospital, but not before he gave the Huga girl detention. After class, as the Huga came from detention, she was suddenly surrounded by 10 boys about a year older. So the great Anika Chia could not fight me herself, so she decided to bring back up the Hyuga said as she got into a fighting stance. I don't need them to beat you, Hana Huga, but I don't want to get myself dirty, the Ichia, now known as Anika, said as she looked at the boys. Get her, bring it on, the Huga known as Hana shouted as she brought them off as much as possible. Until they finally overpowered her, they held her down and started ripping off her clothes. Hey guys, stop that, Anika realizing that the guys were taking it too far, but they ignored her. Who could kick finally who ga bis I can do what I wanted to do with you the first time I saw you. A boy said you always thought you are better that I said another as he ripped off her bra. Stop this, it's not what I wanted. Anika yelled as she kicks one of boys off Hannah, but the rest overpowered her. Now she was in the same position. A Hannah, finally I get to sample a who goes beep. One of the boys said yeah, and I get to sample and Ichia has beep. Another boy said well, the rest hold down. Both girls, the girls are side by side as the girls scream for someone to help them. Some of students heard the girls scream, but when they saw that it was a who ga and Ichia, they just ignore them. That what they get for being stuck up bisses. The two boy took out their beep and was about to enter them when suddenly their beep fell to the ground. Wind release wind blade. But the hell, the other turn around to see Naruto glaring at them. The wants to be next, Naruto said in a cold voice as he ran through some more seal windar. Heya! The boy shouted as they ran off. Are you girls alright? Naruto said as he walked up to the girls, only for the girls tackle him to the ground and began to cry on his shoulders while Anika keep on apologizing to Hannah. And sorry, I never meant it to go this far, Anika said. Why should I forgive you? Hannah said as she lifts her head out of Naruto embrace. I know we never see eye to eye before, but I am sorry for what happened to you, Anika said as she cried even more. She did come to her senses and try to stop them. Hannah, fine, but trust is something that you earn. Thank you, Hannah, Anika said. Then she put out her hands. Can we start over and be friends? My name is Anika Chaha. Is Hannah accepted? And a Hugon ice to meet you, Hannah said. Then they both turned to Naruto as he put his hands on top of theirs. Naruto use a maki, Naruto said as they remove their hands. Hannah walk up to Naruto and kisses him on his cheeks. What was that for a shock? Naruto asked as a blush appeared on his face. For saving my life, Hannah replied, and before he could say anything another lips attaches itself to his other cheek. It was Anika. Thanks for saving my life to Naruto, Kananika said with a blush on her face. This day was the start of a beautiful friendship between the two girls, and the love war over Naruto. 1 year later, Naruto was coming from training late at night when out of nowhere he heard the sound of chirping birds. Chidori. He turned around to see a goat mask, and that was the last thing he saw and heard. That was for my teacher. Mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself in a wet, decrepit sewer-like hallway. Leaking pipes hung from the ceiling over his head, and the water on the floor went up to his knees. Naruto suddenly found himself in front of a massive cage. The bars must have been over 100 feet in height, but there was no lock on them. Instead, there was a piece of white paper with a kanji for seal on it and black. Well, so my container comes to greet me. I was wondering when you would be coming here. Naruto felt the ground tremble as he heard the loud voice. He looked into the cage as steam began to come out from between the bars. Naruto's eyes widened as a toothy grin appeared along with a set of glowing crimson orbs. So to what do I have this pleasure, little one? Naruto looked up at the creature as more of its body was revealed. Hey QB no Yoko. The QB smiled as it winked at Naruto. Her act, you aren't as dumb as I thought you were him. The smirk on QB's features made the blonde incredibly nervous. Suddenly the QB began to shrink as it began to take a new form. When the QB finished its transformation, there was a human figure lying on the ground. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw it, or rather her features. She had crimson red hair that fell to the small of her back. She had a pale complexion, long slender arms, a perfect Hercules figure, and an impressive set of friests. She looked to be about 15 years old. As she stood up, she revealed her whole form completely naked. Naruto blushed crimson red as he stared into her crimson eyes. So do you like what you see? Naruto did not know whether it was her looks in general or if it was how she said it. But he did the first thing that seemed logical. He fainted. If you people are having any trouble with QB's human form, just think Karamu from Rosario Vampire with crimson hair and red slit eyes. But you are way, QB said. Naruto seemed puzzled for a moment. Where am I? QB sweat dropped. We're currently inside your mind. You were attacked. Naruto looked around. So what now? We can hang out while I heal you, QB, and they talk. He found out her name and how she became the QB, but she did not tell him why she attacked the village. Finally I finish. Healing you, Naruto-kun, Karamu said. Thanks, Karamu Hayam, Naruto replied as he hugged her as she blushes. You welcome, Naruto-kun, Karamu said as she crushes him into her DD freest, making him blush. Then we talk again, Naruto said as he let go of her. Anytime you want, just come visit me, Karamu replied. But night, Karamu Hayam. And with that, Naruto vanishes. Karamu smiled. Good night, Naruto-kun. Real World Hospital. Naruto woke up to see Kushina in his bed. As Naruto sits up, the movement wake up. Kushina. Naruto-kun, thank God, Kushina said as she hugs him, but he did not respond. Mother and son looked at each other for a moment. Naruto sighed. When were you going to tell me about Karamu? So he finally met her, Kushina. I was planning to tell you sometime before you became a genin. That's okay, Mom, Naruto said with a smile on his face. So you are not mad? Kushina asked. Nope, it is the best thing that ever happens to me. Naruto replied as he hugs her. Anyway, who attacked you? Kushina asked. I can't remember, Naruto replied. Okay, but from now on I will increase your training, Kushina said. The next day. Naruto, I would like to introduce you to your new secret senseis. For Kenjutsu would be Yugao, for Taijutsu would be Gai, for Genjutsu and for Ninjutsu. Kushina said. Why can't you, Makoto, Yoshino and Hitomi teach me? Naruto asked. Because none of us have the time right now, Kushina replied. Okay, who do I have tomorrow? Naruto asked. That will be me, my very youthful friend, Gai shouted. That was the day that Naruto met a man that would haunt Naruto dreams. As they was about to leave, Kushina asked Gai to stay a minute. If my son comes back dressing and acting like you, I will show you how youthful my Kenjutsu, Kushina said to a now scared Gai. The next day at Gai's dojo. My do, Gai said in the middle of the dojo room as Naruto entered wearing his required uniform. You're on time, Gai spoke sternly, making Naruto nod. So what will you teach me? Naruto asked. Nothing, Gai replied. What do you mean by nothing? Naruto yelled. I mean nothing yet. Every day after school on Mondays you will be running around the village. 100 times on your hands. 100 sit-ups, 101 head push-ups, 200 wall clinking pull-ups and push-ups, while wearing 100 pounds of weight. Gai replied as he gave Naruto the wetsuit to put on. Are you crazy? Naruto yelled back. Make it 200, Gai said. Stop complaining and do it, Karamu said. Hi, Naruto replied. 5 months later, Naruto got used to all of Gai crazy workout. You are here early, Gai said as Naruto nodded. Good, now I can tell you about the 8 gates, Naruto now said on the floor in front of Gai. Now for the required period to learn the 8 gates is 5 months. In 1 week I will see how many gates you can open, and that's when I know it's your limit. You do not go beyond that limit until I tell you, understand? Gai looked serious as Naruto nodded back as they started the session for the first lesson. I will tell you about the 8 gates. Naruto nodded. The 8 gates are 8 specific points on a person's chakra pathway system. They limit the overall flow of chakra within a person's body. Gai lectured as he carried on. The basis for the idea of the chakra gates comes from the body's limits on the functions within it. This makes the body much weaker, but it keeps the body from expiring too soon. In order to avoid this, one has to undergo intense training. To open these gates allows the user to surpass their own physical limits at the cost of extreme damage to their own bodies. You get me so far? Naruto the Uzumaki nodded as he absorbed everything. Now let's get into detail to what these 8 gates are. Gai got up now as he started to walk around. Naruto, who still said, first is the gate of opening. This is located in the brain. This gate removes the restraints of the brain on the muscles, so 100% of their strength can be used, whereas normally a person can only use 20% of their muscle strength to keep them from disintegrating. Unlocking this gate allows the user to use the front lotus. Naruto nodded as Gai moved on. Second is the gate of healing. This is also located in the brain. This gate forcibly increases one's physical strength and temporarily re-energizes the body. Third is the gate of life. This is located on the spinal cord. It allows the user to use the reverse lotus. The increased blood flow turns the skin red. Fourth is the gate of pain. This is located on the spinal cord. This gate increases the user's speed and power, and result it may cause muscle tissue to tear up. Fifth is the gate of limit. increases the user's speed and power. This is located in the abdomen. Sixth is the gate of view, increases the user's speed and power. This is located in the stomach. Seventh is the gate of wonder, per above. This is located below the stomach. This gate will turn you into an almost unstoppable powerhouse. Eighth is the gate of death, this located at the heart. Releasing this gate uses up all of the body's energy. It makes the heart pump at maximum power and exceeds the power of every other gate. Opening this gate assures the user's death shortly after. Together they are the 8 gates. Guy now sat on the floor again. Any questions, Naruto? Naruto listened intently as he nodded and asked one important question. Can you use techniques when you are using the 8 gates? Guy shook his head negatively. Impossible. The 8 gates is the ultimate form of taijutsu. Using ninjutsu will kill you, because of the amount of chakra that is leaked out thanks to the 8 gates. Naruto frowned. Okay, do we start learning it now? Guy nodded as he got back up. Yes, we have time. I will see how many gates you can open when the training is over. Naruto nodded as he got up with Guy. I then walked forward towards outside. Come Naruto, let's begin. Naruto smiled as he walked after his teacher. He will have to show his determination. 5 months later, a 16-year-old Naruto is wearing a black cloak with red flames around the whirlpool symbol on it. Under it there he is wearing umbu cloths. He is walking home with Hana to his left and to his right Anika. Hana is wearing the traditional but tight yuga clothes to show off her curvy figure, see Kupfriest, and her long beautiful hair. Anika is wearing a female version of what Sasuke wears with the ACHA fan. She was not as curvy as Hana but still looked good. A mini version of Makoto with a C Kupfriest. The two girl was currently shooting eye lighting at each other. These mind you gabis, you will never get him, thought Anika. At your hands off him, ACHA whore. He's mine and I don't share, thought Hana as they made their way to train a training ground. 12. Night. Kushina was still training when she heard the doorbell. She opened the door to see a girl in Arito's age with a normal katana with the exception of the guard, which is in the shape of a 4-pointed bronze-colored star. Its hilt is light blue and sheath dark blue on her back. Kushina-sama, would you train me to use this? The girl said as she pointed to her sword. Kushina said, realizing it was one of the girls Naruto had saved. Because I want to save Naruto someday like he did for me, the girl replied. Then why don't you train with Naruto and his friends? Kushina asked. I want to surprise him, the girl replied. Oh right, you torture, I mean training begins now, Kushina said as they dragged the girl into the house. The next day in class. So today is the day, said Naruto, glad to soon be out of the academy, and the girls nodded their heads in excitement, knowing today will be the day of the graduation. Naruto was taking a walk through the streets, glad he and the girls passed the exam, but he suddenly notices Mizuki and Iruka running to the forest and decided to follow them. Now finally we just need to get to the gates, and we will be home free, Iruka said. Mizuki. The right, Mizuki, Iruka replied. Really, from the way things look right now you're just gonna die, said Naruto. Appears in front of Mizuki. He kicked Mizuki in his chest, forcing him to let go of the scroll. Iruka run through a few hand signs, shouted, Die demon brat, this is for my parents' fire release. Great ball of fire, and shot out a giant fireball at Naruto. Naruto just stand with a bored look on his face, then hear on through some hand seal and slam his hand into the ground and said earth. Release. Earth-style wall, and a giant wall block the fireball. Suddenly Mizuki appear behind Naruto and shove a short blade into his skull as Naruto vanish in a puff of smoke. Should a shadow clone, where the hell is he, yelled Mizuki. We don't have time, let's deliver the scroll to Lord Orochimaru, said Iruka. As they were about leave they heard voice shouted, water, release water. Whale bullet technique, and giant whale came crashing down at them. Forces them to split up and run in different location, but Mizuki, you thought you could get away. A voice said, I'm out, QB brat, so I can kill you, yelled Mizuki as he looked around for Naruto. Suddenly a shot of came in the gate of opening, then Naruto appeared in front of him, front lotus. And Mizuki receive a bone-crushing kick to the jaw. You could hear the cracking of bone as he sent flying into the trees with Iruka. Iruka was jumping from tree to tree when Naruto appear in front of him. If me scroll or I will kill you, Naruto said, like you could kill me, demon brat, yelled Iruka, charging at him as he run through a couple of ensigns. Fire release. great fireball technique shooting at him. Naruto just stood there letting it hit him when the fire clear. Naruto was nowhere in sight. Is that all you have, Iruka? I'm very disappointed, replied Naruto on the opposite side of Iruka, yawning. Iruka started seeing red and charge at Naruto, not seeing the smile on Naruto's face as they engage in a taijutsu spar with Iruka gaining the upper hand. When Naruto chirka spike and Naruto vanish, suddenly Naruto appeared behind Iruka and stab him in his back. When poof, Iruka was replaced with a log substitution technique. At that moment Naruto fell to spike through his stomach. Earth release. Earth spike. Iruka came from behind a tree with a smile on his face, seeing Naruto being impaled by the spikes. I'll be hero for killing the nine-tail though. Iruka suddenly he heard several chirping bird Chidori. Then Naruto was in front of him. He could see Naruto's red slit eyes as Naruto's hand went through his chest. How he replied, blood clone. Naruto whispered in his ears. Iruka slumped forward, his hand landing on Naruto's shoulder as he held the pose of stabbing Iruka. A grin spread on the older man's mouth as his life force drained out on the earth below, and he whispered a few choice words to Naruto as his last revenge. Remember this, boy, remember me as your first kill, the first blood on your hands. Remember why you are a monster, Iruka said as he coughed up blood. Then he fell back and hit the ground as the Naruto in front of him turned into blood. But Mizuki Otan, Earth Fisher Mizuki, slammed his fist into the ground, and Naruto felt the ground shake round him and realized where he was standing was not as safe. The ground collapsed in on itself and took several trees with it. Naruto leaped off the ground onto a tree limp. He didn't get much time to recover though, as Mizuki came up and kicked him right in the gut, sending him back and forcing him into a tree. Let's see your girlfriend save you from this time, Nine Tails. Mizuki grabbed Akuna and ran forward, knowing that the boy got the wind knocked out of him and wouldn't be able to move. Naruto watched as Mizuki charged him. Should I use up too much charco on my first attacks? What the hell is taking Karamu so long? He knew he only had enough charco for one attack alone. He just has to make it count. The Ahu Naruto. Kun, I'm back. Did you miss me? Karamu shouted. That you give me some charco. Naruto replied, anything for you, Naruto Kun. Karamu said as Mizuki charged at Naruto as he reached closer to stab. Naruto dodges his attack, then Mizuki was sent flying into the trees. Shit, that kick broke 3 of my ribs. Mizuki, is that all you have? As he got up when Naruto appeared in front of him with his Manjakam Shuring inactivated. Tsukiyomi, then the world of Tsukiyomi. The Zuki was chained to a bed while he was being raped by Orochimaru for the 72 hours as he screams, and too troublesome to write. Real world screaming was heard through the village. The memory of what Iruka had said to him came back and what he had just done. Mom was right, Naruto said. Flashback 2 years. Naruto had just killed a Chunin that had attacked him when he went to the bathroom, and now he was in the hospital treating his injuries. He looked up and saw his mother. She was not surprised to see some tears there. Rin-chan said that the path of the shinobi was the path of death and glory. She also said that we must always be ready to kill or die to protect our village. That is what it means to be shinobi. He sighed. It's the same thing that you hit-chan, make-chan, yash-chan and such and have all told me. I understand it, it's just the reality is never how you picture it to be, she said simply. She gently wiped his tears away and smiled at him proudly. Taking a life should never be done without reason. When we kill, we do so in self-defense or in the service of our village, which is what separates us from murderers or bandits, as long as you acting under any one of those two circumstances. Do not doubt that your actions are just. Does it get easier? He asked. She nodded. It does in time. You will learn to simply kill and not feel. He shuddered a bit. That sounds awful. She slowly nodded. In a way it is, but Naruto-kun, do you want to feel this every time you are forced to kill? Could you bear it? The girls and I have both killed many in our times, and I think we are all good people with good hearts, but if we could not turn our heart off when we need it to, we would go mad. They looked at her unhappily. You turn your hearts off? Fushina nodded. We learn not to feel at those times. It is the only way to do it and stay sane. Mom, it sounds kind of cold-blooded, but his son, but if you are a shinobi you cannot always afford to be human. She hugged him again and kissed him. Do not misunderstand me. I do not mean to deaden your heart all the time, for that is just as bad as feeling too much. Be human, love, laugh, and even cry when your heart tells you to. You learn to do it when the time calls for it. Son, Naruto looked at her and slowly nodded. I think I understand. Flashback end. The Anbu arrived only to see the scroll unharmed and the dead bodies of Iruka and Mizuki in the trees. Naruto was looking at the Anbu smirking. I think it's time for me to head Home, whispered Naruto in a very low voice. The Anbu decided to take the dead traitors and the scroll and leave. Then Yellow Eyes figure appear, licking its lips. My, you have grown strong. Naruto-kun, you soon be mine. Then it vanishes. The week later Naruto was coming from training. They nodded, decided the team placement yet when he heard, Lee, my youthful student, you will be stronger than ever. Guy said, humping his fist for emphasis. Sensei, I will run 100 laps around the village. Lee yelled to his sensei, and if you do not run 100 laps around the village, I will do 500 push. UPS Guy boasted, and if you are not able to do 500 push-ups, then I will do 1,000 jump ropes. Lee wailed, tears starting to form. Yash Lee, your flames of youth burn brightly. Guy shouted as tears appears in his eyes. That is all because of your tutelage, Guy sensei. Screamed Lee as tears appeared in his eyes as well. Lee by sensei, Lee by sensei, Lee. Suddenly, the two were hugging, tears falling from them like waterfalls as they did. A sunset background appeared behind them as well as a waterfall and a rainbow as they continued to call each other's names. Best Guy decided to take my advice and a train academy student, Naruto said. He was disappointed when you could only open the first gate, Kuruma replied. Oh, you're wake, Naruto said. The other, that noise wakes me up, Kuruma replied. Few minutes later Naruto was trekking back home. As he entered gates, he was suddenly surrounded by 10 Onbwa member with a root symbol on their forehead. Protector Lord Danzo would like you to join us, Dog Mask said. What if I don't want to join? To him replied Naruto, you don't have choice, either you join us or die, shouted the Dog Mask. Onbwa the Ruto begun to wait his option. Then he walked forward and said, all right, I join you, but first, where is my mother? She will be fine as long as you come with us, said the Dog Mask. Onbwa. Suddenly a man came flying out of the house and crashed right in front of him. When Naruto looked at him, he had a broken beep. Then another came flying out with the same problem. A furious but naked Kushina came flying out and punched the Dog Mask. Onbwa mask in his face, sending him flying into the trees. Naruto had to hold back a blush as looked at half naked Kushina with only a towel on. He were trying to rape my mother. I'm gonna kill all of you, Naruto roared as the red charka begun to cover his body. Some of the Onbwa begun to sweat because of the powerful ki that were directed at them. He appeared behind an Onbwa and shoved his kunai through his chest. The others regained their senses and started attacking him at once. High release fire dragon technique, they all shouted as a huge explosion that rocks the village. But Kushina, she was fighting off 5 Onbwa, cut them down with her kanata one after another. Uzumaki style dance of the full moon, then disappear. All the Anbu suddenly fell to the ground dead. She heard the explosion. Naruto, she screamed as she was about to run over to him. 5 more Onbwa appear before her, but the Hokage, he was in his office when he heard the explosion. He saw that it was coming for the Uzumaki compound. He summoned his Loi Land Bu cat, she long purple hair. You guessed who she is, Snake. She had short Purop Lu, same with her and Tiger, and they all rushed to the compound. But Naruto, when the explosion clears, Naruto was not there anymore. Looks as if we killed a demon brat, replied a nameless Anbu. Then he heard a voice, wind release. Flying swords of doom. 50 wind swords came flying a fast speed, killing all the Onbwa. Naruto came out of his hiding place as he stopped kneeling down and started breathe hard as he had used too much charka in that technique, and suddenly he heard chirping birds behind him. He turns around to see the goat mask Anbu and froze it. Then his memory came back. It was same person that attacked him years ago. As the attack was about to hit Naruto, a gentle hand pushed him away and took the attack for him. It was his mother. She had took the Chidori for him right through her shoulder. She then kicked away the Anbu. Then 10 more rude Anbu came out of nowhere surrounding her. Kushina tried to fight off all of them until a sword pierced her chest. Then he saw them holding her down. Mom, Naruto shouted as he run towards her with blind rage. When something Akunes pierced his legs and shoulders as he fell to the ground, he heard loin now, said the goat mask Anbu. Mind destruction no jutsu. A loin mask Anbu with blonde hair shouted. A few seconds later they both started to scream as they both fell to the ground. Goat went over to check on them. Shitty is dead. The best mind is a lot stronger than we thought, he replied. I'm not strong enough to save her. This where I die, Naruto, as the Anbu came in for the kill. When a yellow eye figure appeared between them, the last thing Naruto heard was cuckoo cuckoo before darkness take over him. But the Hokage earlier, as they jumped from roof to roof, everybody was shocked to see a Do-Muth about 50 wind blade on the far part of the village surrounding a portion of the Uzumaki compound. Move faster, shouted the Hokage. The yellow eye figure Fools, I won't allow you to touch my prize, the figure said. As it vanishes, the Rudumbus fell to the ground. The only one to escape was the goat mask Root. The figure walked up to Naruto to look, to see if he was alright. As it reached Naruto and kneeled down and exposes its fang to bite Naruto on his neck. When it heard someone coming in, vanishes the moment the Hokage and his Anbu arrived to see the unconscious bloody bodies of Naruto and Kushina and dead Rude Anbu were everywhere. Pulsinade now yelled the Hokage that red hideout. Lord Danzo, we have failed you. Goat said. What happened? Replied Danzo as he told the story. Danzo had a frown on his face. Was it Orochimaru? Said Danzo. Not sure, I didn't see it. Face replied Goat. At least we got that blasting woman out of the way. We'll get him next time at the hospital. Naruto woke up to see Hana, Anika, and Makoto crying at his bedside. Stop crying, you know I can't bear to see beautiful ladies cry, said a weak Naruto. All three of them blush and hug him, drowning him in feasts. Or all right, Naruto-kun, they all yelled. I'm fine, ladies, but where is my mom? Is she all right? He asked. Nobody answered. Where is my mother? Naruto yelled. Calm down, she's all right, but she is in a coma, and we don't know if she will ever come out of it, replied Tsunade. As she entered the room, Naruto hold down his head, begun to cry. That's my fault, he said. No, it's not all. The girl is, yelled the acid is. If I was strong enough, I could have saved her. Naruto yelled. Naruto-kun, stop saying that. No one could defeat that many persons. You did your best, said Hana. Hana is right, Naruto, replied Makoto. She lift up his face and bring it closer to hers. She could see that they weren't reaching him. Naruto break away from Makoto grasp and gave her a smile. Tsunade, take me to her, Naruto said. Tsunade motioned for him to follow him. As Naruto got out of the bed, the hospital goon fell of him, revealing a naked Naruto and his big member showing, but Naruto didn't even realize as he continued to walk. But the girls Makoto and Tsunade did. The Koto, Hana, and Anika blush. Then was blowback with massive nosebleed. Tsunade had to use her training as a med to prevent from passing out from a massive nosebleed. As they walked through the hall where all the nurses were, when they saw Naruto, they all pass out from nosebleed. This continued until they reached Kushina's room. Patients and visitor female only alike pass out with nosebleed, while the men curse Naruto. That day was known as the bloodiest day in the village history. And Kushina room, the Shina was there laying on the bed with tube coming out of her throat and hook up to a life monitor. When Naruto saw his beautiful mother laying there, tears begun to fall from his eyes as he remembered what had happened to them and how powerless he was. That made him cry even harder. Banzo is going to pay for this. I will get my revenge if it is the last thing I do. But how? Naruto, though, as he fell asleep, mindscape. The Ahu Kurumu shouted as she tackles Naruto to the ground. As she freaked, covers high face. That off me, Kurumu, I'm not in the mood, Naruto replied. Sorry, Naruto-kun, I was just trying to cheer up my destiny. One, Kurumu said. Beer? What? Naruto asked. Though nothing, Kurumu replied a little too quickly. Bright, the only way to cheer me up is to make me stronger, Naruto said. Fine, but we will have to leave the village first, Kurumu replied. Are you crazy? I can't leave my mom alone, Naruto shouted. I have that taken care of, just trust me, Kurumu replied. Fine, what do I have to do? Naruto asked. A few minutes. Naruto left Kushina's room, not seeing the red charka surrounding her. Next day in the Hokage office. No, Naruto, for the last, I can't allow you to train outside the village. You have to do it with your team, yelled the Hokage. I need to get stronger and get my revenge on Danzo. My teammates will only hold me back. Naruto yelled back. Revenge is never the answer, yelled Hokage. Whatever, old man, I'll go whether you approve or not. As he walk out, Naruto, take one more step and I will have to stop you by force if necessary, yelled the Hokage. Naruto stopped in place and turned round with his manjakam. Shirajin, you can try, Naruto replied. Sudden, the Hokage was sent flying from his office window into a house. He saw Naruto running to the gate. The Hokage uses a technique to cut Naruto off. Earth release. Earth box for huge walls surround Naruto, trapping him as the Hokage walk to detain Naruto. The box explode as the heard a voice. Lighting. Release. Lighting. Lion bullet. The lion charge at the Hokage, but he easily dodges it and the lion hit into a building, killing the people in it. Naruto ran towards the gate again when he was hit by a very powerful wind. Release. Great wind. The attack sends him crashing into the wall. They've up, Naruto, you can't escape me. If you give up now, I'll forgive you for attack me. The Hokage said, no, I can't do that. I need power to kill Danzo and get my revenge. I will come back into just 2 years. I'm begging you. You can even send someone to train me, please, Hokage Sama, Naruto said as he got on his knees with tears coming out of his eyes. "I sorry Naruto, but I can't reply to Hokage, then you leave me with no choice. I will have to use my most powerful attack to kill you and leave," said Naruto as he called forth all the nine-tail Charka. Then hereon through some sign that the Hokage had never seen before, and the Hokage run through some himself. "Windfire style, windfire dragon bullet," shouted the Hokage. "Nova release, Big Bang," roared Naruto. "Think Vegeta from DBZ attack." The two attack collided, causing a great explosion. As it clear you could see blonde hair running through the gate, but the Hokage was nowhere to be found. "I release, nice try Naruto, you almost got me, but Gain Jutsu won't work on me." "And where did you get a Sharingan from?" said the Hokage. Naruto started to sweat as he used up a lot Charka to cast the demonic illusion False Death. As he fell to the ground, "Mindscape, I told you it wouldn't work." Naruto shouted, "Calm down Naruto-kun, there is still Gain Jutsu that will work on the old fool." Kuruma replied. "And what is that?" Naruto asked. "It is a surprise, you will just have to thrust me." Kuruma replied. "Fine, what should I do?" Naruto asked. "Just this," Kuruma replied as she leaned forward and capture his lips with her and insert her tongue into his mouth. Naruto froze for a second, then wrap his hand around her waist and deepen the kiss for a minute, then they separate. Naruto could feel the power going through him. "What was that for?" Naruto asked. "In case," Kuruma replied. "In case what?" Naruto asked. "You die," Kuruma replied, and before Naruto could reply he vanishes from his mindscape. "But luck Naruto-kun," yelled Kuruma. "Real world," as the Hokage came closer to retrieve him. He felt us. "Hokage, you will let me leave the village for 2 years to train. You will tell the council that you are the one that send me to train, and that you will send someone to watch me too. And you also send Ashino Mikoto and Hitomi to protect my mother. You will give me a copy of all the scroll about sealing arts you have." Naruto sighed as blood came out of his eyes and ears. "Very up Naruto-kun, you won't last any longer." Kurumu said. "I know Kurumu-chan," Naruto replied. "And finally you will never remember this fight." Naruto said. "The S-Master," the Hokage said as he retrieves the scroll and gave it to Naruto. Then Naruto took it and left outside the village. Naruto had just left the Leaf Village to go on his 2-year training. He had took some scrolls from the Uzumaki compound that he will learn. Naruto traveled for 2 days until he was out of the Land of Fire, where he found a place to rest and train. "Pei Kurumu, what are you going to train me?" Naruto. "First I'll teach you a technique, set me free for a while, then we are going to get you in shape. Before any serious training for next 3 weeks, we will be doing physical training." Kurumu said as Naruto set her free. The first she was to tackle him to the ground and covered his face with her wonderful freest. After that, training started for the next 3 weeks. Naruto did 1,000 push-up, 1,000 sit-up, 2,000 laps, 1,000 handstand push, all with 100-pound weights on every hour for the next 3 weeks. 3 weeks later, "Okay Naruto, now that finish I can only teach you ninjutsu, so for any other training you have to find a master." Kurumu said. "That's fine, I always like ninjutsu anyway, so what am I going to learn first?" Naruto said. "First we going to learn water, then wind, then fire, then lighting, and finally earth," she said. Then she handed him a scroll for him to start it within. Naruto created some clones to start on the scroll. Water release, water dragon bullet, water release, great waterfall jutsu, water release, raging wave, and etc. 5 more left. 1 month later, now that you have mastered all of the water jutsu, I know next we have wind. Wind release, wind dragon bullet, wind release, 1,000 blades, wind release, wind dome, and etc. 5 more left. 2 months later, the Naruto's mindscape. "Her-chan, I want you to change my DNA from that man." Naruto said. "But why? You may lose any bloodline from his side of the family." Kurumu replied. "I don't care after what he did to my mom and me." Naruto replied. "Fine, but this going to hurt." Kurumu replied. "Thus do it," Naruto said. The second later, Naruto started to scream out in pain as Kurumu changed his DNA so his father bloodline allows him to absorb other bloodline. "I can't get rid of that at one of the most powerful bloodline, but Naruto-kun don't want to." Kurumusai. "First thing, separate all his DNA. Then destroy his father's alone." Kurumu said. 2 hours later, "Oops, Naruto is going to kill me." Kurumu said. The next day, Naruto wake up. Kurumu said. "Visit done?" Naruto asked. "Yes, but there is a problem." Kurumu replied. "What is it?" Naruto asked. "I sort of accidentally delete almost all your mother's DNA." Kurumu, "You did what?" Naruto said. Everybody thoughts. Kurumu talking to Naruto outside. Kurumu talking to Naruto inside of his mind. 2 years later, Hokage office. The Sunday Ami was talking to a Jonin, Hana, and Anika. Then suddenly a figure appeared in a red flash. It was a man about 5'9" inches in an open cloak that show off his muscles and six-pack. It also covered his face and a symbol on his back marked supernova. "Who are you, Sunday Ami?" asked I. Can't believe you forgot me already, it only been 2 years, replied the cloaked figure as he lifted it up to revealing his whispered face and long red hair that reached his shoulder. As soon as the cloak came off, he was tackled by Tubular, forcing him to the ground, hugging and feeling up his six-pack. Wow, Naruto-kun, you are so hot, Hana said as she continued rubbing his six-pack. Hana is right. Naruto-kun, you were hot before, but with the red hair, he Manika moaned as she continued rubbing his chest, cough, betting everybody attention. Sorry about that, Hokage-sama, they all reply. So Naruto, how was your training? The Hokage asked. It was fine, I'm stronger than I was before. So where do I stand in your ninja system? Naruto said as he handed the Hokage a scroll of his training trip. The or still a genin, replied the Hokage. Okay, so when the next promotion coming up, and do you have a team for me? Naruto asked. You're in luck, it's only a few months away and we have team that is short one person. Just go and meet at the academy tomorrow, replied the Hokage. Thanks, old man, I will see you around. I am going to visit my mother, she must have awoken by now, said Naruto with a smile on his face. Sorry, Naruto, but she is still in the coma, Hana replied. The smile suddenly disappeared. Naruto did not say anything, he just vanished in a red flash. Do you think he will be okay? Ask Anika. He will be fine. Now let's get back to work, said the Hokage at the hospital Kushina room. The Naruto watched his mother glowing red. Why is my mom surrounded by your chakra? Naruto asked. How do you think she survived that night 18 years ago? Kuruma replied. You left some of your chakra in her, set a surprise Naruto. The yes, I did, and it is the reason her mind didn't completely shattered that night. Kuruma replied. Is her mind still shattered? Naruto asked. I'm not sure, you have to touch her, Kuruma replied as Naruto walked over and put his hands on her. So Naruto said her mind was fixed a month ago. Kuruma replied. Then why didn't she wake up already? Naruto shouted in anger. It was my order not to wake her until we arrive, Kuruma replied. Why did you do that? Naruto asked. If she had awoken she would have died, because it took all of my chakra and her body to repair her mind, Kuruma replied. Why would it kill her? Naruto asked. My chakra is what keeps her alive, Kuruma replied. How? Naruto asked. I will tell you later, now put your hands on her chest, said Kuruma. Aura of life, Kurumu said through Naruto. As Naruto put his hand on her chest, a pink aura started covering up Kushina, and then her eye opened and she saw Naruto with her eyes off open and sits up. Bam, he's hot, so he is the one who revived from my coma. As Kushina looked him up and down, then blush appear on her face. I feel like I got younger somehow. As she started feeling up her freest, yes, definitely younger. Realizing what she was going in front of the red head, she blushes. Kurumu hit his whiskers. And my dad? She asked. No, you're alive, replied Naruto as she laid back on the bed. Memory returned to her, then she jumped back up. Scream out, Naruto, calm down, he's alright, said Naruto. At this she calmed down, not knowing how she could trust this guy's word. Maybe it was something about him. Naruto was about to tell his mom who he was when she leaped out of the bed and capture his mouth with hers and push her tongue into his throat while Naruto stood there frozen. That was for reviving me, she said with a wink. So Naruto, it seems the Kushina woke up, Hokage said as he came in. Hokage, are you crazy? Naruto is not here, replied Kushina. He's right over there, pointing to the red hair guy. Then his whisker appeared back on his face as Kushina looked at the still frozen Naruto before a blush appeared on her face. Then she fainted. What was that about? Asked the Hokage. Don't know what you are talking about, Naruto answering quickly before covering up his erection and ran through the door and knocked over a girl carrying documents. He helped her pick them up, then he left. Later at a bar, Anko and Kurenai were talking to each other about the team. Kurenai got the next thing they saw is Hana taking shot after shot at the bar. Hana called Anko, wondering what's going on. Ladies, Hana called out, whom is it wrong for me to ravage someone for their appearance and Pakage? She blushed. She can't get the image of red hair guy and his big member that she saw coming out of Kushina room that had knocked her over. Furenai raised an eye while Anko smiled evilly. No, who is he? These hot, has red hair, look about my age and is a simple supernova on his back and very big member, said Hana. This shocked them both. They had heard of the supernova. Hana, being 18, is having a hard time to find someone who can literally dominate her in some ways and in size. Saving herself, she finds a lot of guys not to her measures. But one blonde who was on a training trip. Who is he? Asked Kurenai, wondering about a relationship with Asuma. She can feel he is cheating on her. Anko also asks. While Hana blushes, she turns to Anko, asking her if she knows the memory jutsu to get into people memories form the onboa, which she nodded. Grab both of my hands and please don't scream, Hana said. Both Anko and Kurenai shrugged their shoulders. Their Fex lives haven't been doing so great. Genma is a guy who gets it then falls asleep while Asuma gets tired so easily when Anko performs the jutsu on Hana's thought about what happened at the hospital. Her and I opens her eyes so fast turns to Hana and started blushing. He looks familiar. Kurenai said, he's hot, if only I was single I would ravage him as soon as I see him, and his big member snapping from her gaze. She can't do that when it's wrong. She was in a happy relationship, right? Bankalex at Hana. She got up, but Kurenai pulled her by hair. But all I'm going to do is ask questions and to find out who he is, said Anko. Bankole mumbles about riding that fexy redhead. Shaking from excitement, she turns to Kurenai, blushing like a tomato. Now I know who he looked like. He looked like Kushina's son. Naruto. Kurenai said out loud. Next day, Academy Theme 7 will be Hiruno Sakura Ichihasa's K. And Uzumaki. Naruto, your sensei will be hot. Akui Kakashi ja. True love concurs all. Sakura shouted, sucks to be you, Nino Pig. Uzumaki. Naruto, where have I heard that name before? Hanada. It is the name of the hot guy my sister told my mother had returned to the village. Uzumaki. Naruto, that the loser my sister and mother was talking about last night. Sask. Where have I heard that name before? Nino. Oh, should I use to stacker him? I mean following home until his mother caught and threat me. Who is this Naruto-sensei? Kiba shouted. He was a genin that was on a training mission 2 years ago and just came back. His sensei replied, so you have finally returned. Now I can get my revenge. A student teammate will be who? Gahinata. Aburami Shino. And in Yuzuka. Kiba, your sensei will be Yu Hikarani. Theme 9 is still in circulation from last year, so Team 10 is an Inoshikacho team again. Your sensei as Saratobi Asuma. What? Nino yelled, causing many to cringe. After school 3 hours later, Aruto arrives to see his 2 teammates, so they put me with Anika, little brother, and council women. Hiruno daughter Naruto, as he took a seat beside them. As we are teammate, nice to meet you, Naruto said from Sask. Replied, not even looking at Naruto. Brady has a stick shove up his ass like his father. Naruto. The Yuta. Naruto Kuin. Sakura replied with a blush on her face. A man appeared in front of them. Theme 7 on the roof, disappearing in a poof. I seen this guy's hairstyle and color from somewhere before. Naruto thought that because he is the goat mask Onbwa that attacked you, Kurumu said. Naruto anger rose, but Kurumu calmed him down. After that he got up and vanished in red flash, shocking Sakura and Sask on the roof. The Kashi waiting for his team, but his shock to see Naruto appear in red flash. Interesting, didn't know he could do that. Kakashi watching as Naruto sits on the rail waiting for the others to come up. Let's tell each other our likes, dislikes, and dreams. Kakashi said, why don't you go first, sensei? Sakura said, okay Kakashi, my name is Hot Akui Kakashi. I have likes and have dislike, and my dream I don't have to tell you, Kakashi replied, pointing to Naruto to go next. I am Naruto Uzumaki and I hate goats, Naruto said, and that was it. He took out a bingo book and started reading, but it. Kakashi said, you say something, Naruto said as he looked up from his book, then smiling as he watches Kakashi with no emotion on his face. Sask and Sakura face faulted that Bakashi demon brat. Then he points to Sakura. Naruto ignores them and begins to talk to Kurumu. You're aware this man tried to kill you? Ask Kurumu. She knows Naruto will do anything to teach this John in a lesson for what he did all those years ago. He is one of the reasons why his mother was in the coma. My name is Haruno Sakura. My like looks to Sask and giggles. Dislikes Arino Pig, and my dream is to looks to Sask, blushes, then giggles hysterically. Fangirl Kakashi thought excitedly. Byropakahazuma. Kakashi said, my name is Achasasuke. I don't have many likes and I hate nearly everything. My dream, no, my ambition is to kill a certain man. Now we will meet tomorrow at train in ground 7 at 8 a.m. Don't eat breakfast. Watching Kakashi shunshin away. Naruto lets out a yawn and shunshin away. Hokage office. Naruto had just received his shinobi ID when he heard, the day is the day I surpass you, old man, the boy yelled before he fell on his face hard. Hello, Konohamaru. The Hokage sighed. The boy Konohamaru got up with a groan and looked around. Hey, you tripped me, he yelled at Naruto with an accusing finger. You tripped over your own feet, you idiot, Naruto replied calmly, picking the boy up by the shirt. Honorable grandson, a voice yelled from the hall. These in here, Ebisu Saratobi replied as he finished. A man with a dark blue suit and sunglasses walked in, panting heavily. There you are, put him down. This instant Ebisu yelled at Naruto, it's the demon boy. You say something, Naruto said, not looking at the man. Then he turned to the Hokage. I'm going home, Naruto said, and dropped the boy on the floor. Ha, you can't do anything because I'm the Hokage, grandson, Konohamaru boasted. Suddenly Konohamaru was sent crashing into that Ebisu guy and knocked him over. Then Naruto walked Out of the room Naruto was walking home when he saw walking Rock and what a stupid kid Naruto kid. Rocks don't have feet. As soon as he finished the boy leaped out of his disguise smiling I'd expect nothing less from my rival, he exclaimed. Rival, he asked. Kid, I don't even know you. Teach me something. No, why not? Konohamaru asked. Because I don't feel like it, Naruto replied as walks away from the kid. Instantly the boy jumped in front of him and pointed a proud finger into the air. My dream is to the next Hokage, so I won't take no for an answer. Naruto was about to answer him when honorable grandson, get away from him, a voice shouted, landing in front of the two. Ebisu rushed to the boy's side. You shouldn't associate yourself with people like him, he said disdainfully. Naruto was in front and his hands were on Ebisu's throat, then lifts him off the ground and started to squeeze it. What is wrong with people like me? As he squeezes Ebisu's throat harder. You are killing him, Konohamaru shouted, but Naruto ignore him and squeeze until the guy was out cold. Then Naruto just throw him into the garbage bin. Why did you do that to him? Konohamaru shouted with tears in his eyes as he checks to see if his sensei was alive. Because he was annoying just like you. And if you continue to follow me, the same thing will happen to you, Naruto said as he walked away. That was very harsh, Naruto-kun, even for you. Kurumu said. I know, but I don't want anything to do with anybody that has as the last name Sarutobi. Naruto replied with venom. Next day, training ground 7. Naruto appearing an hour late since Kakashi appeared yesterday 3 hours late. Naruto sat down and began to eat apple, making the team confused what it's called breakfast. Naruto said as he ate the apple. He hears Sasuke snored and Sakura shrugged her shoulders. But another hour has passed. Naruto stretches and gets up. About time. Hot Akazens turning to the left. Kakashi appears while raising an eye. You're late, Sakura yelled. Sorry, I got lost of the road of life, Kakashi replied in a lazy manner. Liar, Sakura yelled. So why are we here? Sasuke asked. Naruto nodded. You're going to take a survival test to see if you can become Genin, Kakashi replied. But we already did that. Expect this, loser, Sasuke thought aloud as he points towards Naruto, who ignored him. That was to see if you had what it takes to be at Genin level, Kakashi answered. 66% of you will fail the test and have to go back to the academy, and only 33% of you will go on to become ninja. At least in this regiment your job is to get these bells from me, he said, tying the 2 bells to his side. Come at me with the intent to kill. It's the only way you'll get them. But Kakashi-sensei, there are only 2 bells in 3 of us, Sakura said. That's right. The one without a bell at the end of 3 hours will be tied to one of those posts and watches. We eat our lunch and that person goes back to the academy, he replied, pointing to 3 stumps in the ground behind them and held up the lunchbox. Naruto stands there raising an eye, but to Sakura and Sasuke sees the bells on Kakashi's sides, thinking they will get the bells. 3 hours go, said Kakashi. Sasuke and Sakura vanished, leaving Naruto standing there glaring at Kakashi. Is something wrong? Kakashi asked. No, just looking at a fool, Naruto replied. Naruto just poofed away in a cloud of smoke, Kakashi shaking his head while thinking, so he knows the KGI Bunshion he might prove troublesome. But Naruto casually walks to Sakura, who is hiding in a bush. Sakura getting up. What do you want, Naruto-kun, she said while blushing. We need to work together. Naruto said. Anything you say, Naruto-kun, Sakura replied. Just wait, he Ralphie back. Naruto proofs away. Well, Kakashi appears in front of Sakura, placing a Jingustu on her. Well, that was easy. Then he heard from behind him wind bullet blowing away Kakashi. Naruto releases Sakura from the Jingustu and disappears in a red flash with her. The demon is stronger than I thought, Kakashi said as he brushes himself off. But Sasuke, we should join together to fight him, Naruto said as he appears near Sasuke. Sasuke smiles. An elite like me join you? Never. You're just a loser, said Sasuke, snarling at Naruto. Hind replied. Then Naruto proofing away the Kashi, standing in the field reading his book. Now Sasuke is north while Sakura is he stand. The demon is above you, answered Naruto. High release flaming tiger technique. Taking a huge breath, a huge tiger erupts from his mouth, aiming at Kakashi. Within the last second performed a Kawarimi no Jutsu. However, his book wasn't so lucky, so he dodged it. Jumping down, he turns around while performs a few hands seals water release. Black whale bullet shooting a huge whale from out of a nearby lake and hits Kakashi a few feet away, slamming him to the tree. But Sasuke, the Kashi was fighting Sasuke when got the clone's memory. Shit, he's good, Kakashi. The Kashi blocks Sasuke's punch, then he throws Sasuke to a tree. However, before Sasuke even hit the tree, Naruto appeared and save him. Sasuke push him away. I don't need your help, Sasuke. Kate and grand fireball technique. Wind Release Bull Barrage Naruto is his wind bull combined with a fireball which cause an explosion. Naruto grabs Sasuke, disappears in a red flash to avoid the explosion, and so did Kakashi, who had escaped to Naruto, threw Sasuke away, charged toward Kakashi with his palm blowing yellowish Nobitten Chid or Inova release thousand birds, thrusting his palm in arrow-like way into Kakashi chest as it burn him, then he is impaled through the as Kakashi scream out in pain. The adding more power to his hand, the attack burned Kakashi chest, making the winds deeper but not life-threatening. Kakashi grabbed Naruto hand to twist it off, but Naruto quickly grabbed Kakashi hand and fought for dominance. Her doesn't it smiled. Naruto wind release wind dome, his body glows white while wind comes from the body, pushing Kakashi away from him. Kakashi hit the tree as he got up. He held his wound. He had enough. Lifting his headband up, he revealed, shuring and angry, that he has to use it on him. Naruto seeing this smiled. Are you all right, Mr. Goat? Naruto as he started to laugh, then he leaves in a red flash, making Kakashi angry, covering his eye. He curses that he let Naruto get the psychological advance on him, but more importantly he drew first blood on Kakashi, lots of it. Should he knows who I am, he is going to be trouble in the future. I got to make sure he doesn't get any stronger. I got to train Sasuke more so he will be able to control the Kubi like how here is N and the council wants it. Leaving the forest, he goes to the training ground to find Sakura tied up. What's going on here? Kakashi turning around, seeing Sasuke charging at him with a few kunai. Naruto appearing from behind with a wind hammer, slamming on Kakashi back. He braces for the kunai to hit him, but it didn't. Turning to Sakura, she was holding the bells in her hands, smiling while Kakashi looks shocked. What how? Turning to Naruto, he stands there folding his arms. Sakura, my bell. Putting his hand out, Sakura moves to Sasuke and gives him a bell. Looks like I'm going back to the academy, Naruto replied with a smile on his face as he walked away. He figured it out at the start, however, more importantly he knew I wouldn't let the Uchiha fail. Clever, expected that from the demon. Turning to Sasuke and Sakura, you three pass, as Naruto stopped. But Sakura yelled, the main objection is to use teamwork to stop me. Kakashi watching their stun reactions. So Naruto-kun was right, said Sakura as she blushed at hearing this while Kakashi raised an eye. Naruto wasn't looking for an answer, he knew and understood the reason for the objection. Whatever, Naruto said. Turning around, he looks at Hot Akazens. You honestly think those two will work together with me? You are so wrong. Leaving in a red flash, the Kashi knows what Naruto said is true, but Naruto, they aren't going to work with you but against you, and when Sasuke is done training, he will make sure that you will die and Sensei will be avenged. Smiling, he looks at the two Jinan Uzumaki compound. As Naruto entered the house, he saw Kushina, Mikoto, Tsunade, Rin, Shizun, Yoshino, Hana and Anika talking to each other. Hey, what's going on here? Naruto said. Then Mikoto run up and hug him and pressing her lovely DD freestab him, making blush while she getting glared at by the other women. Ignoring them, she holds Naruto tighter. So Naruto-kun, how was your training? You got a girlfriend yet? Mikoto asked, every look interested in his answer. Well, flashback 6 months ago. So this the village hidden in the mist, said Naruto. Folded right there. What are doing in our village, said a nameless guard. I am here to seek to sword master to train me, Naruto replied. You have to talk to our Mizukage first, so follow me, said a nameless guard. Mizukage office. As they reached the Mizukage office, Naruto saw two of the beautiful women he had ever seen. They twins. They were of about 25. The first one that was sitting down, she has green eyes and ankle-length auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot tied with a dark blue band and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs are short, with one covering her right eye and 2 are long, crossing each other on her chest just below her chin. She wears the something as in the anime, and the other one was standing. She also has green eyes and ankle-length auburn hair styled into a herringbone pattern at the back. A top knot tied with a dark blue band and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 bangs are short, with one covering her left eye and 2 are long, crossing each other on her chest just below her chin. She wore a storm outfit, mist version of the leaf Anbu, with her mask in her hands, and had a small thundercloud with water droplets falling on her shoulder. Mei's point of view, she was sitting doing paperwork when the door opened and a hot Greek got enter the with red hair and 6-pack to die for. She blush immediately. Damn, can't wait to sink my teeth into him, she said to herself as blood leak out of her nose. She quickly wiped it away. My point of view, Mai was talking to her sister when saw her sister blushing and wiping blood for her nose, then turn around and there he was, the man of her dreams. I am going to get him. In my bed tonight, as she blush and cover her nose to prevent blood flow. Normal point of view. Vaisu Keiji Salma, the man is looking for a sword to train him, said an unnamed shinobi. Okay, we take it from here. The Mizu Keiji replied. He bowed and leaves in puddle of water. So Mr. the Mizu Keiji asked Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto said, May mind Uzumaki, I thought they all died out. My name is Mei Tarum, and this my sister Mai Tarum. The Mizu Keiji said, nice to meet you. Naruto replied, so what do you have to offer for our service? Mei asked, I will teach you how to do few in jutsu sealing art, son. I think. Naruto replied. Bill Mei said as they shook hands. 3 months later, Naruto had trained with their best swordman and women in the village. He had also been taught lava release and many other jutsu from Mei, and Mei who had gained his trust, so he told them about in the hidden village and his bloodline limit. Naruto and the Tarum twins had grown closer to each other. They would fraud over everything to do with Naruto, whether training, dinner, etc. As Naruto entered his room to see Mei standing in his room, before he could react, she was in front of him, pressing her lips to his. Not feeling him responding to her kiss, she moved back a little and saw him stunned and blushing crimson. These a virgin. An idea popped in her head and she smiled devilishly. Don't be afraid, Naruto-kun, let it happen, she said seductively. Mei increased force behind her kiss and almost forced her tongue in Naruto's mouth. There, she finally got a response from him. As his tongue began fighting her own, after half a minute of that pleasant battle, she broke their kiss. Whoa, it was all that Naruto could say right now, all that he could say before he was kissed again, this time when he knew what to do, even if just a little bit. Kiss was more tender and sensual. Though it was easily seen, or in Naruto's case, sensed, that Mei was restraining herself from eating him out right here and right now. Vaisukeiji, without breaking the kiss, sat on his lap with her legs spread and pinned him to the sofa with her right hand, using left on button top half of her Mizukeiji clothes, revealing her frieze, as she didn't wear bra. Well, her frieze weren't very big. They weren't average either, but they suited her frame very well. She broke their kiss again, showing Naruto her body. Like what you see? Mei asked, making boy blush darker shade of red. Oh, I see, she smiled. With her eyes, with her free hand, she caught his right and placed it over her left freest, making him squeeze it several times. For Naruto, all these sensations were new and he liked them. With his unoccupied hand, he reached for her other freest and squeezed it, earning surprised moan from her. But boy, she leaned forward, starting new battle between their tongues. Her right hand began its way down to his pants, easily finding what she wanted. She estimated size of the organ of her interest, which was already ready for action, and was pleasantly surprised by it. She began massaging said organ through his pants, making younger blonde moan into their kiss. Finally they separated due to the need to breathe. By my Naruto-kun, you're a big boy. Mei stood up and Naruto groaned from the loss of contact with those delightful frieze of hers, but that was compensated by the side of her battle kimono, now completely unbuttoned, sliding down from her tender frame. And now she Mizukaji Salma was standing there, only in short dark blue skirt and fishnet shorts she wore under her kimono. There are Vixen, you know Mei-chan, said Naruto, eating her body with eyes. Vixen, damn right. Time for the main part. Lemon scene happen. Yes, I do. As Naruto entered the house, he saw Kushina, Mikoto, Hena, and Anakot talking to each other. Hey, what's going on here? Naruto said. Then Mikoto run up and hug him and pressing her lovely DD freestad of making while getting glared at by the other women. Ignoring, she hold Naruto tighter. So Naruto-kun, how was your training? You got a girlfriend yet? Mikoto asked, every look interesting at the last question. Well, yes, I do now. All the women frowned. They can't believe that their Naruto was taken, and Naruto didn't see their faces. He started to talk. So guy who protecting my mom when she was in the coma. It was me, said Mikoto. Naruto to Mikoto and wrap his arm around and kiss her on the cheek, while thanking her for protecting his mother and whisper that he will reward her someday. As was about to let go of her, she wraps her arm around, pull him closer to her so he could feel her freest on him and pull him into the most breath-taking kiss she could do. You will be mine, even if I have to share you with your girlfriend. Mikoto blush while saying that. Well, was thing. While glaring at Mikoto, why didn't they think of that? As the night going on, they share how they have been doing through the 2 years. Vanoha, it's been 2 weeks since Team 7 passed the bell test, and what they've been doing is D-rank missions. Kakashi, who is the jonin of the team, is only teaching Sasuke while preaching to Sakura about teamwork. The only person he is teaching is Sasuke, while Sakura cheers, and Naruto he trains with Hana and Anika. I found him, said Naruto over the mic. Roger that. The demon caught the target. Hearing Kakashi, he gritted his teeth. Hokage Tower Now when Naruto appeared in a red flash, it scared the shit out of Sakura. Mission complete, Hokage, said Naruto at June, and looking at the mission cards. Okay, I have another D rank mission. Sasuke, I began to twitch. Another D rank mission. All they've been doing is D rank missions. No D rank, something higher. Sasuke demanded. No, your team is fresh from the academy, so nothing higher, said a nameless June. I am the last to Chahua, and I am getting tired of these weak ass missions. Naruto, hearing this, continued to read his manga while ignoring them. He could care less. Hein, we have a low C rank mission to escort a bridge builder to Nami no Kuni Setachunin. Getting the gentleman. Naruto lets out a long yawn. Something wrong, Naruto? Asked Heirace in wondering where he went. Knowing better, Naruto said, besides your shinobi trying to kill me again. Nope. Smiling, he turns to Kakashi, his stiff a bit payback at this hot Aki. When the client enters the room, he looks at the group of shinobi. These guys are protecting me. I don't think the blonde there can even stay awake in a fight. Lifting his bottle of sake. How you say something, Naruto said, not looking up from his book. Every sweat drop. Never mind. He turns to the Hokage. They will do. The Heirace, in sighing, then explained to them what the mission is about. They will protect him against any bandits down the road and stay with him until the bridge is finished, which will be a month-long wait. This made Naruto happy. A month away from Konoha. You have 1 hour to prepare for the mission, said Heirace in as Naruto leaves in a flash. Sasuke sucks his teeth, looks at Kakashi, telling him to teach him the jutsu, which Kakashi says. After lots of hugging and kissing from his mom, he went to the meditate. They began to take route towards Nami no Kuni. For Naruto, he is happy that he will be away from Konoha for a month, away from the glares and gossiping, free. Sticking his arms up on the road, Sakura tried to talk to Sasuke while he tried to ignore her. Kakashi is quiet and walking well. Tazuna, the client, is drinking his bottle of sake. Naruto, walking, notices a puddle on the ground. Weak game jutsu. I wonder if the team and Banshee knows about it. He turns to Kakashi, who looked at the puddle. He figured it out. Yawning, he stops and looks at Kakashi. You want to kill them, or can I torture them for information? Smiling, Sakura looks confused. Idiots. Performing 2 hands, seals water, release water geyser. Slamming his hands into the ground, the water shoot up and sending one of the hidden ninja into the air. Naruto, Yubaka wa Sakura, not finishing her sentence because Kakashi pushed her out of the way. Before the chains wrapped around her, the Kashi-sensei screams. Sakura thought she watches him being ripped to shreds right in front of her eyes. Sasuke in front of the bridge builder protecting him. We're looking around. He notices the same missing Nin taking down Kakashi. Bottom, said Kakashi, knocking him to the ground. Naruto tying the first one up with chakra wire, then ties the second one up as well. That was easy, Naruto said while looking at Sakura. They're pathetic. I mean, you didn't even notice the Jin Justu around the area, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. He looks at the tune in wondering who they are. So who's gonna talk, he said, watching them turn to each other. They aren't saying anything. Fine. I like a tough shell to break. Smiling, he decided to use the Jin Justu that a certain vixen was able to recreate when someone tried to control her. The knackered days of endless nightmare, Naruto said while doing some quick hands seals. The Kashi unveils his Shuriken, trying to copy it, but no. Like why? In a few moments everyone noticed one of the demon brothers lose conscious. Turning to Tazuna, you left out a lot. Smiling, he turns to Kakashi, telling him everything. Tazuna dropping on his knees, begging them not to abandon him. Please, doesn't my daughter will forever hate Konoha? My grandson already lost a father figure. Please don't. I promise when I finish the bridge I will pay the mission in full. Gato has plagued our country too much. He has literally drained every one of their money. Please. On his knees, he hopes they won't leave him to die while trying to finish the bridge for his country. Naruto watching the man in front of him begging for help. What do you think, Karamu? Thinking what she will do. Karamu heard everything though, and help, it's the right thing to do, replied Karamu. Naruto turning to Kakashi, I'm in no way in hell. I'm abandoning this mission. It wouldn't look good on my profile. Smiling, he turns to Kakashi. On Naruto, you say something as lot up from his book. Kakashi smirking, he finally can't. Naruto with one. Nope, must have been the wind, Naruto replied while reading his book. Couldn't help read this in another fan fiction. The smirk immediately disappear of his face. Well, that's one person vote, but I say we shouldn't. Turning to Sakura, she agrees with her sensei. Sasuke on the other hand looks at Naruto face saying tempt me. I'm in, said Sasuke. Well, Kakashi sighs, knowing him he won't drop this unless Naruto will fine, but the mission rank just turned to low. Turning to Tazuna, he heard Naruto snort, I will send word to the Hokage asking for backup. Kakashi said, Wave Country, wondering why he has to deal with this. He begins to make his way towards the house. Let's go to Zuna, maybe you should stay in the middle. Turning to Kakashi, he shrugs his shoulders. All five begins to move. Sasuke, hearing Hadoki voice, he turns to him, yes, wondering what he wants. When will the bird get to Konoha, asks Kakashi. Sasuke, smiling, tells them she already got there within an hour and already got a summons from her telling she gave the scroll to the Hokage. After walking for a while of walking, Naruto heard something in the bush throwing a kunai. White Rabbit hops out of the bush, wondering what's going on. He is trying to block Sakura. Shrieking, voicing, shut up, screaming, he hears something get down. Grabbing Sakura, he throws her on the ground hard. Naruto, turning back to the whistling sound that was close, turning to Kakashi. They look at the direction of the blade that Naruto sent. What said a shock? Naruto, shocked to see the blade impale on the tree bark. Naruto takes a few steps forward, but when Kakashi got in front of Naruto, I will take care of him. Kakashi getting into a stance while Naruto snorted, well, if it isn't the hidden mists missing Nin Mamachi's Obi Yuzakuin, Kakashi said casually as if greeting an old friend. He then turned to his students, everyone step back, this one's on a whole other level. Against him it will be a little tough unless I do this. He took a hand to his hit it the appear to be Shuriken. No, Kakashi, the road. Nin finally spoke, sorry, but the old man is mine. Shuriken. Sasuke, look to Desensei, suspiciously surround and protect Azunasan. He instructed, do not enter the fight, that's the teamwork here. Zab Yuza first. He slowly pulled the headband up, revealing a blood-red eye with 3 toma rounded and a big white scar crossing. To fight me, I'm honored, Zab Yuza said. I already get to see the famous Shuriken. When I was a member of the Hidden Mists Assassination Squad, I kept a handbook which included information on you. It said you have copied over 1,000 jutsu, the Ritokuin. You don't seem surprised, Sakura stated. Did you know about this? Of course, the blonde answered, that's why they call him Shuriken. No, Kakashi, now let's end all of the talking. Zab Yuza cut in, I have to kill the old man. But it seems that I have to beat you first. Kakashi, using the tree as support, he jumped away with incredible speed, taking his sword with him and reappearing on top of the water, each of his hands forming a seal. Ninpu Kirigakur, no jutsu ninja art, hidden mists technique. Then he was gone again. And the mist started getting thicker as the gen and got ready for the worst. Zab used his voice echoed through the area. 8 choices: liver, lungs, spine, clavicle, bane, jugular, brain, kidneys and heart. Which one should I go after? After a couple of minutes of silence, SOS broke it, yelling, Sensei behind you, right in time for Kakashi to dodge the massive sword, which then vanished into the mist. Just as it had appeared from it, he felt a presence behind him and was able to create a water clone to be sliced in half instead of him. Don't move, he ordered from behind. Zab used a with a kunai to his neck. It's over. The missing Nin, however, laughed and appeared behind Kakashi again. I'm not that easy again. Zab used a slashed much faster than he should have been able to, considering the sword's eyes, but the masked Nin ducked and avoided the blow, making use of the momentum. The former Ms. Ninja stuck his sword on the ground and used it as support to deliver a powerful roundhouse kick to his opponent's chest and launch him towards the water. They then used a shunshin to quickly move behind the still recovering copy. Nin, he fool. Suitan Sereno Jutsu water style water prison technique. Crap, Kakashi thought he had no time to react as the water around him rose and enveloped him in a sphere, trapping and slowly drowning him. What made it worse was the fact that the genin had gone back into fighting stances instead of running away. You idiots, he shouted, run away. Zab, use his way out of your league. You have no chance of winning against him. Suddenly Naruto senses another presence behind the bridge builder and quickly unseal a giant sword, wrap and bandage like kiss him and stop the other swordman. The swordman looks about Naruto age. He was a minute version of Zab Use. A bun. Zab Use saw the sword. He started to panic. To can't be that sword. Oh, whatever you do, don't let that sword cut. Yazabusa yelled through. Late Naruto was already in front of him and swung his sword at Aw, but quick reaction, the sword only cut through his hand. As look at his hand, he started to laugh. But worthless, or Aw still laughing, not seeing the smirk on Naruto's face. You fool, I thought I told not to let that sword touch. Use a job. Use a yelled by it did even cut and saw the sword when through my hand. Or replied that the destroyer. You fool, it doesn't attack the body, it attacked the charcoal oil in them, destroying them. Yells Ave Yuza. Everybody was shocked. They did not. There's such a strong sword around. The demon keeps getting stronger. I must end him soon. No, Kakashi. That fool does deserve so power. I must get that sword so I can kill him though. Sasuke, where did You get that sword, it is supposed to be locked up in the Kiri vault, wouldn't you like to know? Naruto said while smirking. Flashback 1 year ago. Naruto-kun, we like to introduce you to your Kingi's teacher. Dracula Mihik, known as Hakai Mihik Taikanomi no Mimkumi, so this is the brat you've been. Tell me about Mihik. As he looked into Naruto's eyes. Yes, Naruto, this man is the world's strongest swordsman. MEI said with me was all he said. He walked away and Naruto followed. To your later MEI office, I think you should give it to him. Mihik said, you think it is him? The sword has to choose its own master, and all of Kiri best have tried to wield it and fail, even you. MEI replied, MEI is right, or you sure it could kill him? MEI yelled. He just looked at them with his hawk eyes. They knew the answer to their question. At Kiri Gate, as Naruto was standing at the village gate ready to leave, he saw MEI and MEI with a sword wrapped in bandages. Naruto-kun, this for you. It called the destroyer. MEI said. Flashback and suddenly awe appear behind Naruto, pushes sword through Naruto chest, then Naruto melt into the ground and sword melt with it. Nova clone. Then was kick into his back, sending him flying into the trees, knocking him out. Then Naruto turned back to Kakashi. Bakashi, you real are worthless, Naruto replied as he looked at both of them, then run through some hand signs. Then both men heard lighting. He wouldn't, he's your teacher, said Zabuza. We can always get another one, Naruto replied. Lighting, release electric heel. As the heel shoot toward the man at lightning speed, forcing Zabuza to release his Justu and Kakashi to dodge. Be brat, they both shout. But the hell wrong with you, loser? You almost kill our teacher. And where did you get that sword? I wanted, said Susk the Iltsiskura. Naruto send a power chi that knocked them both out. You pay for this, yells Zabuza as Naruto and trade Justu and Clang sword back and forth for about 5 minutes. Naruto's sword was sent flying out of his hand. Naruto then decided to end this fight and reveal his Sharingan, not another one. Zabuza said to himself, time to end it. They both said, water, release water, dragon bullet, Nova, release Nova, dragon bullet. As the two attack hit both Naruto and Zabuza was sent flying into opposite direction into Tress. As Naruto got he started breathe hard. He cruised himself. He should not have used the sword, it taken up lots of charka just to destroy the charka system, and Oe hand he hadn't mastered yet. As he walks over to Zabuza, he saw that Zabuza was trying to get up, but could looks like you win, brat, but first please tell me your name and who though you how to use a sword. Zabuza, I don't see you, not as you are about to die. My name is Uzumaki Naruto and my teacher is number 1. Zabuza eyes widen and Hawkeye escape his lips, his eyes close. Then Naruto heard chirping birds behind him and able to dodge it, but in his weakened stage part of the catch as he fell to one knee. Now you die, demon, Kakashi said as he charged him again. As Naruto Lokan, as his vision begun to get blurry, all he heard was Kaiten rotation and Hana was standing in front of him and Kakashi was sent flying and a Chan was the last. Dinky hurt as the darkness too over. What do you think you're doing, Kakashi? Attacking another Kanahan ninja is punishable by death. Hana yelled, I don't know what you are talking about. I was just about to attack Zabuza when Naruto jumped out of nowhere in front of me. Hana knew he was lying, but she did not say anything as no one would believe Atunin words over. A Jonin then turned back to Naruto and pick him up. As that they turn around, they saw an hunter pick up Zabuza body and then vanish. His Una home took this scene from Naruto Yoko and change it up. I hope they don't mind. When they appeared at his house, his daughter Tsunami saw Naruto condition, told Kakashi to place him on the bed upstairs. She went in to clean his wounds, not knowing full well that he doesn't have any wound, but when she began to undress Naruto she began to blush, saying how well-toned the boy is. Shaking it off, she begins to take his pants off but stops. Oh my God, as she was sent back with a nosebleed. Hana heard this, the sound of crash, and Russian to get a nosebleeds themselves. As the Sonarito manhood downstairs, Sasuke was outside looking at the sword. The only way he can hold the blade is by the sheath, and every time he grabs the handle it burns and cuts him. Why, screaming in frustration, I'm elite, someone like me should have this blade. Kicking the rocks, Sakura cheers Sasuke well. Kakashi rolls his eyes. The Zuna home, the Kashi, Sasuke and Sakura are outside wondering about Naruto's blade. The Kashi called Anika when Kakashi saw everyone he raised, and I thinking he wasn't going to get them all. They had a little trouble crossing the water since Kiba and his dog didn't know about the water walking exercise, which reminded Kakashi to teach them how to walk on trees. Where is Naruto-kun and Hana-chan? asked Hanada. Sasuke snorted. The doe used a lot of chakra fighting Zabuza, and your sister is healing him. When the Jonin and Tunin heard this, they turned to Kakashi explaining what Naruto did, pointing to the blade on the table. Every time one of us touches we get cut and burned, said Kakashi. Kiba, scratching his nose, walks to the blade. This thing, laughing, he grabs the blade handle and gets blown away and slams into a tree. The older females whistle. Then Tsunami bowed, told them about Naruto injuries, thinking the blood is his. When Kurenai and Anika heard this, they looked at each other and went upstairs to check on Naruto, which everyone raised an eye, wondering what's going on with them. But Naruto is sleeping in the room. Well, Hana walked in and notices him sleeping. Seeing his well-toned chest, she begins to blush. Hana hearing her name, she turns to Kurenai and the rest of the females minus Sakura and Tsunami, walking in and closing the door. You should let him rest, said Kurenai. Another minute, everyone heard Naruto take a deep breath. Vanilla and lavender, my favorite. Smiling, Naruto stirs a bit and lies up. Looking around, he notices the Shuriken mistress, the Jingusta mistress, and the Huka mistress, and the Wave mistress. How long have I been out? Naruto said, cracking his neck. He places his arm on his shoulder, trying to loosen his stiff muscles. Hana, watching him, stares at Naruto. Must be in control, biting her lips. Naruto smells something in the room, turning to the females, but more importantly to Hana and Tyanika. Hey, we're letting out the most pheromones of the four. Well, kid, it looks to me you might have some vixens looking at you. You think you can manage all of them plus me, Kurumu said while licking her lips. Naruto rolls his eyes. So what happened? Being straightforward as Sanika naps out of her daze, and they told him and about an in-hunter that came for Zabu's body. Naruto sitting up more, he covers his lower body, noticing his pants are gone. What happened to my pants? Looking around, they find Naruto clothes on the chair across from him. All three, Kunoichi and Tsunami, blush a deep red. Hana, getting his clothes here, but I didn't find any underwear. I don't wear any. I go commando, more comfortable since the pants have mesh armor sewed in, so the Jonin pants I have an extra underlying layer of clothes, replied Naruto, staring at the girls the whole time. The next thing everyone saw is Hana, Tsunami, Kurenai, and Anika hit the ground as the girls got up. Naruto looks at the men, gets a funny feeling of some sort. What's going on? Looking at Anika, she blushes a deep red. Turning to Kurenai, she did the same. Hana was no different now. He wants answers. Hana, what's going on? But you mind? I want to get dressed. Anika with a cheesy grin. All come on, Naruto-kun. Not like we seen it. Hana and Kurenai stiffen, while Naruto looks at Tsunami, wondering what's going on. Turning to Hana, he stares at her, making her nervous. Okay, fine, I gave them my memory of your beep when I heard noise come from this room and saw Tsunami knock out with a nosebleed. Screaming, she turns darker, if possible. Naruto looking at Kurenai, who looks away. Turning to Anika, she is smiling, seductive. So is it that big? Kurenai pulls on Anika hair. All right, fine, I'll be good, mumbling that she wants to see the real thing up close, which Naruto sighs, mumbled to himself about IRA women hind, since we are all adults here and acting like adults. Getting up, he puts on his armor shirt first, while the ladies looks at Naruto lower region for the Kanwachis and Tsunami. They blush, and poor Hanada, who had just come into the room to talk to her sister and saw it, the blood erupted from her nose and she was slammed against the door very hard, getting knocked out in the process. Naruto, watching this, didn't expect that from her, chuckling to himself. He turns to Kurenai, who is trying to glare at Naruto but isn't working. After Naruto got dressed on Anna waking up, they went downstairs to see what was going on. Naruto, who noticed Sasuke trying to touch the destroyer as it sent him across the room, returned, doing a hand seal the blade poof away from off the table and poof back into Naruto's hand, where we seal it back into his hand. The cashew looks at Naruto. I assume the Hokage know that you have that sword. How you same something? Naruto replied. The cashew was seen red. After that is walked towards Naruto. Hana came in front them. Cool down, Kakashi. The Hokage already knows. Hana said. I see, replied Kakashi, knowing full well that Sasuke wanted Naruto's blade for himself to use against his brother. So what do we do now? I mean, knowing the hunter Nin Zabusa is coming back probably at the end of the week, replied Naruto, getting Team 7 Genin confused. What hunter Nin? Said Sakura. Naruto rolling his eyes, while Hana explains that the hunter Nin came after Naruto had defeat Zabusa. He should have destroyed the body at the scene, not take it away like that. All the village secrets are kept secret and no one can use it against them whatsoever. Explaining to her, she wonders how Team 7 passed a bell test. Turning to Naruto, he must have figured it out, thinking how the plan is going to be. So what's the plan? Asked Naruto, getting everyone attention. Everyone was awake and downstairs. Well, everyone but Naruto. Where's Naruto? Asked Kurenai. Probably upstairs beating his meat, said Kiba. Now why would he need to do that when he could use it to satisfy me for hours? Said Hana, smiling for mere tear. Tsunami had just walked in and heard what the blue-netted said while blushed. Anata was red, she couldn't believe her sister would say that in public while Kiba was knocked out with a nosebleed. He's still sleeping, I'll go get him, said Tsunami as she got up. No, let him sleep a little more, said Anaka. Tsunami nodded and sat down to finish eating. After another 20 minutes, Hana walked upstairs and shook Naruto into semi-consciousness. It is time to get up, she whispered into his ear. He opened his eyes and stared at Hana for a second, then smiled. He grabbed her and fell on the bed, pinning her under him. 10 more minutes, he said as he tickled her sides, making her laugh and squeal, something he had never heard her do. Hana, I like to thank you for saving me from Kakashi yesterday, as he hug and kiss her on her cheek. No problem, Nar-kun, but why don't tell the Hokage about this, Hana said while blushing. He will never believe, beside I want to deal with him myself. As they spend the next 10 minutes in each other embrace. Downstairs, the rest of Team 7 and 8 was waiting after everybody had breakfast. Kakashi told them that they would be doing tree walking exercise. Naruto let out a yawn, toning out everyone else. This is boring. I could do this stuff while sleeping. Yawning again, he hears Kuranai clearing her throat. Naruto, I understand this is boring, but you must learn proper chakra control. I understand everything, Rinai-chan, but this is still boring. Yawning, Kakashi rolls his eye. Typical Naruto thinks he know everything. Know everything, just more than you, Naruto replied as he picks up a small boulder that is 4 times his size. Then he put it down. Then he crushes it with his fist. He then started walking towards the tree. Everybody watches him walk up the tree on his right and left index fingertips trade. Everybody was amazed except the boys. You could see the vein popping out of Kakashi's skull. Well, Kiba and Sasuke mumbled, show off. See, Kuranai, I told you my Naruto-kun can do anything, Hana said. These not yours, Hana shouted Anika as they glared at each other. So Naruto-kun, how did you learn to control your charcoal like that, Kuranai asked. Tsunade-chan made sure my chakra control was very for any situations. Kuranai turning to Naruto, any tip, seeing how well his control is, but more importantly, how did he get it to be that way? Sure. As Naruto and Kuranai talked, the rest of the team did the exercise. Anika, seeing that Sasuke was having trouble, decided to help him. Hey bro, how I help you, said Anika. I don't help from weakling, Sasuke said coldly. Anika flinch. But Sasuke, I not weak, I am already. Tunin. Aha ha, don't make me laugh, you have even awakened your Sharingan, you just like mother. Only a chakra by name, Sasuke yelled. But you still haven't awakened yours yet, said Anika. That what you think, as he flashes his Sharingan, surprising everyone. When we met, Zabuza, so. You see, my dear sister, you are weak. If you can't activate the Sharingan, you are not my sister. Makoto is not my mother. As tears came to Anika's eyes, then she ran away. Suddenly Naruto was in front of Sasuke, and his fist hit Sasuke in the face, sent him fly into the trees. How could you say that to your own sister and mother, yelled Naruto. The cash, he appeared before Sasuke and said, Sasuke doesn't have to answer you, Brad. When we get back to the village, I am going to report you to the Hokage. Whatever Naruto said is vanish. But Anika was crying when Naruto appeared. She walked to him and threw herself at him as she crying his chest. Naruto did not what to do to stop her from crying, so he just told her until Hana and the other girl came to help. Then he begun to walk away. Naruto called Kurina in Hana. Betting his attention, he stopped then. Both of them hug him and whisper thank you in his ears. This was why they loved him, kind, caring and loving when he was with them, but cold and brutal when defending them. 3 hours later, Naruto and the rest of the females walk back to Tezuna's house for lunch. Turning back to them, he noticed they're all exhausted but smiling. When they got to Tezuna's house, everyone looked at Naruto and the rest of the females. But were you guys, and why were guys so tired, asked Kakashi. We got lost on the road of life, said Naruto as he walked past him and went into the house as well. Was laughing at Kakashi as Naruto pulled a Kakashi on Kakashi. 1 week later, the young woman was picking herb in the forest when he saw a young redhead was sleeping in the forest. She recognized as the guy that was fighter master and was about to kill him when the redhead opened his eyes. Naruto POV. After a long night of training, a young redhead was sleeping when he heard a sound. and got up ahead. He saw a young girl in a pink sleeveless yukata with a smile on her face. Normal POV. But you wake me up, the girl said. No. So why we're sleeping in the forest you could catch a cold. Just training, by the way. What are you doing here? Naruto asked the smiling girl. I'm picking herbs that can cure injuries and illnesses. The young girl said. But doing a tedious job so early in the morning? Naruto questioned her. What are you training? Haku said, trying to avert the subject so as not to be caught. I am training to fight a guy named Zabuza and to help out your country. Haku was mentally taken aback by his words, but he knew all too well that this young man was one of those shinobi who fought Zabuza that week ago and almost killed him. Haku then had a downcast look in his eyes as he averted his gaze from the young man looking around and saw the damages. Demanded, why are you pushing so hard? There is no need to go so far. Is there someone worth risking for all of this? The young man nodded as, I have a lot of precious people to protect, so yes, there is someone worth risking my life for. That what I believe also, the girl replied. So do you have a precious person? Naruto asked. Yes, I do. He saved me, so I vow to protect him. Then told her story, and you already the story, it is too troublesome to write. As the story, Naruto was angry. He couldn't believe some had go through something similar to him. Then the young women got up and took his basket in hand. The Naruto then stood up and said, by the way, I'm Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. The young women stopped for a while and turned around, as he gave a genuine smile and said, my name is Haku. It was pleasant to meet Naruto, even if it will only be a short while. By the way, I'm a guy. But that the young man turned on his heel and walked away. The young man closed his eyes as he mentally, we could have been the best of friends if the situation was different. The next morning. Alright, let's go to the bridge, said Kakashi. What are about Naruto-kun? He's still sleeping, replied Anika. Just leaving him, he'll catch up when he awakes, Kakashi said. None of the girls wanted to leave Naruto long, but they knew they had a job to do. At the bridge, Hazuna screamed as he saw the many injured construction around the bridge. The team began to take their precautions as planned. Kiba Akumaru took to the back with Sasuke as Sakura, Shino, and Hinata protected Tazuna's front and back, while Anika and Hana ran to the injured men along with Kuranai and Kakashi. The Crimson eyed Joun and checked their pulses and nodded, causing the team to sigh in relief until they saw their former enemy across them with a fake hunter nin and 4 more missing nins. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kakashi and Naruto. Hey, where's Naruto? We get him the day off, we won't need him, said Kakashi. Haha, whatever, looks like you got back up. Luckily, I brought some friends of mine along with me, Zabuza said as he moved his right arm to check its flexibility before gazing back his murderous eyes at the tense joint team that took on the defensive. Zabuza smiled as he said, he's shaking again. How pitiful. In fact, they're all shaking. Zabuza was right. The Genins were still shaking and nervousness as they never faced a battle this intense in their entire life, as the air just choked their confidence and wits despite how hard they struggled to fight it from engulfing them in their own fears. Sasuke, on the other hand, was shaking for a different reason. He smiled smugly as he said, I'm shaking in excitement. Suddenly 10 Mizu Bunshin surrounded the team until Sasuke and Anika quickly dispatched them of. His swift attacks caused them to revert back into water. Cha! Show off. Kiba said. His Akamaru barked in agreement. They are as fast as you and all. Zabuza said to his younger companion. Yes, it seems like it, the masked boy said as he bepised the situation. Not fast enough, I am faster, said Aw. This was it. The battle that they've been preparing for as the Xmas Nines began the assault. The Zuna's house. Meanwhile, back at the Zuna's house, Tsunami was busy cleaning the house as she began her chores for the day. Inari, come and help me in the kitchen. Tsunami hollered out to the boy. Pate, Inari said as he moved towards the kitchen. As they peacefully ran through their chores without a care in the world, 2 men waited outside with swords strapped to their side. One man wore a blue hue-down jacket, brown shorts and jettas, a dirty white sash around his waist, and a navy blue snow cap over his neck-length silver hair. The other man wore jettas as well. He also wore big, gray pants with white zigzags on it and a jacket tied to his waist for his sword to be tied to. He wore no shirt to reveal his semi-muscular physique and the number of tattoos on his body. With his stomach and bandages, as he also wore an eye patch over his right eye, and he had 3 small ponytails in reminiscence of the old samurai hairstyle. It would appear that he was a ronin, with a huge stitch over his forehead and hair growing from the spaces where it would normally have been shaved if he were a samurai, as his beard pointed to the ground. An evil smirk formed on their faces as they began unsheathing their swords. The muscular ronin then sliced the door open, surprising Tsunami, in fear of the 2 men at the door, who entered as unwanted guests of the house. "So you're Tezuna's daughter. I'm sorry, but you're coming with us," the snow-capped ronin said. As Inari had just finished washing his hands, he heard his mother scream and tear as the 2 ronins began roughing her up. Inari ran as fast as he could to the kitchen and saw his mother prone on the floor. "Akasan!" Inari cried, causing the 3 other people in the room to turn their heads to see the young boy. Tsunami began sweating in fear that her son was foolishly entering the scene of danger. Fearing for the boy's life, the mother cried, "Inari, don't come here. Run." "What do you want, kid? Should we take him too?" the muscular ronin said to his compatriot. "We only need 1 hostage," the snow-capped ronin replied. Inari shirked back and fried as the muscular man brought up his sword to slay poor little Inari. Tsunami was at a loss at what to do. She had no other choice as she said, "Wait, if you do anything to him, I'll bite my own tongue and die. You need a hostage, right?" The 2 ronin gazed at her in spite as the muscular man sheathed the gleaming blade. "Thank your mom, Gaki," the snow-capped ronin said to the young boy. The Nari was helpless. He cried his little heart out and slumped where he stood as the 2 ronins approached the self-sacrificing mother. The young boy felt darkness consume him as he thought, "I feel so helpless. Akasan is going to be taken away and I can't do anything about it. Just like Otu-san. Please, anyone save my mom, anyone. Aji-san, Otu-san, Naruto, Nai-san. Anyone, anybody please save us." Inari shouted out loud. His cries were not in vain as a kunai struck deep in the back of the head of the 2 ronin, killed them. Tsunami and Inari were shocked at the gruesome display that took only 3 seconds to deliver at the leisure of their innocent eyes. The red water soiled the beautiful trench coat that Naruto was wearing. He then looked at Inari and said, "Good thing you screamed or I'll never have woken up." Inari was still too shaken up by what Naruto had just done. It took a good fist to his head for him to wake up from his stupor. As Naruto said, "Hey, Inari, take care of your mother for me. I need to head back to the bridge to help them out. Gado's behind all of this, so I need to protect Azuna. If anyone tries to harm your mom." The young blonde then handed the 2 swords of the dead ronins to Inari and continued, "You know what to do." As Naruto was about to leave, Tsunami called him. "What is it, Tsunami-chan? I need to talk to you before you leave. Could you follow me, please?" As they reached Tsunami room, she dragged him in. "Naruto, thank you for saving our life. How about I give a reward?" Naruto looked at her as she came closer. "Swing her hips lightly. Relax and let me treat you to something nice, Naruto-kun." She smiled sweetly at him, the smile making him smile too, since it had a lot of warmth within it. He looked at her and then saw her kneel, her hands moving towards his crotch. She looked at his pants and then began to unbutton them, him not resisting one bit as she slid them down, looking at his boxers. Then he remembered his friends. "Wait," as he grabbed her hand, "I have helped my friends at the bridge. You friend can take care of themselves, they very strong, are they?" "They're right," as he let go of her hand, then he put up a silence barrage. She slides her hands down his boxers, taking his too loud, then she began stroking him off. The red head groaned as his beat began to harden, blood gushing towards it. Lemon scene happened at the bridge. A joint team then grit themselves for battle as the 6 missing Nins begun their assault. Akurin towards the back and assaulted Sasuke, Kiba and Akamaru with Zab use at charging Kakashi and locking him in place with the pressure of his Zanbato on Kakashi's kunai. Kuranai sprang into action to help when suddenly one of the missing nins blocked her path. Anika tried to rush to Sasuke's aid until Aw blocked her path and begun attacking her. Anika decided to help out Anika, since he could see that Sasuke and Kiba was holding his own, while Shino, Sakura and Hinata decided to stay out of the fight and guard Tazuna. As they begun the battle on the bridge, the other two missing nins left, charged him guarding Tazuna until they were kept in check by Shino, who sent a bug wall to help as he shifted his attention to the other two missing nins. Hinata, Sakuran, please keep Tazuna safe and stay out of the fight unless we say otherwise. Without Naruto here it will be a long battle, Shino said calmly, as they begun to defend the life of Tazuna. Sasuke's fight. Aku begun spinning wildly as a partial cyclone formed around him until Sasuke and Kiba waited and blocked the sentiment of Haku, with the kunai in their hand. Oh, so they are able to catch up to his speed, Zabuja said as he quickly glanced at the deadlock of Sasuke, Kiba and Haku. You should pay more attention to your surroundings, said the one-eyed Jounin as he intentionally fell back and landed on his hands, allowing Zabuja's full weight forward as he kicked the missing nins upwards. Zabuja timed his momentum in the air and flipped so that he landed back upon solid ground just a few feet away from Kakashi as the one-eyed Jounin charged with kunai in hand as he resumed the deadlock. But Sasuke and Kiba. Sasuke managed to break away from the deadlock with Haku as Kiba tried to attack him from behind with a kunai, but miss and Haku vanish. Then Sasuke attack again as the sounds of metal clashing rang through the condensed air, as their blades constantly met until they stopped spinning and landed back where they started. Neither one gave way to the other as they struggled to push. Haku, being the normally kind and gentle soul he was, spoke to the Yongetsu with sadness in his heart. I don't want to kill you, but you won't back off, right? He said without losing his grip on the sentiment. What a stupid I am an elite, you can't kill me, Sasuke and Kiba said with all seriousness. Haku then replied confidently, as I thought, but you won't be able to keep up with me for my next move, and I'm already ahead of you. These just bluffing. There's no way out since I got one of his hands full, Sasuke thought as he kept his cool. 2 steps ahead, the Yongetsu said sarcastically as he activates his Shuriken. The first one is the water on the ground, and the second one is that I'm keeping one of your arms busy. Therefore you can only take and block my attacks, Haku stated as he began creating seals with one hand which caught the Yongetsu by surprise. Nanny, he's creating seals with one hand, Sasuke thought as he witnessed abilities far beyond his capacity. Even Kakashi, who managed to glimpse the feat at the corner of his eyes, was surprised with the astounding ability as Haku then said, Hijatsu, Sensetsu Sushu. The masked boy then kicked the water upward, causing them to transform into senbands of ice that surrounded the Yongetsu ready to impale him. Sasuke, with his free hand, formed one-handed seal and then concentrated hard, then replace himself with Kiba who got impaled with the senbands. Sakura was shocked and out of his furious how dare he do that to a friend. Even Haku was shocked. Never did he expect that someone would do that to his own teammate. How could you, Team Kiba said as he fell to the ground. Sasuke said nothing as he turned his attention back to Haku. Haku managed to back up in time to keep his distance for the next attack. The masked nin noticed it quickly and leaped back several times to evade the shuriken thrown by the raven-haired boy as he landed back down onto the ground to begin the next phase of attack. By the time Haku had stopped, Sasuke was already behind him ready to strike. They are pretty slow. Now you can only receive and block my attacks, Sasuke said with confidence. Both nins blurred out of the way as they resumed their assault. Haku once again got Sasuke within a deadlock, as Sasuke blocked his senbani named at his right side with the kunai in his left hand and his right hand coiled back to his left shoulder. He then dexterously switched his grip on the kunai in his right hand and threw it at Haku, causing him to duck to avoid the kunai, allowing Sasuke to kick him in the face, as Haku skidded a few feet away. Zabusa then kicked Kakashi out of the way just in time to see his prize tool beaten in his own strength. Haku was beaten in speed. Zabusa said as his eyes widened in amazement. Looks like my speed was better. Sasuke said as he ran towards Kiba to join his battle. Anika's fight. Bowie began by throwing a shuriken towards Anika and handmade hand seals as he said, Kage Shuriken no Jutsu. The shurikens then multiplied in number, but Anika evaded all while Haneu's rotation to deflect them. Then Anika run through some of her own fire. Release. Great fireball as the fireball shoot at him. Goijo. I hate bisses, they are so weak, I don't even have to use my sword at them, said Aoi as he release water wall as his attack. Cancel out hers. Is that all you got? That suddenly Hana appeared behind him. 8 trigrams 64 palms. She roared. Thupams. For palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palm. 64 palms. As she finished and Aoi into a tree, his body turned into a water clone. Hana then sent flying by a kick from Aoi. You almost caught me, you little biz. Then he run through some hand sign water. Release great shark bullet and shoot at Hana. She knows fight. The 2 missing mints each threw a bottle into the ground and then made hand seals and both shouted Mizubunshin no Jutsu. The water that spilled on the ground then rose and shaped themselves into clones of the nines that begun to form hand seals, and one shouted Suiten Sugiden. The clone of one reverted back into water and became pressurized drill heads of water that headed straight for Shino. The bug user then made a wall of bugs that halted most of the attack until an opening in the wall allowed the other Mizubunshin to charge straight through and grab Shino and explode like a suicide bomber of water. The nines were surprised at the fallen body of Shino suddenly degenerated into bugs that seeped into the cracks and crevices of the wooden planks of the bridge. Crafty little runt. Keep close. He's hiding somewhere, the nines said to his comrade as they created more Mizubunshins to surround and protect themselves until one of the nines spotted a shade in the mist and threw a kunai at it until it revealed itself to be bugs in Shino's shape. The kunai then dropped to the floor as the bugs sank back into the floor. The clones then huddled closer to the nines as they protected their masters with their short lives. As they tensed in the mist, a different colored smoke appeared from underneath them. They saw the smoke and begun separating as they fell for Shino's trap. Several of Shino's bugs lay in wait in the crevices of the planks, and the moment the nines separated, the bugs begun latching onto them. The bugs began eating up the chakra of the clones and the originals as the clones became the first to lose shape and return back to water. The nines attempted to use their bunches to wash away the bugs, all to no avail as they hung on quite tightly. Why? How come they won't come off? The panic nin said to his comrade. He then grabbed onto the ledge and couldn't remove his hand and realized what just happened to them as Shino revealed himself from the mist. Since when did you have time to get something like this? Did you foresee this? The nins said as he died on the spot. Shino said nothing, however his comrade wasn't ready to give up as he recklessly ran past Shino and charged to maim and kill the 2 Konoishus and Tazuna. Shoot, I let him get past me, Shino thought as reached to grab his kunai only for the missing nin to be already within stabbing range as he drew his kunai and grabbed Sakura and threw her back at Shino to hamper his counterattack, only to receive a sharp pain in his chest from a Juken strike by Hinata, killing the nin. But Kakashi, Zabusa was amazed with what he saw from his point of view as he said, "These kids are pretty good to hold there. I'm surprised." Takashi then confidently said, "You can't make fun of our team just because we have children. Sasuke is Kunohagaka's top rookie. Sakura is one of the village's smartest child." Zabusa then shook his head in embarrassment that his team was killed by genins. As you can see, Shino is an expert of stealth and strategy with the way he handled the fight. Hinata, as you've just witnessed, is of the Hyuga clan from her fighting style. She may be timid, but she's no pushover with the amount of determination she's shown so far, Kakashi said as he took to his stance once more. Zabusa looked at each one carefully, and true enough, the genins were talented and capable. But as he thought about the genins, he then realized something. You're missing one, the one that almost killed me, Zabusa pointed out. Kakashi then calmly explained that one, he is a nobody, just the village demon. The very strong nobody that could beat you, Zabusa replied. Just shut up and fight. Kuranai's fight. Kuranai decided to focus on Taijutsu since her opponent was less skilled in Taijutsu than her. The Nin then brought out a small hatchet and tried to even the odds, as he swung it left and right, until Kuranai grabbed that arm with her left hand and stabbed the kunai into it. The Nin didn't flinch as he grabbed her by the neck with his free hand, until she kicked him away. The Nin then removed the kunai just in time to see the crimson eye down and disappear into cherry blossoms. He then placed his hands into a familiar seal and said, Kai. The Genjutsu failed as the Nin then turned around and punched her deep in the gut, as he brought out his kunai and stabbed her in the arm, as he threw her back on the floor, and began tearing up her clothing with his bare hands, as he pinned her against her will. She was helpless, and the Nin smiled wildly as he said, that wound his payback. But I'll be gentle this time. I'll take my time with you so that I can have my fun. The Nin then began squeezing her freeze until his hands suddenly sank deep into her body, and Kuranai wrapped her legs around his waist. The Nin panicked as she transformed into a cherry blossom tree that had him in its grasp, as the branches formed around his body, and held him upside down, while half of Kuranai's body emerged from the top of the trunk, as she said with kunai in hand, this wound will be payback for you, perverted personality. But I'll be gentle this time. I'll take my time with you so that I can have my fun. The Nin panicked as sweat poured from his face. She then plunged the kunai into his crotch without hesitation, as the Nin screamed in agony from the horrible wound that he received. She then twisted the blade, which inflicted more pain, as she then slit her torso along with the blade, allowing the kunai to split him in half until the Gengust who faded, leaving her crouching beside the now brain-dead Nin from the suffering of shock as she fell to the ground. Zabuza and Kakashi, who were the only ones that was witnessing that battle, shuddered in fear as they both thought, she's scary when she's serious. I'd better keep clear for now. Benika and Hana fight. Earth released giant earth whale as she blocks the shark. You did forget about little old me, did you? Anika said with a smile on her face. No. She heard someone whisper in her ears as turn and punch sending her flying into the air, and suddenly awe was up there, wait for even with the axe kick to the face, sending her back to the ground to form Anika's size crater, Dragon Ball Z style, as Hana rushed to check on her friend, awe her off with a kick to the stomach, sending her 5 feet away. Ha ha ha, weak bis, now where are you hiding, the redhead? I want to kill him, he said. Suddenly both Russia to me, engaging him in a furious to battle as doge both of their attack with incredible speed, and then he hit them both in stomach, then to the face, sending them flying, then here on through some hand-signed water release, great water dragon and giant re-gun crash into both of them, as the lay there all walk over to them. I hate this is all they are good for is FX as he walk over to Anika and started to rip of her pants as he took out his beep to enter her. With Kakashi, Zabuza then smirked. Keep watch of your back, Kakashi. It's disgraceful, he said until the fallen form of Kakashi transformed into water. Then Zabuza created several water dragons. The one-eyed Jown and couldn't get close with the water dragons rampaging the bridge. But Sasuke made a weak smile until several sunbands lodged on his back. He turned his head to see nothing until he reflexively realized as he saw Haku's foot smash into his face, causing him to skit to the back. Sasuke-kun, Sakura shouted, as Hinata held Sakura back and said, Sakura, Senator, please focus or you may never live to see him again. Sakura looked over to Hinata and realized she was right. Her hands were trembling, saying that she was worried as well, but she knew better than to let her guard down. It's a shame, Haku stated as he approached Sasuke. The raven-haired boy got up to his feet as he drew his twin kunes. Once more, he sharpened his gaze at the masked boy as he got into a fighting stance once more, with an aura of cold air emanating from him. That's cold air, Sasuke said as his eyes widened. At what he saw, Haku began forming hand seals, As he molded his chakra, ice began forming behind and around the two as they formed into the shape of mirrors that began to surround them in a globe. Bijutsu, Makio Hishu. Sasuke was trapped in the half-globe formation of ice mirrors as Haku entered one and his reflection was seen on all the mirrors. What is that technique? Kakashi questioned. Zabuza laughed as he crossed his arms in confidence. These are mirrors. What is he going to do? Sasuke said as he found no opening to leap out from. Zabuza then blocked Kakashi from turning to save his student as he said, I'm your opponent, remember? He's a goner now that Haku has used that technique. Haku then told the Yongacha, let's begin. I will show you my true speed. The masked Nin began throwing senban after senban as it grazed the Yongacha left and right. Sasuke began screaming and grunting from the velocity and sharpness of the senbans that pierced the Yongacha's skin. But Hinata, Sasuke-kun, Sakura exclaimed as she saw her crush being slowly torn asunder by the needles that cut and pierced the raven-haired boy. Hinata then activated her by a Kugan and scanned his body as she slowly took out the senbans from the both of them. He paralyzed your nerves so you won't be able to fight for the duration of the day. That, and also you were exhausted from the last fight. But Kakashi, the Kakashi on the other hand, was at a bind as Abusa said to him, if you move without thinking, I'll kill the three behind you and the rest of your team if they interfere. But Hinata, Sakurak could not take it any longer. As she mustered her courage and said to the old bridge builder and Hinata, to Tsunezan, I'm sorry, I'm going to move from here for a minute. Hinata-chan, please look after them for a while. Sure, go. Tazuna said. Sakurak then took out a kunai from her holster and leaped up into the air, and threw it as she said, take this. The kunai then headed straight in between the mirrors. The pink-haired girl then thought, yush, it will make it. While the kunai passed through the space, Haku did catch it in midair from one of the mirrors. Sakurak was shocked as she exclaimed, he caught it. Then Haku appeared behind her, smash her fist against the pink-haired girl and knocking her out. Then Haku was about to go over to the bridge builder when he heard chirp birds and run towards Abusa. The Kushi's fight. The Kushi stood in his ground as he heard Sakurak screaming Sasuke's name. As Abusa smirked as he said, it sounds like they're being beaten. It won't take long once Haku uses that technique. After all, he created that jutsu all by himself, and I can't copy it. The Kushi sharpened his gaze as he replied, a bloodline limit jutsu. So that explains it. As Kakashi racked his mind for a strategy to defeat Abusa, he realized there was no other choice as he reached for his hit I-8 and said, I'm sorry, but I'm going to finish this quickly. Zabuza smirked as he replied, sharing in a, how unoriginal. Aizenbata wielding Nin then reached his left hand into his pocket, and quickly dashed to Kakashi as he brought out a kunai in his left hand, and lunged it to Kakashi's head as the one-eyed Jonin managed to catch his hand before it reached. However, he wasn't able to lift his hit I-8 because of the attack. Blood began to drip from his right hand that caught the blade on instinct as the red water made droplets on the floor. Kakashi wasn't afraid to get hurt, more so when Zabuza lunged like that at him. The confident bleeding Jonin looked Zabuza in the eye and said, even if you say it's unoriginal, are you still afraid of my Sharingan, Zabuza? Zabuza countered that question by replying to him, you're not supposed to show your master technique more than one time to another shinobi. The Kakashi then replied, be thankful, you're the only one who gets to see the Sai more than once, and there will not be a third time. Dealing still confident, Zabuza then said to him, even if you can beat me, you can't beat Haku. I've taught him fighting techniques since he was a little boy. I taught him everything I knew, and he proceeded to improve his own techniques. As a result, he was able to produce results in any difficult situation imaginable. He threw away his beliefs in a heart and a life. He is a fighting machine labeled as a shinobi. On top of that, his techniques are past mine. He has that dreadful ability, the bloodline limit. I got myself an advanced tool. He's different from the scraps you carry. Zabuza then withdrew the kunai from Kakashi's bleeding hand as he backed away a few steps to get into position. Even if scraps attack in numbers, they can't beat Haku. He is the best tool. Zabuza said with a smug grin underneath his bandaged mouth. The Kakashi was not amused. The one-eyed Jounin then said, "There's nothing more boring than hearing someone brag. Let's begin." But that, he lifted his hit IA, revealing his Shuring and Zabuza smirked at his luck. This removal of his Haida ate over his left eye. He listened well as Zabuza continued. "I've been eager to copy what you said. Let me tell you that the same technique won't work. Against me twice, was it?" The Zanbato-wielding Nin said in mockery to Kakashi. Zabuza then made a hand seal and said his trademark jutsu, "Kirigak your no jutsu." This began to engulf the surroundings even further, causing Zabuza to disappear from sight. What is this super thick fog? The visibility is almost down to 0. Tazuna said his visibility dropped drastically. Thinking on her feet, Hinata then said, "Tazuna-san, stick close to me." Zabuza is probably using this mist to conceal his movements. Even with the Byakugan gone, I can't see him very well, so we need to be on guard. But Hana and Anika, as he was about to enter her, he fell to palm him into his chest as Hana. "Follow up. I will not let you rate my best friend 8 trigrams 32 ball crusher," she roared. 2 balls. 4 balls. 8 balls. 16 balls. 32 balls. As she hit 32 times in his balls and beat destroy them, everybody crossed the bridge could hear the scream of Aoi, and every man throughout the elementary nation was holding their ball for no reason. As the scream died down, Aoi turned to her as her spit blood. The Yuyun fell to the ground, then got up again bis and fell again dead. Author here: can anyone guess which movie I got that line from? Then Hana fell to ground out cold. With Kakashi. Kakashi kept calm as he thought. Even if he concealed himself in this mist, the mist is too thick. Zabuza himself shouldn't be able to see anything either. The familiar whirring sound could be heard behind the white-haired Jonin as it got louder and sharper. Thinking on his feet, he reflexively turned around and quickly deflected the shurikens that were tossed at him to hit him from behind. "You dodged that quite nicely. Just what I expected from Kakashi, the Shuriken user," Zabuza said to Kakashi from behind him with eyes shut as he concentrated his chakra with a hand seal. He has his eyes closed, Kakashi thought as he saw the focused Nin. "But when you see me next, that will be the end. You overestimate your Shuriken," Zabuza said as he concealed himself in the mist once more. "You talk as if you knew everything," Zabuza said as his voice continued to echo around Kakashi. Zabuza then continued his threat as he said, "Your prediction was incorrect. Kakashi, you cannot see through my mind or the future. Your Shuriken is just trickery that makes another think so. One who possesses the Shuriken has an eye of insight and an eye of hypnosis. Using those two abilities, you executed techniques one by one and acted like you knew the future. First, you copied my movement right away using your eye of insight. This is the 4 manipulation step. You used that to disturb me, and once you confirmed that my mind was shaking, you pretended that you were me and decided what I was thinking. That was the mind manipulation step. And after you confirmed I was severely disturbed, you set up clever trap. You used your eye of hypnosis to show me an illusion, made me form seals first, then copied it. This is the technique manipulation step." Kakashi was marveled and panicked at the detailed beep uses he made of the Shuriken, as Zabuza then said, "Since that is the case, the solution is easy. First, I can seal myself in this heavy fog and render your eye of insight useless." Kakashi leaped out of the way just in time to avoid a deep sword wound from Zabuza. "Huzo, I can't guard myself in time," Kakashi thought as he got back on his feet with his kunai drawn. "Then I closed my eyes and killed the possibility that you will use your eye of hypnosis in close combat," Zabuza stated. "Why? That makes you blind too," Kakashi said, stating the obvious. "Have you forgotten? I am a master of silent killing. I can locate a target with just sound," Zabuza said, causing the white-haired Joun to pale in realization of how vulnerable his situation was. He fought with himself first in order to focus on finding a way to Zabuza. The white hair down inside as he thought, Kuzo, it's been a long time since I had to fight in such a bad situation. I'm worried about Sasuke and Sakura, but focus Kakashi. Be calm. Think. Where will he strike? Like lightning, the answer flashed in his mind. The Kashi then took out a scroll from his front pocket and unraveled it as he laid it out on the floor and rubbed his thumb on his wound and then onto the scroll as he made hand seals and said, Kukius, Doton, Suga no Jutsu. He then placed his right hand upon the scroll and soon Zabuza cried in pain as the mist cleared, revealing his position in front of them with several dogs, biting down hard on him to keep him in place. But how? Zabuza questioned. The answer is simple. My blood was on your sword. Those Ninken are trained to sniff out their target, in which case is my blood that also was on your sword. I really don't have to meta-explain, but I will use my only original technique on you. So pay attention since it will be your last. Kakashi then blurred through many hand seals, which astonished both Zabuza and the rest of the team, including marveled at the speed he was performing the hand seals. The moment Kakashi finished the last hand seal, he then held his right hand close to his chest and supported it with his left as lightning began forming around his hand. My only original jutsu, Rakiri, Kakashi said before charging at breakneck speed and thrusting his electrically charged hand into Zabuza's chest. Time seemed to stop for the team, as did Haku, who was able to see what was going to happen. He was helpless and could not reach there in time to help his mentor, except watch his untimely demise before the arm went through the man's chest. Haku's eyes widened as tears began to fall from them. Zabuza coughed out blood as the weight of the red water tore the bandages on his mouth. Zabuza felt another pang in his heart as he saw the sad expression on Haku's face. As he was about to say something, hurt a laughing. It seems like the demon has been defeated. Vado, Zabuza said as he said Gato with 100 of men behind him. Haku looked at Gato coldly as he asked him, what is the meaning of this? We had a little change in plans. I'm glad that one of you is nearly. I have less work to take care of, Gato said as he approached the down body of Zabuza and placed his foot on it. Haku's blood begun to boil as Gato gave him a good kick as he said, worthless piece of scum should die like the dogs they are. In the end, it's the master who gets the meat, not the dog sent to fetch it. As the cruel man snickered and his mob of thugs laughed, Naruto suddenly appeared before them, shocking them. Where have you been? Kakashi yelled at him, but Naruto did not answer him. He must be Gato, said Naruto in a cold voice. So what if I am Brat? Naruto said nothing as he unsealed a sword that looks like Hawkeye from One Piece, but it is red blade instead of black. Vado ran away when saw the sword and said, don't come near me. What are you waiting for, boys? Get him. Vado ran to the very back and felt safe and secure until Naruto went into a sword that only Zabuza knew. Everybody get down, Zabuza yelled. Kakashi then created some clone to pick up all his teammate that was knocked out. Back with Naruto. Naruto then lifted his sword up as it glow red and said, for your cruelty against these people of waiver, punishment will be death. Make Hami-sama have mercy on your soul. As Naruto swung his sword horizontally, he said, world's strongest clash. And great explosion rocked the bridge, killing Gato and his men. As the smoke cleared, Naruto was down to one knee. Then Kakashi heard Zabuza said, so that did I final see it. What is that? Kakashi asked. That is the strongest attack. A swordman can use, only one has ever been able to use it until now. He was number one. You mean Hawkeye? Kakashi said in a shock voice. Zabuza nodded his head. But how did Naruto learn such a strong move? Aha, why don't you ask him yourself? I think I will. As he walked towards Naruto, Kuranai, Hana, and Anaka woke to see the destruction around them, was wondering what happened until they saw Naruto. They rushed toward him, cutting of Kakashi. But Zabuza, as Haku arrived with the last of his strength, the dying Nin then said, shinobi are tools of war and destruction. But before we are shinobi, we are human first. We cannot completely change that fact. That smile on your face proves it as well as those tears from your eyes. I'm sorry I couldn't show you the right path in life, but please live, so you can find that path yourself. But that is eyes closed for every. The nin died with a sad smile on his face as Haku stared into Zabuza's lifeless eyes. Thiba, Sasuke and Sakura awoke to hear what Zabuza had said. It was a sad moment as Kuranai then said to her team what Zabuza said about shinobis are true. But what he said about us, being human first, is also true. This is the life we chose to live in. This is the life we will face every day, where death is a part of our job. Anata then went closer to Haku and stared at the corpse of the nin as she said, "He really cared about you despite how cold he was to you." He said, "I know what he said. I read his lips. He was a cold man. But he also was a caring one, even though he was a monster. He even got mad at me when I told him that I met Naruto in the forest and the offer he made me. But he also looked out for my welfare and cried at times. He wasn't perfect, but he was the closest family I ever had aside from my mother and father. And just like them, he withered away." Naruto then placed his left hand on Haku's shoulder. "And I am sorry. It's not your fault, that's just life. We may be free from Gato's tyranny, but we need to finish this bridge." Tazuna said to the team, "Sorry about the bridge, old man. How about I help you rebuild it?" Naruto said. Tazuna smiled as he said, "Don't worry about it. Guys are heroes of wave. You need rest and relaxation as well as medical attention. We'll take the super jobs from here," Naruto exclaimed, as the rest of the team sweat dropped. After all that fighting, he still has the stamina to leap around like that? Haku asked the team. Panda then replied to him, "Naruto-kun is always energetic. I can't wait to get him in my bed." Sister was heard throughout the bridge coming from an embarrassing otter. She could believe to say that in front of everybody, but that Haku took Zabuza's body and left for the burial, while the rest of the team trucked back home for some well-deserved rest as they retired for the night to recuperate and help out with the work for the bridge's completion the following days. The bridge was finally completed and everyone was at gate as their saviors were leaving. The village thanked for their help as they called them up one by one to thank them by the new leader of Wave Country Tsunami. As it was Naruto's turn, there were lots of screaming for him, especially from the ladies. "Naruto, we love you," screamed the ladies. "We want to have your baby," screamed the ladies. As Naruto reached the platform, Tsunami hugs him and thank him for saving the village. As she released him from the hug and Naruto was about to step down, he felt someone hold onto his hand and drag him into the most breath kiss he had ever had. As they parted, Tsunami whispered into his ears, "And wait to feel you inside me again," while blushing. Then she felt it 3 Kai directed at her. As she turned around, she saw that it was coming from Anika, Hana, and Kiranite. Tsunami let out some of her own, show that she may not be a ninja, but she wouldn't back down for the love of Naruto. As the ninja left, everybody was complaining about what to name the bridge. "How about the Great Kakashi Bridge?" said one of the villagers. Everybody just looked at Immense, started to laugh. He's so shamed that he didn't say anything for the rest of the day. "How about the Great JY 3000? said a sexy girl. "Who is that fool?" said one of the villager. "He is greatest author around and he is the one writing the story right now, plus he hot and sexy." The sexy said his blood was seen coming out of her noise. "You meaning that worthless shit he can't write a good story to save his life?" said a villager. Has everybody started to laugh. Suddenly a great shadow appeared. "You dare say that about me, great and powerful author?" said the author. "How you same something?" replied the villagers. "You guys are so mean." As the author run away crying. "How about the Great Naruto Bridge?" said Tsunami. Then everybody started to cheer with Kanahan Ninja. As they rest for the night, Kakashi and Suzuki tried to question Naruto about his ability and swords while secretly wanting to learn the jutsu used to kill Gato's men themselves. After finding out that it was a Kage-ranked kenjutsu, he just leveled them with a glare at their attitude and shrugged them off, which only caused them to bother him more until he quarremed with 2 clones to get away from him, the Noha Gate. As they reached the gate, they were stopped by the gate guards by order of the Hokage. The teams looked confused and with begrudging remarks waited at the gate until several Umbu officers showed up and finally answered The unanimous question everyone wanted answered. Uzumaki Naruto, please come with us to Hokage Sama's office. The council wishes to speak with you and Hokage-sama, said a tiger mask Umbu. I'll only go with you if Nico-chan is with you, said Naruto. The teams and Kakashi just looked at him with questioning looks, but upon seeing the annoyance on his face guessed it was news to them. As well, you will come with me, right, demon, said the tiger Umbu as he was about to attack. A fist caught him, sending him flying into the trees. It was from a purple Heronbu wearing Aniko mask. I'm right here, Naruto-kun, said Nico as she took his hand, then they vanish in a red flash. Kakashi and Hana spoke to their team and Haku quickly before dismissing the teams and leaving them to go on their separate way. Kakashi then shunched away, hoping to have a word with Sarutobi before the meeting happened. Hokage Tower. As they reached the Hokage door, Naruto stopped but strong. Naruto-kun, Nico asked. Naruto walked up to her and took her mask off, revealing the beautiful face of Yugao and gentle kiss her on her lips as she blushed. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier, Naruto said. It's no problem, she said as she kisses him back while blushing. Then they heard aged voice called out from within his office as Nico put her mask back on. Then the rest of the Umbu arrived. Hokage-sama, we have retrieved Uzumaki Naruto as you've requested. Once they returned from their mission in Wave, the Nico mask Umbu stated in her work voice. A good thank you, Nico. You may go back to your posts now, Sarutobi ordered, waving his hand and dismissal. Hey, Yugao-chan, maybe we can have dinner sometime, Naruto said, give a foxy smile. Sure, Naruto-kun, when I have time, said Yugao while blushing behind the mask. Then she vanished. The three Umbu quickly left the office, leaving only the two occupants in the room and silence. Sarutobi was filling out some more paperwork for a few minutes before the Naruto became agitated. Aji-san, if you just wanted to annoy me, then you are doing a good job now. Why have you and the council summoned me for? Naruto asked with an annoyed tone. Sarutobi stamped his insignia on a paper before putting the rest away inside. I wasn't the one to call this meeting, the council called it, but I don't know why though. I assume that it'll have to do something with you and your bloodline. The Hokage responded, well, it was bound to happen sooner or later, Kurumu said. Though man, I didn't want to reveal the cashew. I dislike eavesdroppers. Get out here now, Naruto said. The shadow in the corner of the room began to bend and warp into the form of the infamous copy ninja with an embarrassing smile under his mask. You better have a good reason for this hot hockey. This meeting is a private matter of which you have no need to be a part of. Sarutobi growled out, not only for his subordinate eavesdropping but also that Naruto called the Cyclops out when he didn't notice him himself. The Menasai Hokage-sama, he started with a bow. I had come here to have a word with you before this meeting occurred, but the Umbu got here before I could, and I just came in hoping I could still get that chance, he explained. That still doesn't explain why you purposely hid yourself from us and then listened in on this meeting, the Hokage countered. The cashew's nonchalant mannerisms quickly left, leaving only battle-hardened shinobi standing there. That's because I have concerns that need to be answered about these. Him standing in front of me, Hokage-sama, he began before aying the teen. I have seen strong genin in my time, but I have never seen any as strong as him. His skills are greater than mine and he used jutsu that I never seen before and also have two powerful swords. I want to know who he really is and what he is truly capable of. Kakashi's heart and voice cut through the room, making everyone know he was deathly serious about every word he just spoke. Sarutobi just sighed softly. I should have figured that if anyone of the Jonin would find these about him, it would be Kakashi. No man, Kakashi, but those questions not even I can completely answer. I only know the tip of the iceberg when it comes to these. Him, if you wish to know more, you can ask him yourself, but I doubt you, he confessed. The Kashi just looked bepising at the Naruto in front of him before sighing and nodded to his commander. And after what I've done to him, I know he won't tell me, so all I can do is wait until he reveals himself or trusts me enough to tell me the truth. Gamanasai, my intrusion will not happen again, he explained, making Naruto crack a small smile. Like that ever gonna happen? I rather kill you first, Naruto, though. Well, since we got that out of the way, Kakashi, you'll have to leave. As you've heard, the council wishes to speak with me and I'm bringing along your student. The Kashi nodded and knowing the situation and bowed once more before shunching out of the office to leave the two to the torture that awaited them in that room. We going in with the plan, right? Karamu-chan, Naruto mentally asked his mate. It'll be far too annoying to have those people know what you can do, she answered back. As the Hokage got up from his desk, he noticed Naruto dispelling something and then seemed to seal what looked like a body in a storage scroll. He was about to ask Naruto what he was doing, but knew the boy had so many secrets that asking would probably only cause him to come up with even more questions than he already had. Naruto did a hand sealed for the something that looks like Kukius no Jutsu, which piqued the man's interest and watched in fascination. As Naruto slammed his hand into the ground, seal release, Karamu Sarutobi almost had a heart attack when his eyes met the gaze of the fox as she transformed into her human form. His hand immediately going for his kunai under his ropes, she ignored the Hokage and ran straight at Naruto and hugs him while crushing her cleavage into his face. "Did you miss me, Naruto?" she said. Naruto didn't get to answer as she captured his lip with hers. Then she saw the Hokage coming closer with his kunai. "I'm down, Hokage. I'm not going to kill you." Karamu's voice as she got off of Naruto. The old man relaxed at her words and quickly looked ashamed for his reaction. "The Menasai QB-san, bad memories," he whispered out, getting an understanding nod from the vixen. "You don't fight a 50-story fox and get over it when you see a large fox again. That day was a large pill to swallow for all of us." She agreed, her visit showing deep pain before a set of hands wrap around her waist, affectionately making her glad Naruto was with her now. Then she told him what happened that night. "I understand. Are you both ready now?" he asked. Council chambers. The council chambers were currently filled to the brim with delegates from every important family clan that belonged to the Hidden Leaf Village. The council consisted of 8 civilian clan heads, the Hokage's 3 personal advisors, and 8 shinobi clan heads. However, only 6 of the shinobi seats are filled. The Namikaze, Ichiha, and Uzumaki seats were empty, awaiting a time for their clan to return to glory. This made the council equally split positions and power between the civilians and shinobi. However, the true and final power of the council was held by the Hokage him herself. The council members were having their own separate conversations before a knock resounded against a large wooden double doors. The council quickly quieted down while an Umbu officer allowed the Hokage entrance. Sarutobi sighed. If he hated one thing more, the paperwork, it was council meetings. Because in the end he'd just have that much more paperwork to do whether he gets his way or not. Anyway, he swiftly reached the stand meant only for the Hokage while Naruto stood beside him. "Before we started, where my mother, old man, is?" Naruto asked. "She's on a mission. She will be back next week. Let this meeting come to order," Sarutobi called out, getting the last remnants of whisper silenced. "Now this meeting has been appointed by the council itself to have an audience with me. What does the council wish to speak with me about concerning the village?" He eyed the heads to see who'd speak up first. "We are here to talk about the craw for the young Uzumaki. You know how it goes already. No need in writing it." 2 hours later, as Naruto left the meeting, he was furious. Can't believe they were forcing him to get 2 wives before the exam. Not he could find fine women. He had 2 already. Twin, by the way. Flashback 1 year ago, as Naruto entered Mizukaji Manor to his room expecting to see me. As he entered his room, the door behind them closed. He turned around to see Mai standing there with a seductive smile on her face. Mai pulled him in a tight hug and kissed him. Lemon scene happened. Looking at her, he saw that Mai was fast asleep. Then he looked at me in the corner. She walk over to them. "Next time you will be playing with the both of us." Mai said as she kissed him and left for her Kage duty. As he lay there with one of her hands still on her free stand, the other between her legs, sighing tiredly, he wrapped his hands around her waist from behind and closed his eyes. "But night, my vixen," he whispered before joining his Maiken in the land of dreams. Flashback end. "I could always tell the council about me and her sister, but I don't anybody to know about them yet. I was going to wait until we were jonin before I asked them, but it looks like I don't have a choice in the matter. It's Raka Ramen Shop. Pay, old man." Naruto said. The old man grinned and replied, "Hey Naruto, how's it going?" "Oh wait, let me guess, it's going good, right?" "Yeah, it's been very good. Just got back from a C-rank mission that turns A-rank." Naruto noticed it's your Aku quirk and eyebrow, and he responded in kind, be quirking his own. "That sound cool. Maybe you can tell me about it later, Touchy." "How about now?" Naruto said as he Touchy told what happened. "Hey Naruto-kun," said Ayame, who basically sprang from out of nowhere, tackling Naruto to the ground while rubbing herself against him. "I miss you, Naruto-kun," said Ayame as she rubbed her CC against his chest. "I miss you too, all your chan," Naruto said as he wrapped his hand around her and started to rub her back. Then he let his hand slid down to her bottom and gave it a gentle squeeze that making her let out a moan. The naughty thought crossed Emma's mind, "Oh my god, this feel good. I have to find a way to Get you alone with me in my apartment so I can ride you until you begged me to get off, she grinned widely at the thought, all the while sporting a slight blush at such perverse thoughts. Naruto saw this and decided to tease her. I did know that my Aya-chan was a pervert, Naruto whisper in her ears, which made blush even harder than touchy cough and Ayame immediately jump off of Naruto and rush back around the counter. Naruto quickly recovery old man 3 miso ramen 4. The moment Touchy nodded with a smile on his face and headed into the kitchen to prepare his favorite customer his meal. Well, about the grandbabies he was going to spoil, so Ayame, what are you thinking about? Asked Naruto, decided to tease her again. Bae, nothing important, said Ayame a bit too quickly as a blush appeared on her face. Are you hiding something from me, Aya-chan? Naruto asked in a seductive manner. What, it's not like I'm having perverted thoughts about you. Ayame clamped her mouth shut and proceeded to head to the back of the ramen ship, all the while blushing like a sunburned tomato. Naruto just smile. He loved to make her blush. As Naruto finished meal, he thanked the old man already and decided to thank him too. Pei Aya-chan, I like to thank you for the ramen that you cook for me, said Naruto. They're welcome, Naruto-kun, she said, well, blushing. Beside, you can eat my ramen anytime you want him, said in a low voice. She taught Naruto didn't hear. Naruto then appear before her, then he captures her lips to his. She was shocked for a moment before she deeper the kiss. As their tongues massage each other tongue, after about a minute they parted. Then Naruto whispered into her ears, I'll do a lot more than eat your ramen the next time we meet. Then he vanished in a red flash, leaving her standing there before she was blown back by massive noise bleed. At knock her out. 2 weeks later, Naruto was walk into his house. As he reached, and he was surrounded by 5 umbu were Mask, Slug, Raven, Sloth, Devil, and Bird. As Naruto was about to attack, Naruto stop. He turns around to see his mother. Mom, what's going on? Naruto replied, that a surprise for you. These are some ladies who want to be with you but can't at the moment. You have to wait until the tune an exam is over, but you have to guess who they are first. Kushina said as she lead Naruto over to a chair in the middle of the room and put him to sit on it as she blindfold him. Naruto-kun, they are going to give you a hint one by one for you to guess who they are. Kushina said, okay mom. Naruto replied, first up is Sloth. Kushina said, Sloth, walk up to Naruto and remove her mask as sit on his lap and wrap her leg around him and press the freest against him and said, this is very troublesome, but you are worth it. Has started to give him a lap dance that make Naruto member rise to the heaven. Oh Naruto, it's so big, I can't wait to write it, Sloth said as she got off of him. Naruto wanted, who could that be? Next we have Raven. Kushina said. Raven took off her mask and sits on Naruto's lap like how you sit on a chair and put Naruto's hand on her freest. As Naruto begun to rub the Miss Shimon, you can do a lot more, rub them when you become an elite, said Raven as she got off of him. Next we have Bird, said Kushina. Bird walk up to Naruto and took her mask off and sit on him the same way Raven did. No one can ever cage this Bird's beat, Bird replied as she got off of him. Next we have Devil, said Kushina. Devil walks up to Naruto and took her mask off and sat on Naruto's lap the same way Sloth did and kiss him. Then she deepened it as she tries to suck Naruto's tongue out of his mouth. That was the best kiss Naruto is ever had. We are finally together after all these years, Devil said as she got off of him. Last but not least, Slug, said Kushina. Slug walks up to Naruto and took her mask off and kneeled down between Naruto's legs and put her hands into pant and took out his beep and started stroking. Maybe one day I show you why they called me legendary, said Slug as she got up. So Naruto, any guess of what they are, said Kushina as she took the blindfold off of him to realize that Naruto had passed out with a smile on his face and blood running out of his nose. I guess I kind of overdid it, replied Slug as Kushina glared at her. As the rest of them started to laugh as Kushina took Naruto up to his room, Hokage Tower. The Kashii had been summoned to the Hokage Aram, wondering what's going on. The S-Lord Hokage bound here is in, takes the pipe from his mouth. I have a mission for Sasuke. Kashii hearing this raises an eye. I want Naruto. Uzumaki watched, and I wanted you to give Sasuke and Sakura extra training. Kakashi nodded, but one thing bothered him. Why? Asked Kakashi. There is an explaining that he doesn't trust Naruto, and in case if anything they could take him out. The Kashii nods. I will start teach Sasuke's Kenjutsu and more powerful jutsu. I'm sure he will be able to take him out. Asked Kakashi. Here is in looks at him saying he will fix the rounds after. Indeed, but the Hugai elders are asking me to make a match with Niji and Hanada. Knowing them, they will tell him to kill her. The Kashii, on the other hand, hearing this raises an eye. Yes, even though it's none of his business, but letting this happen, he wonders since Naruto is involved with her sister and he and Hinata are good friends also who know what Naruto would do. Is that all? Asked Kakashi. Here is and shake his head. No, I understand. Bow and Kakashi then leave to start training Sasuke, but before he left Herace and told him to tell Sasuke about the A-rank mission. But not the Hokage position, and the leave Tsunade is leaving tonight on a 5-year mission now. Who is going to be my replacement? I was planning on retiring after the exam. Here is in though as he finishes paperwork and the ceiling a small summoning animal hearing this poof away. Knowing this news will piss off Naruto very much. Months later, it was about noon when Naruto, Han and Anika heard a ruckus around one corner and decided to investigate. What they found was a black-suited ninja from Suna holding up a scared little kid while a disheveled Sakura and Kiba threw insults at them. His teammates seemed to want him to just put the kid down before their other teammates showed up. They seemed to be afraid of whoever the person was, but despite that the guy didn't listen and drew back to hit the kid. A rack impacted his hand right when teams 8 and 11 made their presence known. You may want to put the kid down before you give me an excuse to kick your asses. Down the street, Pajama Boy Sasuke was standing in a nearby tree with a smirk on his face, though looking a bit ragged like his teammates, while Sakura praised his ability to hit a hand from 15 feet away. The redhead seemed to be checking out the raven-haired boy, which he apparently noticed as his smirk deepened and he jumped down. You seem like a strong Kenwichi, unlike the females here. Maybe you'd like to go back to my place and get to know one another. He stalked a bit closer, but was blocked by the black-suited shinobi who threw the kid he was holding to the side. That's my sister you're talking about, pal, so unless you want to be a few limbs shorter, I suggest you back off. The boy hoisted the package that was strapped to his back. Pankerm, you can't use that here, will get thrown out. The girl knit out her eyes at the boy as she scolded him. Shut up, Garina, I'm not letting this punk anywhere near you. But you're right, I shouldn't need Karasu for this weakling. He smirked, but all motion stopped. His killing intent flooded the alley. Ankorm, stop before you embarrass us. A blonde Suna Kenwichi appeared on a branch of the same tree Sasuke had just left, but Temari they started at. Kankerm tried to reason with a new arrival. Shut up or I'll kill you, Temari said coldly. Arena and Kankerm began to sweat now. The Temari, please, let's just go. Come on, listen to me, please, replied Kankerm. The said girl vanished in a whirl of sand and appeared in front of the other two. I'd never have I thought of you as my siblings. If you get in my way, I will kill you. Temari then walked past them as they all stood there frozen. Hold it there, you're from Suna. What business do you have walking around these streets? Kiba managed to quell the invisible force a little, but most of those present wanted to smack him across the head for asking such a stupid question. Yeah, what business does Suna have in Konoha? Asked the bubblegum princess. That was Hana who answered for them, though they are most likely here for the Checknin exams, as are most of the foreign ninja that are currently in the village. They Handa-chan, why don't you ditch the dope and let me show you what a real man is? Kiba began walking over to her but was stopped by a sword from Anika. You may want to back off, Kiba. San Naruto-kun wouldn't like your advances on his girlfriend. Anika spat at him, to which he just growled, what about you? Then, as he walked up to her, he felt something hit him in the chest. At Hana. She's off limited to she's Naruto girlfriend to Hana said. The exchange seemed to intrigue the Suna Nin, as they couldn't figure out who this Naruto was or why he had such loyalty from obviously more than just his team, while other ninja from the same village seemed to detest him. If the looks on the other three faces meant anything, and where is this Naruto you speak of? The coward seems to have hit him before he was in danger. Kiba growled out, just enjoying the view. Everyone jumped in surprise. Even Temari raised his head a bit and widened her eyes at red hair god as the three soon, and in turn they revealed a red-haired teen standing only a couple feet behind them, arms crossed and leaning against the nearby fence as he cleaned his fingernails with a kunai. These types of exchanges amuse me. They amuse you too, don't they, Temari-chan? Naruto even his eyes with a blonde and held his ground. Arena couldn't believe it. Here was a boy about the age of her older sister who had snuck around the men, gotten this close without any of them noticing. Quite the feat, considering Temari was always on guard due to his life. Forget the Raven guy though. Wow, what a piece this guy is. I have to have him though. Arena, wow, he looks strong, hot, and I feel like he is like me. I want him to be mine. Maybe if I'm lucky mother won't let me kill him, then all I have to do is get him to see I'm twice the woman his little girlfriend's is. Temari was brought out of her daze by mother. You little flesh bag, what are you think doing? He is the nine-tail brat. Of course you're going kill to prove for existence. shouted the one-tail. But why, mother, if he is just like me, why should I kill him? Asked Temari. Because I said so, the one-tail said. That this Karamu will regard turning me down when I asked her out. Forgive mother, I will kill him. Temari in a sad voice. The Mari stopped only once more to turn and look at Naruto again. Naruto-sen, you're like me, I look forward to kill you. A simple comment, but one that sent shivers down the Sunanin spines and dashed Garina's hopes. As Sunanin's was about to leave, Naruto appeared before Temari face to face before kissing her on the lips, then explore her mouth and body while she was frozen. No one had ever dared to kiss her, much feel her up. What are you doing? Kill him now, yelled the one-tail. The Mari snapped out of her daze and called forth her sand to crush him, but Naruto was already gone. Where he? She yelled as the sand flare around her, forcing her brother and sister to move away from here. Everybody except Hana and Anika just stood there with shock expression on their face. They could believe Naruto did that. Realizing that no one now where he has, she turned around to then tell your friend the next time I see him I will kill him, Temari said. Once the three left, Naruto returned back towards his companions. That was fun, Naruto said. The acid was, Hana said as she and Anika walk up to him. Both of them kiss him on the lips. Hey Kirchin, why did you tell me to do that? Although I did enjoy it, Naruto said. Just wanted to get back at a friend. Kuruma replied he was about to ask about the friend when he heard Sasuke's voice taking the coward's way out. Then Hudobe Sasuke, said Naruto. Moment to think, then turned to the last Agi. Sasuke-chan, if you are that desperate to be beaten down by me, then I suggest you wait until the exam. That way you can show us all just how superior you are. His friends didn't know whether to laugh at the obvious jabs or to roll their eyes at the team for actually believing such a thing. Be right, though, for once it'll be so much better to humiliate you in front of everyone than to take you out in some back alley. Sasuke shoved his hands in his pockets and turned to leave, signaling to Sakura that it was time to go. Well, as amusing as that was to watch, I think it's about time that he gets to show off just how badly he can beat me in front of the whole village. I'm sure by the end they'll be screaming his name. Followed by a call for a medic. Naruto turned and did his best impression of an emo with a stick up his ass, much to his friends' amusement as they walked off to scout some more. Next day, the day is the day, Naruto thought as he walked to the academy. The cool morning air blew across his now tan face. Thanks to his hours and hours of training, Naruto now has a nice even tan. Naruto decided that for the exam he would dress like his teacher Hawkeye, so he unsealed his sword, which he named the Red Deet, the sword that looked like Hawkeye's sword but as a red blade. Put it on his back. Expect for the hat, Naruto, a voice cried out, forcing Naruto out of his thoughts. He looked up to see Sakura waving at him at the academy front doors. Naruto paid her no mind and continued to walk as he read his book. Naruto, are you ready for the exam? Sakura said, trying to start a conversation with a boy. Yes, was all Naruto said to her. Sas Kuros up to Naruto and smirked at him. You better make it toward the finals, dope. I only entered the exams to fight you. You say something at Jeha, Naruto said as he walks past him, leaving fuming Sask. Inside the academy. Once inside, they found a huge crowd with a hiss of pain coming from it. They reached the front to see a weird boy hitting the floor with a busted lip. Naruto stared at the boy in confusion. Why would anyone wear that kind of clothing? Naruto thought the boy had a very distinctive appearance. His hair was cut into a bowl shape that shined in the light. He seemed to have huge and very thick eyebrows, causing Naruto to pity the animals stapled on the guy's face. The boy seemed to be wearing a green jumpsuit with orange leg warmers and wearing his red forehead protector as a belt. Amazingly, Naruto's gaze stayed on the boy's hands. They were covered in bandages that went up to his wrists. The boy in the green stood up and glared at the two boys guarding the door. You plan to take on the tune in exams with that kind of power? You might as well quit now, one of the boys said out loud to the crowd. The girl came up and helped the fallen boy back up to his feet. Naruto took this time to inspect the girl who looks to be the boy's teammate. The girl had brown eyes with long brown hair that seems to be put into two buns. She wore her forehead protector on her forehead under another her bangs. She looked very plain as she wore a pink sleeveless blouse with dark green pants. She looked very plain to Naruto's eyes, but he knew for a fact that looks can be deceiving. Please let us through, the girl pleaded, only to get smacked in the face, sending her back to her teammate. The people around her gasket, the cruelty the boy showed. You think we like doing this? We're saving you. The tune in exams aren't easy. Even we failed 3 times. Anything can happen in this exam. Even your death tunins often become the commanding officer on a mission. The failure of a mission could often mean the death of your comrade. Are you prepared to make that kind of choice? The boy said, shutting up everyone in the hall. Sasuke made a move to show off, only for Naruto to grab his shoulder. Don't do it, a chair. This is a test to weed out the weaklings. If you interfered now, this could bring us a lot of unwanted competition to the exams. Naruto replied. Sasuke glared at him and went anyway as he tried to sneak up on them, but one of the boys seemed to see them sneak away and charge them. Now, where do you think you guys are going? The boy said, raising a fist to punch Sasuke. Sasuke seemed the same to kick at the boy. Before they made contact with each other, the boy who was knocked down from the start came out of nowhere and caught their attacks. Much to everyone's shock, Sakura looked at the boy in shock as she baptized the boy. Whoa, where did he come from? Sakura thought, this guy is insanely fast. I never saw him move. He's completely different from earlier, Sakura thought as she turned her gaze to Sasuke. He seemed to be in shock as well. He caught my kick with his hands. Did he use shurika? Sasuke thought as he looked towards Naruto to see his reaction. Naruto had an unreadable face, making Sasuke a little nervous inside. What happened to the plan, Lee? The boy said, with long dark brown hair. His hair seemed to reach the middle of his back and was tied back a few inches above the end, while two straps attached to a smaller headband underneath his ninja forehead protector framed the sides of his face. He wore a black headband that he wore snugly over his forehead. He wore a khaki shirt and dark brown shorts. He also had bandages wrapped around his right arm, chest, and right leg. Naruto knew who this person was immediately. He was Neji Hookahand, his cousin. Sorry, Neji, but Lee said as he left the sentence hanging. As he blushed towards Sakura, he raised a fist and walked over to Sakura. Hi, my name is Rock Lee. You must be Sakura. Let's go out together. I'll protect you with my life, Lee said, smiling as his teeth blinged, nearly blinding her. Sakura's face turned aghast as she went over the words in her head. No way, you so lame, Sakura said. His Lee's head dropped in despair. Naruto cracked a small smile at the display, highly amused at her friend's new crush. Hey you, what's your name? Neji asked Sasuke with a small smirk. Sasuke, keeping up his cool act, turned to Neji with a smirk of his own. When you want to learn someone's name, you should give yours first, Sasuke said, gaining a smile and giggle from Tenten and a frown from Neji. Very lucky, right? How old are you? Neji persisted. Sasuke snorted and turned away. I don't have to answer you. Neji turned to Naruto and narrowed his eyes at him. Beer Hana-sam is new boyfriend, aren't you? Naruto glared at him. And if I am? Naruto asked in a cold voice. Neji flinched at the way he answered. Then he recovered. Just asking, Neji said with a smirk. Sasuke-kun, Naruto, let's go, we have an exam to pass, Sakura said as she pulled Sasuke while Naruto followed them a few minutes later. Hey you, the guy with the blue eyes, please stop, a voice shouted from a balcony above. They turned their gaze to the familiar boy that stood. They recalled the boy from before his Lee. Sakura flinched on terror to her admirer seeing him here. Naruto did answer, will you fight me right here, right now? Lee asked with fire in his eyes. Naruto said, no, not even look at him. The Naruto vanish in a red flash. Hide me instead, I'm way stronger, Sasuke demanded. Lee nodded as he jumped down from the balcony. My name is Rock Lee, Lee said, pointing towards himself. When you want to learn a person's name, you have to introduce yourself, right? Lee said, throwing Sasuke's own words against him. But she has Sasuke. Frankly, you're a fool for accepting my challenge when you know of the cha name, Sasuke said darkly, clearing, underestimating Lee. They kick his ass, Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled as she watched him get into his own stance. Sasuke versus Lee. I'll say this, Sasuke, you cannot defeat me because as it stands right now, I am the strongest of all the genins of Konoha, Lee said. His Sasuke narrowed his eyes at that statement. He stopped my kick with his hand before. That wasn't human. I don't know what kind of ninjutsu he used, but I'm about to find out, Sasuke thought as he stared down Lee. Sounds fun, let's do it, said Sasuke. Wait, Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled out, we only have 15 minutes to get to the exam. Sasuke nodded and charged Lee. He's coming. I'm sorry, Guy-sensei, I may have to break your rules. I may need to use that move, Lee thought before he blurred away. Lee spinning wind, Lee yelled as he blurred in front of Sasuke. Aiming a kick to his head, Sasuke saw the move coming and ducked but was unable to dodge the kick coming to his right. He tried to block, but to Sasuke's amazement, Lee's kick broke through his guard, sending him flying. Naruto looked from his hiding place at the fight. He noticed the seal Lee made before his kick connected. I didn't sense any charka. Why did he make that seal? What happened? He blocked that, Sakura said, amazed and confused at what happened. Her thoughts were identical to Sasuke as he reviewed what happened in his mind. He slipped through my guard. How did he do it? Ninjutsu or gain jutsu SOSK thought as he glared at Lee's smirk. Pine, this just gives me a chance to practice it SOSK thought as his eyes flashed into a Shuriken. Surprising Sakura stared at a crush in awe. When did he get the Shuriken, she said. I got it in Wave Country SOSK said this is great SOSK Kuin is incredible if this is the same. Advanced bloodline as Kakashi-sensei then he can read bushy brows moves ninjutsu or game jutsu. It will reveal it all SOSK Kuin is getting stronger and stronger the Chu clan is so great. Yes SOSK Kuin can't lose to this guy now Sakura ranted with an excited look on her face. Back to the fight Agabe aim shadow of the dancing leaf Lee shouted as he appeared behind SOSK. You're about to see what my hard work can do Lee said as his bandages unwrapped in the air. Hard work will always surpass a genius Lee said in a whisper but before he could complete his technique he bandages were stuck to the wall by a pinwheel that's enough Lee a voice shouted. As Lee rebounded to get to the voice SOSK looked on in shock but unable to right himself luckily. Sakura was able to catch him before he hit the floor you were watching Lee said breaking Naruto out of his thoughts as he watched Lee get chewed out by a turtle interesting I have never seen a turtle summon before are you prepared to pay the turtle asked as Lee lowered his head. Alright then here comes Guy Sensei the turtle yelled as a burst of smoke erupted from on top of the turtle's shell. The man appeared above the shell in a very strange pose. The man was very tall and had very thick eyebrows. In fact he looked like an adult version of Lee. The only thing that was different was the standard Konoha flak jacket that was unzipped. Well, it seems you guys are the epitome of youth, he said sending off all kinds of alarms in their head. Lee Guy said making Lee turn to him only for him to get a punch in the face as everyone gasping shock. What the hell? Sakura yelled at the action Lee Guy started as Lee gazed at him and tears I sensei Lee said only to jump into the older clone's arms. That's enough Lee you don't need to say it Guy said. As Lee screamed into his chest SOSK looked on in shock and anger his eye was twitching in annoyance. I lost to him yes this is what youth is all about it's alright Lee youth and mistakes go together Guy said as Lee cleared his eyes of tears you're too nice and say but you did start a fight and almost broke my rules your punishment will take place after the tune in exams Guy said. Getting a yes sir from Lee, he will do 500 laps around our practice field on my fingers. Guy said going back into a pose Hi Lee said saluting to the elder clone SOSK thought together. What the hell is up with them? Sakura thought this was quite amusing. Naruto thought as he watched both of their antics from his hiding spot. I turned his gaze to the group. Sakura flinched as he inched closer to SOSK. These kids are Kakashi's. Where's the other one? Hey, how are Kakashi doing? Guy asked making them look toward the man. You know him? SOSK asked making Guy chuckle. Guy smirked as he disappeared from their eyes catching everyone off guard. People refer Kakashi and me as eternal rivals. Guy's voice responded behind them but 50 wins and 49. I'm stronger than Kakashi Guy said shocking Team 7 no way he's so fast his speed is above Kakashi is he even human SOSK thought in shock. He knew Kakashi was insanely strong to meet someone besides the Hokage who's stronger than him was an eye-opener. You can come out now Guy said. While everybody was wondered who he was talking to as Naruto came out of Lee's shadow surprising everybody even Guy hadn't expect Naruto to be that close to them. You must be Kakashi's other students Guy said. No I just on his team. I can't wait to see how you and Lee do in these exams. I can see that your flames of youth shine brightly. With that said Guy disappeared in a puff of smoke. Lee nodded at his mentor as he turned his gaze towards SOSK Kuin. I'll say one more thing before we go our separate ways. The truth is I came here to test my abilities. The truth of the matter is that I lied before. I am not the strongest of the Leaf Genins on my team however is I've entered the exams to defeat him Niji Hoka and as of now you are also my targets. Lee said earning a snort from Naruto. The strongest of the Leaf Genins is not Niji he is only a prick with a stick up his ass Naruto said turning and laying an intimidating glare on Lee. I am the strongest of the Leaf Genins Naruto said with a smirk. What are you talking about dope? I am the strongest SOSK said narrowing his eyes at Naruto. Naruto said nothing and walk away. Once they reached the door they noticed Kakashi standing in front on the door. So you all came now you can properly take the exams Kakashi said as he shut his book and got off the wall. What do you mean Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked as she looked toward her one-eyed sensei. The truth is that this test can only be taken by teams of 3 Kakashi said. If that's true, what would have happened if only 2 of us had shown up said SOSK. Then none of you would have Been allowed to take the exam. Kakashi replied, I'm proud of all of you, though you all came here on your own to grow stronger. I'm as proud as I can be, not even looking at Naruto now. Go, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Then they walked through the doors. As soon as they burst through the door, they soon found themselves in a large classroom along with other people who had already arrived, and when suddenly Ino came from out of nowhere. Grope SOSK. Well, Sakura yelled at her to let go of her SOSK. Then teammate came up with Kiba announcing their presence. Pei, where is Naruto? At the Enizuka asked the no notice that the red-haired boy was not around them and asked, yeah, where is he? I'm right here, Ino-chan, Naruto said as he appeared behind Ino and cupped her freest, then begun to feel them up. By my Ino-chan, you finally grew freest, Naruto said as he started pinching her freest, which make her moan while a blush appeared on her face. Suddenly Naruto felt a shadow attached to his own, then his hand went for his sword on his back as he took it off and put it at his neck, and was about to kill himself. Suddenly someone was sent flying across the room. Everyone turned to see Hinata and a gentle fist stand, and then every looked to see who she had attacked. To see Shikamaru out cold in the corner. Hey Hinata, why did you attack Shikamaru? Ino yelled as she rushed out of Naruto grasp towards Shikamaru. He was the one that was controlling Naruto-kun. Hinata said. Everyone turned to Naruto to ask him why Shikamaru had tried to kill him, but he was gone. Then they heard everybody turned to see a blushing Hinata and Naruto, who was feel up her freest. They were also shocked. Everybody in the room froze. I did not know you care for me that much. For me, Hinata-chan, Naruto, as he whispered in Hinata ears as he continued rubbing her freest. I was. Hinata shuddered while moaning. Ensha, you are almost as big as her sisters, and soft-tuned, Naruto whispered to her ears. This action made every man in the room were blowback with a noise bleed, while the women watch with interest, and all the girls mind. How my god, he's not even doing it to me and I'm already wet. Wonder. They all thought, why isn't Naruto-kun feel up me too? What Hinata and Ino have that I don't? Sakura thought. Freest dinner. Sakura yelled. Shut you. Sakura yelled back with Naruto and Hinata. Boo, even tasted like Hana-chan to Naruto said as she feigned from her orgasm when suddenly a sliver hairboy approached them. Be fresh, Jen, in need to learn to keep it down. Can't you sense the atmosphere? Everyone is already tense from their nervousness. The unrecognized Kunohin looked around at the fresh arrivals, weighing them individually and making a few of them rather uncomfortable. Suddenly Kurumu started to growl and Naruto asked, Kurumu-chan, what's wrong? The demonic fox answered, that silver-haired kid, he is reeking of the smell of snakes. Really? Naruto said. Kurumu replied, yes. Will that be a problem? Naruto asked. I'm not sure. Just watch out for anything, Kurumu replied. Then Naruto heard Kiba asked a question. Who are you? Kiba asked. My name is Ikushi Kibuto, and I'm somewhat of a veteran of this exam. But really, how many times have you taken a Kibuto-san? Sakura tried to be polite in front of fellow ninja of the village. The Budo scratched his nose in embarrassment. This will be my 7th time trying. The Kunohagenen were shocked. Now I know something is definitely not right with this guy. No one can suck that bad. Naruto thought, wow, 7 times you must really suck. Kiba said he couldn't help but laugh, earning a smack on the back of his head from Sakura. Pa, that may be, but thanks to doing this so many times I've been able to gather a lot of good information. Kibuto whipped out a deck of cards and shuffled them. These are my Ninfo cards. I have information on everyone attending this year. Since you're new, I'll be nice and help you out a bit. Is there anyone here you want information on? Sasuke stepped forward. I want information on Sabaku no Temari of Suna, Rockly of Konoha, and Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. He glared over at the last boy named, who narrowed his eyes in return. Finally, I'll get some dirt on Yudo. Sasuke thought, though you know their names already, that's no fun, Kibuto said, shuffling his deck again. Kibuto pulled out 3 cards. Let's see. Rockly is first. He's done about 20 tier rank. Well, C rank, not bad considering he's a year older than you. He excels at jutsu, but ninjutsu and game jutsu are nearly non-existent. This will be his first time entering with his team of Tenten and Hikanoji. There's no way a genin has this much information on other genins. Naruto thought. Next up is Sabaku no Temari. Her team has completed 18C rank, dupe rank. It says she's come back from every one of them unharmed. A genin dung tupi rank is highly unusual, but to be unharmed afterward is unheard of. Skills are unknown, but this is also her first year along with his teammates and siblings. Her older brother Kankurm and their younger sister Garina. Well, last one has to be Uzumaki Naruto, aka the supernova. Kibuto channeled a little chakra into the last card to get the Information to display 1C rank turns air rank dupe rank jutsu high then jutsu high. Bane jutsu unknown angitis very high. It also said that he killed 2 Chunin. Mizuki and Aruki Amino for taking the forbidden scroll. Every was shocked to hear that Naruto killed 2, especially their favorite teacher Aruka. It also said that he killed Gato's men with just a swing of his sword and that he has a hidden bloodline. Then the card disappeared. They all looked around to see Naruto casually walking up to Kabuto twirling the card in his fingers. Did that backed up Sasuke made a lunge for the card as it was his last chance to get some more decent information on Naruto. He was easily dodged him. Naruto turned to address Kabuto where only Kabuto could see it, the Shuriken as it morphed in the Manjukum Shuriken. Then he said Tsukiyomi. Tsukiyomi world Baramai. Kabuto yelled as he was tied to a cross. You are in the world of Tsukiyomi where I control everything, Naruto said as he walks closer to Kabuto. The Budo send, you're playing a dangerous game. You seem to know a lot about me that only my mother or the Hokage knows, meaning that either the Hokage is telling you this, you are a spied for a next village or for Orochimaru, and I think it's the last one because you smell of snake. Naruto said you're quite the comedian. Naruto Kuinmi affiliated with Orochimaru. That is very humorous of you to think so. Kabuto replied, how about I find out for myself, Naruto said as he touched Kabuto's head as he saw who Kabuto was working for and the plan that person have for his village. So you're worker for Traitor Biz Orochimaru, Naruto said, but Kabuto didn't answer. Then Naruto, release him or you'll world. Second later pay Kabuto. You are right, Kiba asked as he saw Kabuto fell to his knee. I find Kiba San, Kabuto replied as he got back up. So this is the boy who Orochimaru-sama wants so long with the Ichi. Kabuto thought the cross the room. Naruto Kuin, you are strong then. I thought I'm look forward to meet you. Kuku the grass Nin said to itself as it licks its lips. Most of those ninjas had overheard the announcement, were on edge regardless of whether the information was accurate. If they ran into him in the exam they would run, while others were giving him measuring glances as if sizing up for themselves just how much of a threat he could pose to them. The Budo continue as if nothing had happened. This is the biggest turnout is from Kuno have course, but there are some decent numbers from Mist and a couple of the smaller countries. Odo is a newly founded hidden village, but since they are so new they probably won't pose much of a threat. His talk was stopped short as a shape made its way through the crowd and swung at Kabuto, barely missing. Foolish was all Naruto said. What do you mean, Naruto Kuin? Hanada asked. They just gave away his main attack, Naruto replied. The others looked past him to see Kabuto now kneeling on the floor, showing everyone what his last meal was. Then Shikamaru woke and charged at Naruto. Naruto, I'm gonna kill you, Shikamaru yelled. Then a large puff of smoke exploded at the front of the classroom, revealing a tall man in a black trench coat. All right, you ungrateful insects, knock it off before I throw you out of the exam. Now everyone get your assigned seats. It's time to start the first part of the exam. As the ninja scrambled to their seats they found papers there waiting for them. Shikamaru glare at Naruto. You ruining my life, Uzumaki, for that I'll kill you. As he took his seat, do not look at the paper in front of you until I say. Now for the rules. Ibiki explained all about how the test would proceed with points being taken off for cheating. And if your team's points reached 0 you would fail. The 10th question will be given at the end of the test. Until then, good luck, you may begin. Ibiki shouted. Heads bowed and papers flipped as the Genon took their first looks at the paper. Naruto Kuin, you can copy my answers if you need to, Hanada told her neighbor. Since he hadn't seemed to move in a while he only seemed to scribble on the paper a bit before turning it over and setting his head on the desk. No thanks, Hanada-chan. I'm already finished. He leaned forward again and was about to close his eyes when a shadow in front of him biving up. Already, boy, Ibiki loved this exam. It was his own little taste of mental torture. How you say something, Naruto said. Is Ibiki face fault? 20 minutes later. Alright, it's time for the last question, but first there are some more rules. Once again Ibiki spouted out his rules for the 10th question. There were cries of how unfair it was, but he gave them the choice of leaving and failing or staying and answering the question. Getting it wrong would result in a lifetime of being a Gennon. Getting it right allowed you to the next part of the exam. The Rito just looked at him as few weak teams left. This is your last chance to leave or face the possibility of being Gennon forever. No one. Then you all pass. It was quiet for a minute before the classroom erupted with noise. Ibiki explained how it was a simulated life or death choice that they could encounter on any mission as a Chunin. There is no bed and drinks for anyone. who gets captured. He took off his bandana, revealing his scarred head. The price of information is far too great for anyone to be smart. An ounce of pain if you are unwilling to face such a consequence. Then you are unfit to be a Chunin. The rest of the test was simply information gathering and spy skills. If you get caught out in the field trying to gain secrets, then this is the outcome. Ibiki said he wanted to give them a few minutes to let it sink in, but it was not to be. As a black bull shot through the window and a banner shot out introducing the next proctor. My name is Mitarashi Sexy Anko, and I am the proctor for the second part of the exam. She grinned and pumped her fist into the air. All the Gennon sweat dropped at her action. Then Koyer early again. Ibiki peeked from around the banner. Then Ka looked around the room and sweat dropped. Ibiki, you left so many teams. You're slipping in your old age. No, we just have some unusually talented Gennon this time. Especially that one in the third row on the right, he whispered back to her. She looked to where he indicated and gasped. There he was sitting and staring at her with those beautiful blue orbs, and his rock-hard abs was showing as she looked him up and down. The same person that had pleasured her in her dream since Kurenai had told her about his big friend. I see, Anko said with a blush on her face. She quickly snaps out of it. Their next exam will be held in Training Ground 44. Follow me and don't be late with that. She was gone with all the Gennon hopefuls hot on her heels. Ibiki began to gather the test sheets from around the room but stopped when he got to a certain sheet. Two things caught his eye about the completed paper. One was a seal that he'd never seen before. The other was a note at the bottom. Ibiki send the Gennon Yukushi Kibudo seems to know a bit more information than he should about everyone here. I would advise you keep an eye on him. Give this paper to Hokage Sauma. They turned to one of his assistants. Finish up here. I need to go talk to Hokage Sauma. Receiving nods of understanding, he walked out quietly, wondering what the red-head boy was up to. Training Ground 44. The tall gate surrounded the clump of forest that was separated from the rest of the land around it. Warning signs were posted at every gate and all over the areas between, stating a horrible demise to anyone that passed them. The only part Naruto really paid attention to when Anko was talking was when she described the process with the scrolls. This of course didn't go over too well with Anko since she was used to having all eyes on her. If her dress was any sign, swish, the sharp edge of the kunai flew by Naruto's cheek, cutting into it slightly as a figure appeared behind him. You know, you really should be more aware, Naruto-kun. This place is dangerous and you might get hurt. Try not to cry too much in there. Anko said, is a smile to grace Anko's lips, the ad effect she was about to lick the spot where the blade had cut him, but Naruto stopped her. I wouldn't do that if I were Naruto. Said by not, Anko said with a pout on her face, because I have something else you can lick and it tastes a lot better than my blood. Naruto whisper in her ears while Anko was blushing. I like the taste it later if you don't die in there. Anko said, I'll back just to rock your world. Anko-chan, Naruto said as he turned toward her and took her hand and put it on his beep for her to feel the monster. So the teams all went to get a scroll and Naruto got his scroll and gave Sasuke a duplicate. Something in his gut told him that giving the scroll to Sasuke was a bad idea. After all the teams got their scrolls, they approached their gates, and when Anko gave them the signal to start, they rushed through. I'm skip, Naruto groaned as he looked up from his place on the ground. His thoughts were whirl. This is bad. That was a very powerful wind technique, and it was cast by someone capable of pushing him away while I was using Charcut to stick to the tree. It must have been Orokemer, Naruto thought as he locked eyes with the predator that he sensed was looking at him. His eyes widened as yellow square along with a slitted pupil met his gaze. The snake's tongue slithered out its forked end, tasting the air for vibrations. He'd in various other things to take stock of the prey it had within its sights. Naruto jumped to the side as the snake's mouth opened, its fangs, which were almost as large as Naruto himself, bared as it lunged directly where Naruto had been moments ago. You're big, but I fought bigger, Naruto said. It seems as if the snake had hurt him as it his heart or in charge at him. Naruto smirked, proud of himself. He was able to dodge a snake's attack, but he missed the snake's tail coming around behind him and wrapping him up as the snake turned its massive head to face him. Naruto almost swore the snake smirked before opening its mouth and engulfing its own tail in its mouth, swallowing him down its own throat. Anyone watching from outside would see a sizable bulge in the snake's throat as Naruto's body descended past its throat and into the belly of the giant snake. The snake seemed to be confused as its pleased expression went To a wide-eyed look when the snake heard Shindra Tensei Almighty push Naruto shouted blowing the snake up blood's guts and other organ flew everywhere while he had a smirk on his face. I always wanted to kill someone like that, Naruto said. Naruto uses his Rinnegan to track down the strong Charka source. Almost 2 minutes later Naruto looked to the north where he had sensed Orochimaru and Sasuke's chakra. He narrowed his eyes as he began to jump towards the place he had sensed. He never noticed the snake's bloodied mess disappear in a puff of smoke. 20 minutes later, Naruto arrived on a branch overlooking his teammate Sasuke fighting a grass nin of Orochimaru and Sasuke who cuckoo. How selfish of you, Orochimaru mocked. She sacrificed herself to let you escape and now you're wasting her sacrifice. Shut up, Sasuke yelled, activating his Shuriken. Oh, the Sannin exclaimed, looks like you are ready to fight. Very well, then come pain to Kakuno Jutsu. Sasuke threw fireball at his opponent, which he easily dodged. Oh come on, is that's all you have? Orochimaru mocked again. The sage Sasuke gritted his teeth and attacked head on using to jutsu him. Snake Master smirked. Blocking all of it, she has strike swiftly. Nah, you can't win like that, he stated, delivering mighty spinning heel kick to Sasuke's ribsage. She had gasped as his back hit a tree. He then spat some blood and glared at his enemy. I knew I couldn't win against you from the beginning, the Gennon said, and glanced at Sakura. But I can't leave her. Orochimaru grinned. Evilly win against me, he asked in mock infusion. No, I did not mean me when I spoke about winning. Then who did you mean? Sandin's grin widened. Perhaps you heard the name Adachi Acha. Sasuke's eyes burned with rage immediately. What do you know about him? DSK TSK TSKWO Oldenback. Quote, to you like to know, Snake Man stated. But the most important thing is at your current level he will crush you like a bug. Sasuke clenched his fist hard enough to draw blood. How do you know that? Bukoku, I fraud him, the Sandin replied. Fusheringen eyes widened. You yes me. Orochimaru towered over the Aka. So what do you want from me? Sasuke asked. From you? Orochimaru asked back. Nothing, I just wanted to help you in your quest, he stated. I know where it Tachi is and even what his main goal is. Even if I tell you all of it now you won't do a shit to him. In fact, he'll simply dispose of you and cut the crap. Icha has spat. What are you proposing? Fukoku straight to the point. I like it, the Sandin replied. What I'm proposing is this. I'll give you a taste of my power and give you some time to test it. When we meet next time you must have an answer. Answer to what? Sasuke asked. Are you ready to leave this useless village behind to pursue your dream? The Sandin replied. Sasuke's eyes widened. He's asking me to defect, but he will give me power to defeat him. Very well, raven-haired teen nodded. Give me your power, Fukoku, as you wish, the Sandin said. With that, Orochimaru's neck extended. His head moved forward to bite Sasuke on the neck. Bansham Tenon universal pull, and Sasuke was forced out of his hand and drop in front of Naruto. What do you think you are doing? You were about to abandon your village for power, Naruto said while looking at the grass ninja wearily, acting as if he did back. Quote, he who the Grassinen was. I'm a bit disappointed, Naruto said. Sasuke and Sasuke and Sasuke and Sasuke and Sasuke. With dread, as he kept an eye on the odd woman in front of him. Naruto, mind your own business, Sasuke shouted he. The woman on the branch chuckled. So you defeated that giant snake, did you, Naruto? Kuin the Kunoichi said with mirth in her voice. You call that snake? I fought big, Naruto said. Is his Rinnegan blazing? So you do have it, Naruto. Kuin, how interesting, I can't wait to take them from you. Orochimaru thought. Kukuku, you are so funny. That what I like about you, Naruto said nothing as he run through some hand sign which drawing the ninja's attention onto himself. Then he stops at a rat sign. You should stop picking on the weak, can't try taking on the strong, Naruto said as his mind trying desperately to figure out a way that they could survive this encounter. As he saw Sasuke is shoring and deactivate bought a release swordfish bullet, Naruto shouted as a giant swordfish crash where the nin was standing. Sasuke grit his teeth as he turned to Naruto. You idiot, he yelled. Do you even understand the situation we are in? He said. Naruto reached out and smacked Sasuke's head with a backhanded strike, sending him to his knees. As he spit out blood from the red handprint on his face. What was that for? Sasuke yelled. Naruto's cold eyes returned, realizing he needed to be completely serious to even attempt to survive. I don't think you understand, Sasuke. He only wants your body, he said, his voice lacking emotion. It had just exposed. Sakura's eyes widened, and Sasuke stared transfixed as Naruto stood to his full. The grass nin bit her thumb and slit her bleeding thumb down her tattoo so the blood crossed the end of the tail and 2 concentric circles and through the dot before removing her thumb and speaking Kokius no jutsu, she said as a burst of smoke covered her. There was no escape or hope. against this person without help from the top and Bu teams within Konoha. His bloodline registered the large snake appearing before him, but his only thought was centered around the name of their opponent. He swallowed heavily as he resolved to attempt to get his teammates out of here along with himself, at least with their lives. His eyes refocused just as the large snake moved faster than he could see and smashed its tail against him. Sasuke, having jumped to another branch, Naruto grunted as he felt himself being thrown through the trunk of the tree he was on and slamming harshly into the trunk of the next tree a few feet away. He coughed up blood as he felt some of his ribs bruise from the abuse they took. Then a puff in the log appear. The Kanaji's eyes widened as she viewed Naruto's way of evasion before they glinted with a hint of amusement. Bam! Kurumu roared Naruto-kun, be careful when you fight this guy. It's gonna take all the power you have just to survive. Naruto ran through some hand-signed water, released twin dragon bullet as the dragon with two head rushes to the grass. Nin the Kuzunin turned to see the jutsu and dodged it with a smirk on her face. But you really expect that to work? She asked with a smirk. No, Naruto said. The second later he was behind her. Nova release Nova palm as he grabs Kuzunin head with his palm, melting it, then heard fire style fireball jutsu. A huge fireball shot at Naruto enveloped him in fire. The Nin stood across from the blaze, thus he wasn't as special as he though grass. Nin thought. Then he noticed Sakura and Sasuke on a branch just a bit below them. He was about to calm his prize when he saw Rhino Dome in the fire. Harith release Rhino Dome. Man, that was close. You almost caught me, Naruto said with not a scratch on him. The Kuzunin's eyes widened for a brief second, then returned to normal and a dark smirk crossed his face for a quick second. She then reached for her face and then peeled off her face, revealing that she was in fact male. Clever boy, or Akamaru hissed. It seems like you earn your name, but let's see if you've earned your rank in the bingo book. With that, the snake man charged at Naruto with a swinging punch. Naruto ducked to the side but was caught in the stomach with a knee that sent him flying backwards and into a tree. The Naruto then whipped out sword, the snake's on, and avoided the first few slash, but was surprised when the Naruto in front of him puff away and appear behind him, focusing his chakra into his feet. The snake man jumped, avoiding the foot, but it was too late. He was sent flying, crashing into the trees. The Naruto then walk over to them. You guys okay? Naruto asked. Yes, Sakura said. We're fine. I think we should get out of here before that white pedophile where to wakes up. Or Akamaru then realized that Naruto got distracted again. He responded by going through hand signs and calling out wind style great tornado. Naruto didn't react in time and was blasted into the side of a tree with a blast of smoke, splinters and bark. The white pedophile where to burst from the ground and his neck extended and bit Sasuke on the neck. The man then sank his teeth into Sasuke's neck. The young Icha has screamed in pain. What did you do to him? Sakura yelled as she heard her teammate screams. Dust a little present, or Akamaru said with a nasty smirk. Soon he'll seek me out for power. Sakura growled, then charged angrily at the snake Sanin. The snake didn't move since he figured this girl was a fangirl and won't be much of a threat, and he was right. Dn back. Quote T even feel the punch. He then backhanded her, which knocked her out. Then he felt a fist hit him. Earth release rock fist. Naruto should Tethan. He chased after him. I'll kill you, Orochimaru roared as he rose up from the ground and let out a low snarl as he charged at Naruto, but teammate were hiding. They watched in fear. It was thanks to their teamwork that the team managed to avoid others. So far what they were seeing was a first-hand experience to what the Sand Ninja were capable of. Our Garain Ninja fell towards to the floor as he watched his teammates being killed by their own rain of sunbands. Is that all you got? Temari spoke without essence in his voice. The Rain Ninja fell afraid as he crawled away from the red-haired ninja. What are you? The Mari gave no response as her gourd, which was open, gathered up sand and it started to wither towards the ninja, who screamed and moved back in fear. Barina and Kankura watched on with sympathy for the man as they saw the ninja then get wrapped in sand. The Rain Ninja screamed in fear as then was encased in sand. Only his head remained. The Mari then raised her right hand and then enacted her finishing move, Sabaku kick sand binding coffin. The sand then managed to squash his insides, killing him in the process as sand rained in the area which contained blood. The Nada trembled in fear as she never saw a person get killed like that. She was whimpering, but Shino held her and tried to control her composure. Hippa froze in fear as Akamari didn't even whimper. Once the deed was done, Kankura went to pick up the scroll. Garina. Temari, we found our scroll. Garina just watched Temari because although she Seeing this many times, she still felt sad for her big sister. Then Kuro brought out the extra earth scroll they had. What shall we do with this? Temari ignored him as he sensed the people behind him. The Mari, let's go. Gurina noticed as well and wanted to go straight away. Yeah, we already have our scroll and we might see more opponents around tower. Kankura agreed with Gurina. The Mari then looked at both his brother and sister and then raised her hand, which gathered up sand. He made notice that they were caught. Shitty found us. Kiba sweated as he clenched his fists. The Nada was shaking while Shino was ready for battle. The Mari, please, Gurina pleaded. Silence and Sudha seconds felt like hours for teammate. The Mari then relented and then walked off. Then Kuro and Gurina looked at each other and sighed. Kankura then walked after his sister. As he disposed the extra earth scroll he had, Burina then looked at teammate who were hiding. And then she smiled at them, then walked off. The mate then let out their breaths once the sand team left. They are dangerous. Shino spoke as he got rid of his fear. The Nada nodded. Kiba agreed as he then saw a scroll a feet away from them. Look, they left one scroll. Kiba ordered Akamaru, who jumped and took the scroll and ran back to them. But scroll is it? Shino watched Kiba as he inspected the scroll. His eyes went wide. It was an earth scroll and realization hit them. If the sand ninjas were looking for a heaven scroll and the rain ninjas weren't there, then let's go quickly, Shino ordered as he wanted to leave right away. I don't want to see them again. Kiba agreed. As then teammate then ran to the tower back with Naruto. Sanate Toj Ashu, Orikamaru shouted, shooting several snakes from his arm. Shit, Naruto exclaimed, hiding behind a tree. You can't hide from me, one of the Sannin stated. Who said I was trying to hide? Naruto replied as he pulled out his sword from off of his back. Then green energy started coming off it, slashing at him. Oh, the world's strongest slash, a pretty advanced technique for your age. Sannin stated, you have to be commended. But it won't be enough to defeat me. Damn, Naruto cursed. Orikamaru was simply too fast for him to hit on. Naruto cough out blood as Orikamaru punched him in the gut. Be or very skilled for a gene. Nor Orikamaru admitted, come with me and I will give you more power than you can imagine. Naruto glared at him, never, as his eyes then turned red with slits instead of Rinnegan. I'll tear you apart as he lunged at him. Wow, he became faster. Orikamaru said, dodging his punches but not fast enough. He then grabbed Naruto's wrist and threw him into a tree, pinning red-haired boy by the throat. Afterwards, forgive me Kirchin, but I have to use the jutsu. Naruto said no. Do Kurumu didn't get to finish as Naruto cut her off as his eyes morphed to the combination Sharingan and Rinnegan. Then blood came out of his eyes. Nova release Nova armor as his body begun to cover with the Nova, forcing Orikamaru to let go, and that would have melted my hands off if it had touched me. Orikamaru. Naruto begun to walk towards him, and every step Naruto took the ground beneath his feet melt. Seemed this Orikamaru got scared until he saw that Naruto Baquidus jutsu was wearing off. He could see the 2nd and 3-degree burns on Naruto Baquidus body. Vukukukuku, it seems jutsu had harsh side effect. Naruto Kuin, Orikamaru said as he took out his sword and appeared behind and swing it. But Naruto was able to dodge, but not fully, as it caught him on his back. By you are very strong fighting, and that jutsu you just used, you still have enough strength to dodge my attack, Orikamaru said as he licked Naruto Baquidus blood of his sword. Failing to see the smirk on Naruto Baquidus' face, then Naruto started drawing some more churka from Kurumu when something crashed into his stomach. Baju Fuin they I in Naruto screamed in pain when Orikamaru slammed his hand in his stomach. Now we can't have you get any stronger on me again. Now for my gift to you, Naruto Kuin, said Orikamaru as he walks toward Naruto. Naruto was tried to get up, but he cowled Dian back quotey, and as Orikamaru was about to bite Naruto, someone kicked him in the face, sending him flying into the trees. The Umbu turned around towards Naruto, showing off the yellow eyes. Flashback as the attack was about to hit Naruto, a gentle head pushed him away and took the attack for him. When look around, it was Kasina with a Chidori through her chest. She kicked him away, then 10 more rude Umbu came out of nowhere, surround her. Kasina tried to fight all of them, and to Lee sword pierced her chest and she fell to the ground. Mom, Naruto shout, running towards her with blind rage when something pierced this leg and shoulder and felt to the ground. I'm not strong enough, this where I die, as the Umbu came in for the kill him. A person with yellow eyes appeared between them. The last thing Naruto heard was kukukuku before darkness take over him. Flashback, so you're the person that saved me from the Umbu 2 years? Naruto asked. Yes, I am, replied the Umbu, but while you were rude Umbu Ari and back quota you supposed to capture me, Naruto, because I like you, and no, I back quotem not a rude agent, the Umbu replied. Then who are you? Naruto asked. My name is Rina, your bodyguard who was chosen to protect you. And it is nice to finally meet you face to face, Rina said as she took off her mask and cloak to revel a beautiful woman, long black hair, nice hourglass shape, 5ft6 long shapely legs, cup freest, and something similar to what Anko was wearing. As Naruto was about to ask some question, Orochimaru appeared, and he was very pissed. How dare you interrupt my fun, and who are you, Orochimaru? She then turned around and revel herself to him. I backquote him hurt cn backquote t. Believe my father to esn backquote t. Remember me, Rina said. Cliffhanger, no Judas. Then Aruto backquote s bloodline Brinnigan from his mother family. Sentient absorption from father. The Redos bloodline limits absorbed Shuriken from Shursu. Shana Aruto backquote s weapons. The destroyer it wrap up and bandage to blade hasn't been revel yet. At about 5ft6 long ability, has the power to destroy Charco Coil forever. The Red Death, the sword that looked like Hawkeye sword but is a red blade ability same as Hawkeye. 1 in One Piece Dudas list. Nova release. Nova armor SS rank Kinjidus. It allows the user body to be covered by Nova, a substance that is 10 times stronger than acid and lava put together. Advantage: when this justice is in effect, nothing can touch you, and I mean nothing, but melts everything it touches. This advantage: it burns you for every second the Judas is in an effect and can't kill deep you but melts everything it touches. Forest of Death. The Inoshikacho trio were now leaping through the forest, careful not to be spotted, while simultaneously keeping a lookout for a group that could have their scroll. Paman guys, called Ino excitedly. Let's quickly get a scroll and get to the finish line. But don't you think we should make sure we have the proper food provisions? Asked Chouji. We might get stuck here longer than we planned. Shikamaru ignored them. All he was thinking about was how to Naruto and kill him for what Naruto had done to him. Outside the Forest of Death, Mitarashi Anko was happily munching on her dango. She then looked at the sky as it was showing that morning was about to come. The first day is almost over. Suddenly there was a sudden puff of smoke and one of the tuna proctors appeared in front of her. Anko-san, we need you right away. Anko stared at the tuna with a stoic expression as she picked her tooth. What is it? We found 3 bodies and we need you to check as there is something wrong with them. Anko nodded and followed the tuna. When she got to the bodies, what she saw shocked her as it looked familiar. They seemed to be from Kusagakure the tuna and shook his head. As you can see, they have no faces. Anko gritted her teeth. Damn it. Orochimaru. But why now and why where? Show me the pictures of these 3. Anko demanded. When she got to see the photo, she saw the woman who had grabbed Anko's kunai. Damn it. I should have known. Anko recollected back when that lady gave her kunai. Anko pointed at the tuna. And I need you to report to the Hokage now. Anko did not wait for a reply as she ran towards the gate heading into the Forest of Death to confront her old sensei. But Naruto and Orochimaru was shocked to hear this. You can't be my daughter. I killed you myself, Orochimaru said, still shocked. You also did if it wasn't for Kushina, Rina said. At blasting women keep on messing up my plan. I know I should have killed her when I had the chance. Orochimaru. He was brought out of his though when he heard Naruto. Rina-chan, or you sure he is your father? Cause I heard he was gay, Naruto said. I not gay, Orochimaru yelled as charge at Naruto but had to stop and change direction as he dodged an attack. Blood release. Toxic blood is blood shoot out of Rina mouth. He will not hurt Naruto Kuin as long as I am here. Rina shouted as her charge at him. Hein. Bikaku no jutsu. Rina threw fireball at him which he easily dodged. Oh come on. That's not all right. Orochimaru mocked again. No it not, Rina said as she appeared behind him and gave him a churka enhance to the sending him flying into trees. Fuku Karina-chan, you have gotten better. You are a lot better, Orochimaru said. Why did you betray me? Rina said. Wouldn't you like to know? Orochimaru said. Flashback 19 years ago. Orochimaru looking at his daughter, he wanted her to be the strongest ninja ever, so he worked many experiment on her, try to make her strong so he could use her body in the future until final he had created a new bloodline by mixing blood release and poison release. 3 years later, Orochimaru defect already. He trained her throughout the years. Even after his defect he took her with him where the travel through the elementary nation where they took Many mission he let her do the most dangerous mission they two of the most dangerous ninja. 6 years later. Brina is 13. She was getting stronger and stronger at a fast rate and Orochimaru fear that, in the next couple she would be stronger than him, he would be able to control her anymore. It had already started. He offered her the cruise seal but she refused. He couldn't force because of her bloodline. If try to give it to her by force, he could die, so tried to tee everything to prevent that from send her on dangerous mission so that she would be killed, but she kept coming back after every mission, so he decided to get rid of herself. So one day while she was on Mission he had given to her, he paid men to ambush her. She fought of 30 men before they finally subdue her and beat her to inch of her life. When they brought her to their master, she couldn't believe who it was. It was her father. Why, she asked him. Fukoku, you foolish girl, you think I did know you were going to betray me? Orochimaru, what are you talking about? I would never betray you, she said. Of course you won't, because you will be dead soon, Orochimaru said as he pushed his sword through her chest. Then he extracted her DNA and let his men dump her body in the river. Bound the river. Vashina was coming from a mission. When she saw the body floating in the river, she rushed toward the body to see if that person was alive. When she fished the body out of the river, the person was breathing but barely. So Kushina used a medical Judas to save her and took her back to the village. Flashback end. Deemed you betray me because you though I would betray you, I would have never betray you back. You were my father. I wanted your respect, for you to treat me as a equal, but you did you to put a curse so you could control me. Rina yelled, you can earn my respect now. Hand over the boy and I will treat you as an equal, Orochimaru said as he walked closer to the mental. He was near them as he stretched out his hand to grab Naruto. It suddenly fell off and he was flying backwards into the trees. I don't need anything from you anymore, yelled Rina. Then she runs through a hand seal blood release poison needle as the needle shot at Orochimaru, forcing him to dodge. Suddenly he was behind her and gave her kick, sending her flying into the trees. But Sakura, she had awoken up early and found Sasuke lying on the ground and picks him and carried him into a cave. 3 hours later, Sakura continued watching over. Sasuke looked exhausted when there was a sound. Sakura became alert and threw a kunai, which missed because it was only a squirrel running towards her. She sighed in relief when she realized it was not an enemy, but suddenly Sakura heard chuckling coming in front of her. Looking up, she saw the 3 sound genins who she noticed was in the examination room. All of them were smirking. Looks like you've been up all night, taunted Dosu. We are here for the Ichiha. Wake him up. Zaku leaked killer intent, scaring Sakura a bit. What do you want from Sasuke-kun? asked Sakura as she got in her stance. I won't let you take him. Shut up, girl, I will teach you your place. Kin lunged at Sakura but stopped as Dosu told her to wait. The man walked forward until he stopped where Sakura threw her kunai and kneeled down to touch the ground. It looks like you tried to set a trap for us in such a bad manner. You need to learn how to set traps better. Sakura sweated in fear, causing the 3 sound ninjas to chuckle before they leapt over the ground. But suddenly a huge log comes sailing towards them thanks to Sakura, who enacted her trap. This was futile as Dosu destroyed it using his metal gauntlet, shocking Sakura. She was then stricken with fear as she couldn't move when all 3 sound ninjas came towards her. But then a miracle happened. Kuno has sent you leaf tornado. A green blur appeared and with a kick the 3 sound ninjas away. When the green blur landed in front of Sakura, the pink hair girl screamed in relief. Lee, who the hell are you? Zaka shouted as he stood up and rubbed his sword cheek. I am Kuno, has green beast rock. Lee raised his head up as he looked serious and had a squirrel on his shoulder. Lee, what are you doing here? asked a confused Sakura. Eyes double looked back at her and smiled. I will always be here to protect you, Sakura-san, he said. Sakura gave the boy a smile and bowed. Thank you. Lee gave her smile before turning towards the sound gen. And I said it once before, I'll protect you and I won't break my promise. Sakura just smiled as she wasn't fit to fight Bosui, the green-clad genin. Wearily he knew Lee's capabilities because of what happened in the examination room. Sakura will leave SAS Kate. I will kill these 2. Zaku nodded. Lee looked worried for Sakura. Sakura-san is in no condition to fight these fast, but he only knows Taijutsu. I'm gonna have a little fun, Dosu thought as he began to advance towards Lee. Those who rushed towards Lee as the boy got prepared when the bandage man got nearby and tried to hit Lee with his gauntlet. However, Lee with great strength punched the ground and brought out a huge tree which connected with Dosu's gauntlet, destroying it in the process. So I was right, you seem to rely on that hand of yours. It must have some sort of Trick to it, right? Lee deduced, much to Dosu's amazement, and his team Sakura was amazed. He is strong. Lee was in deep thought. I'm at a disadvantage since it's 3 against 1. Lee eyed all 3 of his opponents, and then it narrowed. Suddenly Lee started to unwrap the bandages on his arms. Guy-sensei, I will now use that move without reservation because now is the time. To Dosu, who now landed, rushed to Lee again and smirked. Sakura looked prepared when Lee started to enact his technique to protect an important person. Dosu lunged forward with his right arm wide, but then suddenly his eyes went wide. Lee disappeared and then reappeared under him and gave him an upward kick under Dosu, hitting his chin, making him soar into the air while Dosu flew in the air behind him. Lee appeared. I'm not done yet. Lee then wrapped the mummified genin with his bandages. Then Guy's students started to spin slowly at first, but it gradually picked up more speed until the pair crashed right on to the earth. Fake this, omit range. Initial lotus, yelled Lee as he released his hold on Dosu. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Zaku interfered. I can't let you. He then slammed his hands into the ground and sent a wave of air towards the spot Dosu was about land. A few seconds later, Dosu hit the ground head first, but his legs moving about. Dosu got out of the ground showing no effect, but was only dazed. Impossible, Lee exclaimed. Lee became weakened because he carried out the move. Now it's my turn. Dosu brought his right hand forward, ready to attack. Dosu then ran towards Lee and swung at him. Lee nearly dodged, but got affected by the sounds within the gauntlet, which made Lee's vision blurry and his ears bleed. Lee sent Sakura. Worried, Lee spoke. Lee couldn't see Dosu as his vision became blurry and then fell to the ground. Having difficulty getting up, Dosu watched Lee wither in pain and spoke, raising his gauntlet. There is a little trick to my attack, just dodging one help. Dosu chuckled. Sound, you dodged my fist, but my sound got you. Sound. Lee grabbed his left ear in pain. Do you know what sound is? Dosu asked. Vibration, Sakura answered, making Dosu delighted. That's correct. Being able to hear something means that your eardrum catches the vibrations in the air. Dosu lectured, and the human eardrum will shatter anything above 150 decibels, and to top that, to apply shock to semicircular beeps, an opponent will lose his sense of balance. Lee grunted in pain, making Dosu chuckle again. You won't be able to move for a while now. Your outdated hand-to-hand combat won't work on us. Zaku gloated while he crouched, making Lee grit his teeth. It was effective for a while, but I showed you my technique. Zaku smirked. So it's not going to go smoothly as you thought it'd be. He then took out his hands from the ground and brought it out for Lee to see. I can control supersonic waves and air pressures, which is even capable of destroying boulders. Lee and Sakura's eyes went wide as they recollected to what happened. Zaku carried on. I can send air into the ground and make it a cushion as well. He then smirked arrogantly, and at that moment airwaves came out of his hands. It's different from your dumb moves. Zaku regasped, and Zaku chuckled. Lee gritted his teeth. Okay. Dosu stepped forward and raised his right hand. You're next. He then ran at Lee, who got prepared but then moved to get Sakura instead. A mad, Lee grunted as Dosu ran at Sakura, who reached for her pouch. He's coming. She then got out a kunai and became ready once Dosu reached near and swung. Lee ran a quick pace, intercepting Dosu, shocking both the man and Sakura. When he got close, Lee swung his right leg. Kuno has sent you leaf tornado, but his damaged body managed to get him. Dosu, using this opening, grabbed his right leg and pushed it away. Looks like my previous attack was effective. He then gained some space for himself and tried to swing at Lee. You surprised me a bit, but I don't see a trace of your chain combo that was executed in a flash. Lee blocked his left side, but Dosu smirked and swung at his left, connecting with Lee. He then charged his technique. His mass vibration of sound echoed. This arm amplifies the sound that is generated inside to its maximum. Like a speaker, Lee was in pain but blocked as long as he can, making Sakura screamed his name in fear. The sound inside the gauntlet echoed as Dosu redirected it to Lee, using his chakra as it went straight inside Lee's ear, making him scream louder. Lee sent Sakura screamed as Lee fell to the unconscious. Dosu looked down at him gravely and raised his arm. Now to finish you off. I won't let you. Sakura pulled out 3 kunis and threw it at him, which made no effect because Dosu used his gauntlet to block it. Sakura's eyes went wide while Dosu grinned. Geez. Both Rina and Naruto. Brina looked beaten as she almost fell unconscious while Orikamaru stood before her. Vuku, Karina-chan, nice try, but you don't have the strength to beat me, Orikamaru spoke, making his daughter grit her teeth. Brina grunted and used her only strength by pulling out a kunai. Funk you. She then tossed it at Orikamaru, who merely caught it between his fingers and shook his head. Ma, you never change. Before Rina could respond, Orikamaru slammed her into the tree. and lifted her up by the neck. Rina gasped as she struggled to breathe. She tried to stab him with a kunai, but Oricamaras managed to paralyze her. He then let her go as she fell to the floor holding her neck in pain. They dropped her on the ground and walk over to Naruto. As he walked over, he started cough up blood, and he walked closer to Naruto. The worse the cough become, then he started to wonder. When Rina blood got into her system, he did even remember any blood system expect when he licked Naruto. You bitch, you gave him your blood, did you? The snake yelled. He had lost his chance to get Naruto's body. Brina started to laugh as she remembered when she had given Naruto her blood. Flashback 7 years ago. Brina waited for everybody to leave the hospital room before she came out of the shadow and pour something in a sleeping Naruto mouth. Soon Naruto, you will be mine. Ku ku ku, Korina said before she sank back into the shadows. Flashback end. Oricamaras walked closer to kill Naruto. When he sensed Sanbu coming, he sank into the ground and he was gone. A few seconds later, and Koana and Yuga arrived to see Naruto and Rina on the ground. Then they rush over to heal them back. With Lee, Zaku came next to Dosu and smirked. I don't even know if she's worth the effort. Kin then came walking in front of them with a smug look. Well then, allow me. Sakura looked at Kin and charged and threw several shurikens and then went through a set of hands. Seals. Kin dodged. All the men looked at the girl only to see 3 Sakura in raised her eyebrow. Or you think a technique like that is going to work? Kin threw several senbons at Sakura. All 3 Sakuras burst into smoke, with the one in the middle being replaced with a log. Sensing her, Kin turned to see 3 more clones, all of them doing hand seals. Again, Kin tossed more senbons, hitting all of them again, gaining the same result as before. This time Kin blocked a punch that came from behind her by Sakura. Kin punched back, making the pink-haired girl falter back. Kin used this opportunity to knee Sakura, winding her, and then slapped the girl, making her fall to the ground. Then she picked up Sakura by the hair, hard making her cry in pain, and whistled as she admired Sakura's hair. Well, you look at that, it's softer than mine. She then scowled. Girls like you who take care of their hair then train makes me sick. Funky fangirl. Saku screamed. Kin, you take the little girl while I'll take the Ichiha. He then went to the shelter as he smirked cruelly. Sakura watched hopelessly as she realized how pathetic and weak she was. Events that led to this situation collected in her head. Sasuke and Naruto both became strong while I only relied on them, and now I can't do anything to help. Naruto, please come save me. Sakura closed her eyes. Tears furiously drizzled out. I don't want to be left behind by them. I want to be standing next to them. In pulled her hair up. Hey, pay attention. Your boyfriend will die before your eyes, so don't blink. Sakura's eyes widened. I can't let them kill Sasuke. She then with courage brought her kunai up, getting Kin's attention. Seriously? Kin had a disappointed look. Sakura smirked and then gritted her teeth. Who said this was for you? Kin's eyes went wide as she saw Sakura cut her long hair using the surprise she had but Kin on the chin, making her fall back. Sakura then ran to Saku, who noticed and sent her a blast of airwaves. But Sakura replaced herself with a log. Ayame, she is like a fly. He then shot another wave, getting the same result from Sakura, annoying him even more. Saku then knew where she was and flung a kunai at her and quickly looked around thinking where she will be next. However, Saku felt blood drip on his face, making his eyes go wide. Sakura came down upon him as she had his kunai embedded in her. She then crashed on him as they fell with her on top, trying her best to hold him. Saku started to repeatedly punch her head as he couldn't use his airwaves. This close, you bitch, get off. Repeatedly and repeatedly he punched her. You funking bitch, get off. Theme 10 watched in shock as they see someone since childhood getting a beating of a lifetime. Shikamaru glared. Ino, as she started to shake me no bitter lip. She didn't know what to do. She was conflicted whether to help her or not. He knows. Shikamaru spoke. Let's get out of here. We have exam to finish. That shock both his teammate. They never expect him to be that cold. Are you crazy? She's my friend. We can't leave her. Ino yelled. Whatever, I not helping his teammate. Shikamaru said. But Sasuke, isn't he your best friend? Are going to let them kill Jimino said. Shikamaru started thinking a moment before he said, fine, let's go save them. Hino looked at Shikamaru and nodded, now having an answer. Let's go. Sakura got thrown to the floor by Saku after he punched her face in and raised his hands, intending to blow her away, when he got interrupted. Theme 10 appeared, getting the sound team's attention. So we got one more bunch to play with. Saku looked annoyed. It doesn't matter, I will blow you all away no matter. They won't matter much, Dosu muttered as Kin nodded. Thauji gulped. Ino looked determined but scared, while Shikamaru had a serious expression. Damn it, what shall we do? The Akamichi thought. Shikamaru looked at his friend and knew what he Was thinking it's troublesome, but we got to do this. Sorry, I got you too involved. Ino apologized. Whatever, I only here to save Sasuke. Shikamaru spoke. Jiaoji nodding. Yeah, we work as a team. Sokka chuckled. Hey, look at the fat ass, his cheeks look like cinnamon rolls. Kin laughed lightly. While Dosu chuckled. Taoji froze. Well, what did you call me? Zaku raised his eyebrow. I called you fat. Ass fatty. Oh crap, here it comes. Shikamaru muttered and gulped to someone called Jiaoji the F word. Taoji exploded, his face turned red. I'm not fat, I'm big boned, I'll kill you. Taoji began going through several hand seals and screamed by Kenijutsu multi-size technique. The Akamichi enlarged double his size as he turned into a big size ball and then rolled towards Zaku, but the Funk's Aku was shocked at the weirdness of the technique. You fat ass, I will cut you down. To size, he then screams Unkit, decapitating airwaves. The airwaves slowed Jiaoji down. Shocking Aku, as he thought the fatty was done for. Dosu quickly went to back up his teammate, but couldn't move. What's this? Dosu was confused as he for some reason couldn't move. Hage main no Jitsu shadow possession complete. Shikamaru smirked. Zaka dodged Jiaoji as he was running all over the place with Jiaoji after him. Bamit Dosu, are you okay? Ken shouted at her teammate who froze. No smirked as she did her technique's intention. No Jitsu mind body switch technique. A sound echo and then Ino fell unconscious as she hit Ken dead center. Taoji's technique wore off as Ino, who got into Ken's body, spoke as she pulled out a kunai and aimed at her next. Stop or this girl will die. Dosu and Zaku just looked at each other and then Zaku sent an airway the Ken, who flew back hard. The impact made Ino get out of the body. The no, Shikamaru yelled as the girl got up. I don't care. For their teammate DCH, we are shinobis. Aku spoke. Suddenly a kunai sailed towards both guys. As they jumped back, that was Tenten and Niji as they came for their fallen comrade. Damn it, they keep coming like sore rats. Aku scowled. So you're here to fight as well? Dosu spoke, by which Niji just gave no reply. Because he was looking at something. Dosu turned around and his eyes went wide. Soon everyone looked as well because Sasuke got up and had purple chakra whipping around him. Violently standing up, he looked at himself as he activated his Shuriken. Sasuke Kuin. Sakura mumbled in shock, shivering at the chilling feel the purple chakra gave off. Sasuke turned to look at her with an evil glare. Sakura, who did this to you? Sasuke Kuin, what happened to you? Sakura stuttered, seeing the black flame-like pattern on her crushed skin. Sasuke smirked. It's nothing, I feel great. No, I feel spectacular. I have the power now to finally become an Avenger. I was meant to be. The Genins looked shocked at what the Uchiha said. Now Sakura, who hurt you? Sokka smirked. That would be me. Sasuke's chakra flared while Dosu's eyes went why. Damn, it's the seal. Saku raised both his hands at Sasuke and smirked. Saku no. Dosu screamed. Extreme decapitating airwaves. A large blast of air was shot towards the area where Sasuke was standing. The attack destroyed everything, leaving nothing. When the dust dispersed, Saku smirked in victory. He was blown to high heaven. Who was a voice spoke behind him. Dosu's eyes went wide as fast. As this really Sasuke Kuin. Ino looked afraid of Sasuke's development. Saku barely had time to turn around before Sasuke grabbed both his hands, forced him to his knees. Sasuke put a foot on the Genin's back and began to pull his arms back. Saku tried to move but was only able to turn his head enough to see Sasuke grinning at him. What would you do without these arms, I wonder? Sokka's eyes went wide. Well, Sasuke grinned evilly, and then with great force broke at creating a sickening snap. Zaku screamed as everyone winced at his scream. Saku withered on the floor in pain as the Uchiha looked at Dosu, who froze in fear. Do you want to go next? Sakura trembled. This isn't Sasuke Kuin. She then remembered his smile and their time as Team 7. Now Sasuke was cold and callous. Suddenly Saku ran at Sasuke and hugged him from behind. Sasuke Kuin, please stop, please. The Uchiha froze. Saku, he looked unconvinced, but the Haruna cried. Sasuke Kuin, please, that's enough, but please. Worked as then Sasuke's curse seal faded away. You're strong. Sasuke and Saku returned to see Dosu on his knees. Everyone looked as well. Sasuke Kuin, we can't defeat you. He placed a scroll on the ground. The earth scroll is for you if you let us go. He threw the scroll over to Sasuke, who nodded, and then Dosu took both his teammates and ran off. Everyone rested up as Saku's hair was being done by Ino. Blee woke up and was speaking to his team as he was thanked by Sakuar and became a blushing mess. Hey Sakuar, where his team? Naruto Shikamaru asked, getting both Sakuar and Sasuke's attention. As their eyes went wide, Team Guy just watched. Come to think of it, whereas Naruto Kuin Lee inquired. Niji was just quiet and Tenten looked around. Suddenly a red blur crashed into the clearing, getting everyone attention as they got on their guard. Their eyes became wide as they recognized Who it was Naruto Sakura was happy for her teammates' arrival. Naruto yelled. Shikamaru charged at Naruto as Naruto with ease and punched Shikamaru in the stomach as belt over Naruto's shoulder. Naruto whisper, "You're weak, just like your father," as Shikamaru lost conscious as everybody looked in shock. Nobody knew why he hate Naruto, but no one was will to ask Naruto because they was afraid of him. Sakura, Sasuke, do you have a scroll? Naruto's teammates nodded. What happened to you? Naruto asked. Tenten. Naruto ignored her as he looked at the scroll he had and frowned. Shit, another heaven scroll. Naruto looked over and saw that Shikamaru had an earth scroll, so he walks over, but Ino and Choji back his way. "Mover, I will kill you," Naruto said in a cold voice as he took out his sword and pointed at them. As they step aside, he took up the scroll and left his heaven scroll. Much to everybody, "Naruto, how could you do that to our friend?" Sasuke yelled. "That was very unyouthful." Naruto ignored them. Sakura, Sasuke, let's go now before company arrive. The Uzumaki just ran forward with both scroll. His teammates hesitated at first before following after him. Team 10 pick up Shikamaru and leave. Also Ninja used his Byakugan and he was shocked. There were lots of teams coming this way. Naruto was rightly. Tenten, let's go. Lien. Tenten nodded and dispersed outside the tower. That was the fourth day, and Team 7 managed to get into the tower from the east as they avoided opponents. Team 7 got inside the tower and then saw a sign on the wall. "What's that?" Sakura inquired, making the blonde delinquent read it. "I think we have to open them." The other two agreed, and Naruto and Sasuke each grabbed one of the scrolls. "All right, we'll open them." Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other and then threw both scrolls towards the floor. Suddenly there was a puff of smoke and someone came out. It was Anika, who waved, who smiled. "Hey guys." Anika Sakura was happy for her crushed sister, who smiled at her. Naruto did not get to reply to Sasuke to tackle him to ground, as she captured his lip hungrily as he laid there, make out for what seems like hours. Then they got up. "So guys, how are you?" Anika said. Sakura smiled. "We are fine, Anika. We had a tough time, but we made it okay. Guys, let me tell you the real reason for this test." Anika then told them the reason for the scrolls, as heaven meant mind and earth meant strength. Together they are to be in harmony. "Now you guys have half hour, so rest up," Anika said inside the tower Naruto's room. "Naruto, I need to talk to you. Could you summon me?" Kurumu said. "Okay." Summoning Judas Kurumu, Naruto said as Kurumu as she came out. Naruto expect Kurumu to be here normal fun-loving self, where she would tackle him to the ground and smash her cleavage in his face. He got the tackle all right as she beat the crap out of him. "Naruto, you team, I told never to use that move. You could have died," Kurumu yelled as she continued to beat him with tears coming out of her eyes as Naruto hugged her until the crying "Stop, I sorry Kurumu-chan, I never do anything like that again," Naruto said as he continued to hug her. As the crying stopped and she lift her head out of his embrace and stir into his eyes as he got closer to her and kissed her. Lemon scene happened next morning. Morning came and all of the contestants were told to meet in the main arena at noon. Then minutes until noon they made their way to the arena where the rest of the teams that had passed were waiting and got into lines according to teams. It was mostly Kano had Gen, and including Kibuto's team, whom Naruto eyed rarely. There was also the Suna team, which looked a bit bored, and the Oto team. Last was a team from Kurogakure, two of which looked to be in high spirits. But only a few minutes until noon the arena doors crashed open and Team 10 waltzed in with Shikamaru leading the pack. The Avenger looked around until his eyes landed on Naruto. His fists clenched and he started off towards the redhead but was stopped by hand on his shoulder. He looked up into the face of his sensei and sneered, "Let go of me. I need to teach the Dabo lesson. No, wait until the exam." As Suma said, the Hokage looked over the group in front of him and forced a smile. The presence of Kabuto was rather concerning as well. "I congratulate you all on making it to the tower on time. Now I will tell you the true purpose of these exams." The Hokage went into a slightly long speech about the politics behind the upcoming matches and how they would be reflecting on their country's strengths when he was finished and about to send them on their ways as sickly Ninja walked up and interrupted him. "Excuse me, Hokage Samakov, but as the proctor of the Kofkov final stage of these exams there is something I need to take care of first." The old man nodded to him and stepped aside, giving him the floor. "My name is Jack Mahade and I will be your final proctor for these exams before we can let you all leave today. However, there is a small matter that needs taken care of, but so many important individuals coming to Konoha Kof to watch the main matches, we would rather not keep them waiting around for more than a day if we don't have to, since the matches will be set up in a single Elimination tournament style, we are going to have the preliminary matches now in order to lessen the numbers of contestant in the main matches. Prize of outrage came mainly from Team 10. Since they had only just gotten there straight from the forest, they looked the part too, as they were the dirtiest in the room. If anyone feels that they would be unable to continue with the fight, they may leave now. Just raise your hand and you will be escorted to the village. Only 2 people put their hands up. One was a Kiranin who looked like he was about to fall over any minute. The other made many in the room suspicious. The Budo had his hand up and was claiming that the last fight he had to go through in the forest took too much out of him, and he made a show of limping away from the group. This of course didn't fool a few of those in the room, and Tsurutobi shifted his eyes to a window where a hidden amber would be signaling that he should follow the boy. Well, now if there is no one else, these matches will be decided by this board behind me in a random draw. Those not participating in the current match will move to the balconies at the sides until their names are called. The match does not begin until I say, and it only ends when your opponent is dead. Forfeits or I call the match, at which point you will immediately stop. If you do not stop, you risk an automatic forfeiture to the main matches. No matter how well you did. Hey, it finished his speech and looked at the board with everyone following his lead as the first name shuffled into view. That you has saw his K and Akad Myroi stay on the floor. Everyone else please proceed to the balconies. All the genin moved into place to watch or participate in the first match of the day. Sasuke smirked as you're a rush him easy win. He struck out at the other genin, but his strike was pushed to the side as your way grabbed onto his shirt, and a blue glow surrounded his hands. Sasuke immediately panicked as he felt chakra being drawn out of him. He could already feel his strength ebbing and quickly pushed the other boy off him as he staggered backwards. The Orway didn't give him a chance to recover though, and was back on him in a second. Unfortunately for the Akahaha, he was reflexive on his Taijutsu and tried for a take down. His choice of moves proved too hazardous though, as your way casually turned his hand and once again grabbed Sasuke's chest. Sasuke got a kick in and managed to get away from your way. He gripped his neck in pain as the Ten no Wan began to act up, deciding he had to end this match quickly. Then appear behind your Akadori 1000 birds, he called out, forming a ball of lightning to spawn in his hand as he pushes it through your way chest, killing him. The cashew taught him such a dangerous move. Why, Guy said to the lazy porn reading rival. How you say something, Kakashi replied before he got hit in the head with a frying pan. I didn't acknowledge him. You ought to be ashamed, Kurin, I said before turning to here is your pan back. Curious if you taught him that. What did you teach Naruto? As Suma said, watching Kakashi carefully. Well, Kakashi started sweating. The cashew didn't teach him at all for this tournament, did you, Kurin? I said with a frown. He never teaches us anything, Sakura says offhandedly too, and to watching the fight to notice the frowns and stares given to Kakashi by his pairs back to fight. Pei 8 walked over and jumped up to the balcony to check on the down teen, not even needing to get too close. Winner, it's just Saws. K medics were already making their way to remove the body as his victory was announced. Nearly collapsed from chakra exhaustion, but was caught by Kakashi as the genin waved off the medics coming their way. Come on, we need to take care of that little hindrance, the force. Saw's Cake could object. He was taken away via Shunshin, much to the annoyance of Sakura, who was now complaining about not being able to congratulate him while screeching about how she knew he'd win. The name board scrolled again as the next 2 contestants were displayed. Kankerman, Misumi. Come to the floor. The 2 made their way down the steps and calmly faced each other in the arena. Begin. Before anyone could blink, Misumi had Kankerman wrapped up in his impossibly stretched and bent arms. I use my chakra to move my body after I dislocate all my joints. Give up now or I'll break your neck. Episof Assel. A loud snap was heard throughout the arena as Misumi tightened his grip, and Kankerman's now limped neck caused his head to flop forward. Hate stepped forward but was stopped by the sound of something hitting the floor. Everyone watched. His Kankerman's face seemed to chip off onto the stone. Suddenly his head turned around and laughed at Misumi. It wasn't a face of Kankerman but rather wooden contraption. Its arm shot out and wrapped around the boy as the bandage package that Kankerman had been holding was torn open, revealing the real Kankerman who was manipulating the puppet remotely. You take so much pride in being able to bend your body like that. How about I make you really flexible by breaking every bone in your body, Kankerman said with a jerk of a finger. The puppet's arms tightened and the elastic Gennon screamed out before going completely limp. That's a good thing I didn't call that match early, Hate thought as he walked over to check. Misumi winner Kankerman, Hate said. The medics rushed in and took the traumatized boy away as Kankerman made his way back up to his siblings. Next match, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Hate said same as the cannon fight. Once the little spectacle was over with and everyone was settled back in place, Hate coughed again. Cough. Next match will be Aburami Shino of Konoha and Zaku of Ado. Please come to the arena floor. The two boys made it to the floor, but the one that caught the most attention was Aku, as he had both his arms and slings from his fight with Sasuke. Hey Court and I at the boy, wondering if he should stop the match before he even started it, but with a nod from both Gennon, he was resigned to his duties. Begin. You should forfeit this match so you don't injure yourself further, Shino told the boy in a flat voice. Saku ignored him and got into a fighting stance before forcing one of his arms out of its link. Don't get so beepy, freak, you'd be surprised what I can manage. Zenki. A blast of wind shot out at the bug user and flung him back. Due to the extent of Zaku's injuries, the blast wasn't strong enough to do much major damage. He watched as Shino got up easily and stood once again like a statue. Their one arm and its breeze are hardly effective enough to go against my plans. A chattering sound filled the arena as everyone looked around to find its source. Their attention was drawn to the arena floor, where a thickening swarm of insects was making its way towards Zaku from the opposite side of Shino. Now you are surrounded. Attack me and my insects will attack you. Attack them and I will attack you. Is that your trump card, to surround me with bugs? Zaku lowered his head and gritted his teeth in pain as he struggled with his other arm, but eventually got it up and opened. This is a trump card. Now I can't attack both you and your pathetic bugs. Now die. Zenki. Q. The high-pitched whistling was heard throughout the arena as one of Zaku's arms flew off towards one wall and the other erupted with holes in various places. One Zaku's technique entity was left with only extreme pain as he screamed out. Shino took full advantage as he rushed over and punched the boy in the side, causing him to fall painfully on his face as he now had no way to break his fall. That is a true trump card. As you were talking, I had my insects crawl up into those annoying holes of yours and sit. The inevitable buildup of pressure needed a release, and now you see the after effects. It's too bad that whatever method was used to give you those tubes seems to have killed the nerves in your palms, or you would have felt them there as they entered your body. He turned his back to the boy and began walking to the stairs. Hayate was about to call the match when he saw Zaku slowly shuffle to his feet. But out so much as a sound, the boy rushed the Aburami to attack, but once again cried out in pain and fell to the ground, steam rising from his legs and back. No one had seen the attack happen. But when they looked at Shino, they found him stopped with his hands in the bird's sign. And that is a backup plan, he stated before continuing his walk. Hayate went to check on the boy and found he had been literally cooked from specific points on his legs and middle back. Checking for a pulse, he found it to be fading fast and waved the medics over. Winner Shino. He looked back at the medics who were trying to force chakra into the boy as they took him away. Even for a non-medic like Hayate, he could tell that if they were at such a point that it was pretty much hopeless that he would make a full recovery. Watching one medic run over to the wall, he remembered the kid's arm flying off and realized that it was pointless either way. Back with Hayate, he watched the board scramble names again. Fifth match, Tsuchikin versus Shikamaru. Winner Shikamaru. The Nara just released his jutsu and walked back to the balcony and just laid down on the floor and fell asleep. Match 7, use Amaki Naruto against Inuzuka Kiba. Cliffhanger. No Judas and Eret Obak Quotes bloodline or Inigon from his mother family. Sentient absorption from father Naruto's bloodline limits absorbed. Shiranjin from Shisuieka blood poison release and Eret Obak Quotes weapons. The destroyer it wrap up and bandaged it blade hasn't been reveled yet at about 5 feet 6 long. Ability has the power to destroy charcoal forever. The Red Death, the sword that look like Hawkeye. Sword but is a red blade ability same as Hawkeye. One in One Piece. Naruto simply hopped the railing while Kiba let his intentions known. First the Akamura. We finally get to show this team just where he belongs without all his bitches getting in the way. Don't worry ladies, I'll show you just how worthless your boyfriend really is. Akamura barked in response as they landed on the arena floor and strutted over to their waiting opponent. And Hayate, ready to lose dope. Kiba shouted, Kiba, I feel bad for you, so I will give you a chance to give up now. The statement sent a wave of risen eyebrows around the arena. He couldn't really be that Aragon kitty. How you sound beepy baka, but I will never give. I'll beat into a pulp. Kiba got a sneaky grin on his face and got into his family stance but was confused when Naruto went into a stance of his own. What do you think you're doing, dope? What, the jutsu style? Don't even try to imitate it, it'll tear you to shreds. Kiba asked. How you say something thing? Naruto replied in a lazy manner. You bastard, I'll kill you. Without waiting for Hei to begin the match, Kiba began his attack. Ska, the spinning vortex that was Kiba launched at Naruto, which he simple sidestepped the attack. Shikaku no Jutsu Jinbunshin, get ready for some pain, bastard. Getsuka, Kiba shouted once again. Naruto dodged all the attacks headed for him, easily flowing between the more calmly brushing the vortexes aside. Kibia rounded on him after the first assault, so you can dodge pretty well, but what about when you can't see? Kiba flung a cylinder to the floor which erupted in a cloud of smoke. Getsuka, the vortexes charged the smoke as a few of the onlookers watched with worry. Their worry doubled when the twin tunnels rounded in on whatever was hidden multiple times. Naruto Hana cried out from her spot above. Then every heard Shinra tense and saw the two Kibas flying out of the smoke, can't smash into the walls, and Naruto walk out with his Rinnegan blazing and the stance, but the yell was that Yeldy no someone. Chips fell out of his mouth. Naruto, how strong are you? Sakura, that was the most you flies I ever seen. Lee shouted. Those eyes, that it's the same one he used to kill my father, someone said. What are those eyes? I never see them before. Kirin, I have to ask Naruto-kun about them. We either said. The chain smoker bull guy shout something about youthfulness. Back to the fight. The Bic came out of the wall. That was just a luck hit, won't happen again, Kiba shouted then, but immediately went on the offensive. Both Kibas renewed their assault on the seemingly untouchable Genin. As Naruto continued to dodge them, the onlookers couldn't tell what exactly the style was, but it was obviously a very strong defensive one. Not a single strike landed as Kiba and Akamara shot around him in an effort to find an opening. Kiba was quickly running out of stamina while Naruto had hardly moved a foot. One last chance to give up. Kiba. Naruto opened his eyes and stared at Kiba. The eyes he showed were hard and calculating, putting Kiba and Akamara on edge and ready for anything. Never, Kiba shouted as Naruto stood aside. I was hoping you would have given up, but very well. He took his sword off his back then into a new stance, causing even Hei to wonder just how many forms the boy knew. As he raises his sword into the air, it begun to glow blue. Naruto stood with his legs lightly bent. I'll be honest, I haven't had much practice with this one, but let's see how well it works. Fushina was trying to figure out the sword form. It was familiar, but modified, that much she could tell. He took in the main aspects of it before it slowly dawned on her. Use Amaki flying swords of doom, he whispered. Astonished Mikoto turned to her. Where would he have learned something like that? I didn't know anyone here even knew it. Mikoto asked. It was in my family scroll, Kushina said. But how did Naruto find it? How does it work? Mikoto asked. I haven't seen it, I only heard stories about it, Kushina replied. It relies mainly on offense, but it can be used as defense too. The invisible swords flies in the air, then comes down around him like a dome. Then it fires in a direction the user wanted any opponents, thus cutting them to pieces. But as the dome spins around Naruto, it sucked the air out of the dome, leave the user with less oxygen to breathe. Fushina, you don't think Naruto will kill Kiba? Mikoto asked. No, I don't think Naruto will kill Kiba, but he will have lots of cuts on his skin that could kill him if not treated right away, Kushina said. Naruto started clearing the distance between himself and Kiba with a slightly dancing step, causing a little confusion as to what exactly he was doing. The dog boy's eyes followed his opponent's movements, trying to anticipate an attack. Then Naruto shouted Uzumaki style flying swords of doom. As the doom form the swords was sent flying at the two Kibas in a blink of a second. Kiba and Akamara was on the ground with multiple cuts all over their body when Naruto said the proctor, as the medics and Hani, Kiba's sister, rushed in to heal the Inuzuka and his dog as Naruto headed for the stairs, and a rush down to meet him along with Anika as they jumped into his arm and showered him with kisses as all the men shouted luck team. When the medics carried Kiba by, he waved for them to hold on a minute and they stopped the stretcher. Tell Hanada if she is going up against Amari, her Niji, tell her to forfeit immediately. They are too strong for her. He flinched when the girls narrowed her eyes at him. Fiba-san, my sister is not the little girl you knew in the academy. She is a lot stronger thanks to me and Naruto-kun. You don't need to worry about her, and I would prefer you do not do so again, said an angry Hani. Fiba was too scared to say anything as the medics took him away. Let's go, we're interrupting the matches, Naruto said. The two girls nodded and started making their way back up the steps. Next match, Haka Hinata and Haka Niji. The whole room went dead silent. Naruto turned to Hinata to see her staring between the screen and her cousin. Niji, on the other hand, kept his composure and walked right past them without even looking at her. As if she wasn't worth his time. Don't you dare listen to a word he says. You're 10 times as strong as you were now. Go show his stuck-up past just what a real Byakugan user can do, Hani said. Just like we practiced, Hinata-chan. Her scowl turned into a smile. Yes, just like we practiced. I can do this. I am stronger now. Hinata went to her side of the floor and faced her cousin with a resolve that he wasn't used to and a stance that was similar to his own, yet completely unfamiliar. You were always weak, and you are still weak. You're delusional if you think you can land a hit on me. Niji took up a standard Shiken stance and activated his Byakugan. My eyes see that you are hesitant and unsure of yourself. Even if you have new technique, you still doubt that you can use them to their fullest. That doubt leads to fear, and that fear is why you will never beat me. Don't listen to him, Hinata-chan. He doesn't know what you're capable of. No one here does but us. Niji glared at Naruto and His outburst, but they didn't even flinch. Begin. No, I am not weak, Hinata said as she activated Byakugan. Niji took off towards Hinata as she began to sway. He brought his palm forward and struck. As she dodged, he had thought it would be an easy win, but his seconds and minutes passed. He was quickly finding out that she wouldn't be so easy to defeat. It matters not how often you dodge or move. You are still weak, and you will tire. Then you will fall to my superior Kent. Niji said a few more strikes later, and he still wasn't able to close any of Hinata's Tinketsu, but in return he took a passing strike that he hadn't seen coming from her. The battle was lasting a lot longer than he was hoping it to, and he had to admit that. Whatever the girl had learned, she was doing a lot better than she had been before. Better, but not well enough. He rushed into her guard and struck the middle of her chest, throwing her backwards where she curled into a ball, holding her chest. The Nada, don't give up, you're stronger than this. Show him that you are. Hinata called out from the balcony as she leaned over the side. Proctor, she won't be getting up. Niji turned, glaring at Hinata, and began to walk away, but stopped as he heard shuffling. Without turning here, he activated his Byakugan. Why are you trying so hard? You should already know you cannot defeat me. Then the stands. Hanabi, look at you, sister, don't ever be like her. She is a failure, Ashi said. Yes, father, Hanabi replied. Don't listen to your father, your sister is stronger than that, Rika said. Is he? Ashi glared at her. She just ignore him and look back at the match. Back to the match. B, because I can't let Naruto and my sister see me look off weak. After all the training they give to me, I will be strong for them, even if I can't be strong for myself. Hinata got back into her stance, though she was now hunched a bit from the blow she took. She finished her speech just as Niji closed, and he heard, you're in my range. A trigrams, 32 palms. 2 palms as Niji dodged it, 4 palms as 1 connected into Niji's chest. 8 palms as 2 hit him, 1 hits his left arm and Anther hits his left legs. 16 palms as he dodged them, 32 palms as the last one hit him, sending him flying in the stadium wall. Everybody in the stadium as shocked. The weak Hyga had defeated last year Rookie of the Year. In the stands, act a section. Father, if Nada is a failure, then I want to be a failure too, said Hanabi. Said the Ashi said nothing while Rika smiled. Shinobi section, wow, Hanada is really grow stronger. Ino said the Ashi is nothing like the Hanada we know at the academy. Sakura said, I can't believe she actually won. Chouji, no, she hasn't, said Shikamaru. What do you mean, said Ino. Just look, said Shikamaru. Back to the fight. The Nada suddenly felt a one knee as she started to breathe hard. She had used up all her churka and the last attack, but it was worth it. She had won. The suddenly Niji charge out of the ruble and hit her with a palm thrust in her chest as she spit blood out of her mouth as she fell to the ground. You bitch, I gonna kill you, Niji shouted as Nada got back up. As Niji got into a familiar stance that the proctor recognized, he had to put a stop to it. Winner Niji. Cough cough. Niji Niacin, you wanna see change your fate so bad, don't you? You're like this to protect your heart from the pain you feel. You hate the main branch so much, but there is nothing you think you can do about it. Niji's Byakugan deep into she spoke. Your are trapped and you can't run away from it. Are you jealous of me because I am a main branch off? As they looked on, the ninja watching the fight could see in her eyes the pity she felt for the Hikaboy. That was enough for Niji. As his rage flared and he sprinted towards Hanada and shouted 8 trigrams 64 palms. Shit were the thoughts of Hana and Rika as they rushed down, but Rika was stopped by a charcoal ace. Finger to the neck by Hayashi, but Hana was there into front of Niji to block his attack with one of her own protection of the 8 trigram 64 palms 2 palms 4 palms 6 palms 8 palms 16 palms 32 palms 64 palms that both shouted as she blocked all of his attack. But the hell do you think you are doing? You already won the match, Hana yelled at him. Fate told me to end her now, get out of the way, her you will share the same fate, Niji said. As her glared her as he went into the same stances, bring it on, as she challenged his glare. As she activated Byakugan, Niji stand down, or you will be arrested, said the Hokage. Niji just snored and turned around to leave. Hana deactivated her Byakugan to check on her sister, when suddenly she felt a palm thrust in her back, sending her fly face first into the stadium wall. I told you not to interfere, Niji said. Suddenly a strong Kai fled the room. Oh shit, was the unanimous thought of the Jonin and Hokage, who looked at Naruto and saw his eyes turn red with a vertical slit. As they rushed in to stop him, none though were fast enough. As they reached the area where Naruto was to pin him down, he was already gone. He was in front of Niji. As Niji stood there shocked, then he was hit with a fist into his jaw. They all could hear the crack of bones throughout the arena, and Niji was sent flying into the wall. As Niji, then the Hokage and the rest of the ninja appeared and grabbed. Then Niji make the mistake of getting up. You see where Naruto had hit him, his lower and upper jaw was in 2 different directions. Then they felt the Narukai again. Naru, do not do it. If you attack him again, I would be forced to arrest you, Hokage said. But Naruto wasn't listen. All they heard was Shinra Tensei, and every was sent in different direction as Naruto as took his sword off his back, and it started to glow green. World's strongest slash, but it was stopped by the same green light as a man. Front of Niji, Hokanami no Minku Hokai Mihig, was all the Jonin could say. Since they get out of my way, Naruto yelled. Naruto, stop, you have to calm down or you will do something you will regret. Hokai said no, he hurt Hana now, he will pay with his life. Naruto shout it as he lift his sword to attack again, when suddenly 3 redhead and a brunette appeared in front, behind, and on the 2 side of him. They all yelled at the same time, Naruto, stop, as they hug him while crying on him. They all of his anger vanish. He hates seeing women cry. Everybody in the arena let out a breath of relief that they were all holding. Then MEI, Kushina and Anika continue to hold a crying Naruto. The medics are their chance to treat. They came rushing up with a stretcher and pulled Niji, Hana and Hanada onto it as they took her way. Naruto, Naru, do you all right? MEI asked. Then Kushina and Anika realized that they weren't the only ones holding Naru. Do you? Kushina demanded. This is not the time or place for this, Mia said. Kushina was about to say something when Naruto interrupted them. I find just need to check up on Hanana, Naruto said. As they let him go, Naruto started to walk away to the medical ward, when he was surrounded by Ambas and the Hokage. The Rito Uzumaki, you are under arrest by orders of the Hokage and disqualified from the exam, said the Hokage as they grab him. Anika was about rush over to him when Kushina stopped. No, you will only make it worse, Kushina said. Then Kushina step forward. Are you going to arrest Niji? To Hokage Salma, is Niji going to share the same fate as my son? Kushina said. Why, Shuri, he is the victim of your son attack, the Hokage replied. The shinobi was in the uproar. Some were calling for Naruto's death while others were shouting for his release. White down. Naruto broke a direct order and attack when I told him not to, the Hokage yelled. But did you give Niji the same order and yet he still attacked Hana? And beside, Naruto's attack never hit Niji, but Niji's attack hit Hana. Kushina said but the Hokage was cut off by MEI. If Naruto get punished, then the Hokage should receive the same when he recover, MEI said. All the shinobi who were on the Rito side all shouted in agreement. The Hokage knew he was in a bind. If he punished Niji and not Naruto, he would lose the support of the Hokage clans and some of the civilian, and also there were people coming to the final who wanted to see the Hokage Anusa's in action. But if he did not punish him and only punish Naruto, he would lose the support of some of the clan leaders, and he can't afford to lose any, so he decided, Hi, and I will punish them both, but no one will be going to prison or be disqualified. But both of them will not be promoted to Chunin in this exam, the Hokage said as he looked at both Kushina and Hayashi, who both agreed as the Umbu release and just rush off to find Hana, not even looking at the Hokage. As the women followed him the right back to the exam, yelled the Hokage. Venton of Konoha and Gurina of Suna, come down please. Both girls were the picture of true Kanwichi. As they wasted no movement while they got into place on the arena floor, they both stood relaxed, as if they had no cares in the world. No words were exchanged as Tenten immediately jumped back and ran a wide arc around the Sunakanwichi before taking out a few kunai and throwing them at the younger girl. To the surprise of her teammates and herself, she completely missed. "Impossible, sorry girlie, but you won't hit me with aim like that," Gurina said. Venton just huffed and began tossing more weapons at Gurina. All of them got deflected, and at the end of the metal rain, Tenten was left staring Gurina, whose fan was now open partway. "This is the first moon. There are two more. When you see all three, this match will be over." Venton just grit her teeth and took out a pair of scrolls. "I was planning on saving this for the main matches, but it looks like I won't be able to hold back," Tenten said. Getting enough distance, she balanced the two scrolls in front of her. As she made hand signs, smushmrick, the scrolls erupted into the air as a pair of twisting dragons, between which Tenten appeared amidst a double helix, channeling chakra into the scrolls. As they spun, weapons began to appear in her hands as she started a new rain of steel aimed right at Gurina. The shower continued for only 30 seconds, but by that time hundreds of weapons of all types were littering the ground, with Gurina standing in a small clearing amongst them. "I'm not done yet." Venton, with tremendous effort, she used the strings connected to each weapon and pulled them all back into the air before swinging her arms forward, causing all of the weapons to crash down again, but all at once, this time in a near solid sheet of pointed metal. There should have been no dodging the mass, but as Tenten landed, she glared at the lone figure in the middle of the field of metal. Venton just smirked as she stood with the second moon of her fan showing. "Shall we end this little game?" Twirling her fan in front of her, Gurina vanished into thin air. Venton looked around frantically until a shadow overlapped her. "Shit!" She looked up into the air to see Gurina grinning down at her from on top of her fan. She was surprised that she hadn't attacked when she had the chance, but it seemed that wasn't her plan. Instead, Gurina landed right back where she started, still with the same grin on her face, while the fan was completely unfolded, showing all three moons. Kamitachi no jutsu in the small arena. The attack rounded on itself, and soon Tenten was lifted into the air in a small whirlwind that began cutting into her clothing. The larger problem wasn't the Jack-relised wind though, but rather the vacuum inside the cone. With a lack of air, she was quickly rendered helpless before Gurina released the jutsu, causing the Kenweichi to fall toward the ground. Gurina wasn't satisfied with that, though, as she held her fan to the side and caught Tenten on the end of her iron fan, the not-so-soft landing causing Tenten to cough up blood before she passed out. Still not satisfied, Gurina threw Tenten out towards her own weapons, intending to impale the girl upon her own hoard. Luckily, the girl's teammate was able to jump down in time to save her from an even more painful landing. "Is that any way to treat someone who tried their best?" Lee glared at the Sunin in "Shut up and take that weakling out of my sight," Gurina said. Lee sped forward and attempted to attack Arena, but was blocked by her fan. Now that wasn't nice. It's as expected from a ninja from such a soft village though," Gurina said. Lee calmed down. The green spandex-clad Jonin sensei of the BOI landed behind his student. "Hi-guy sensei." Gurina stopped messing around with that idiot and his guardian. Temari cold voice came from above. "Winner Gurina." There was a small intermission as the weapons were cleared from the floor. Medical ward. Naruto with Anika, MEI and Kasina had on his heels bolted into the infirmary, but they were told that only one of them could enter at a time, so Naruto enter first. When he opens the room, he saw Karina. "I was talking softly with a doctor." Well, Hanada and Hana slept in their nearby beds. The rest of the room was empty, so they quietly pulled some of the extra visitors' chairs around. Upon seeing him, she rushed over to him and hugged him as she cried on his shoulder as Naruto hugs her back while rubbing her back. "Naruto, they will be fine. Let them rest in peace." The doctor said that Hana will be out of here in a week and Hanada will be out before the final. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. He walks over to Hanada's bedside and brushes his hands through her hair. "I swear if I meet Niji in the final, I will kill him," Naruto said. "Don't say that, Naruto-kun. He's my family." Hanada said. "Family? You call him family?" Hanada, "Family. Don't try to kill each other like that." Naruto said. "Please, Naruto, don't kill him. It's not his fault. Please, I already give him." Hanada said. "Sorry, but I can't forgive him for what he is down, especially to Hanada." Naruto said. "God, please, Naruto, promise me you won't kill him. I begging you," Hanada said as she began to cry. Naruto hate to see women cry, so he decided, "Okay, Hanada-chan, I won't kill him." Naruto said. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," Hanada said as Naruto got up. Hanada held onto his hand and asked what happened, and he told her he could see the rage growing as she shouted about how she was going to kill him as Naruto calmed her down. Then she turned. I want you to kill Neji if you meet him, and the final Hinata said. Naruto was about to answer when Hinata cut him off. You can't mean that, Sister Hinata. Why not? He tried to kill us, Hinata said. But he's family, Hinata said. Family? He tried to kill us, Hinata. He's no family of mine, Haniald. As she looked at her sister, wonder how she can be so stupid at times. But Hinata said as she was cut off. No, but I want him dead, Hinata said. Sorry, Hinata, but I can't kill him, Naruto said. Why not, Haniald? Because I already promised Hinata that I wouldn't kill him, Naruto said as Hinata glared at Hinata. As Hinata held her head down, if looks could kill, Hinata would be dead right now. See that he did want sisters to fight, so decided to come up with something that will please both of them. Hinata, stop looking at Hinata like that. How about I promise you that I punish so bad that he would forget it, but I won't kill him, Naruto said. Fine, but I get to choose the punishment, Hinata said. You'll now get some rest, Naruto said as he kissed her. After a few minutes she was back asleep, and Naruto gently laid her back in her bed and gave her a soft kiss on her head as he and Kurenai left. Outside the room, Naruto came out to see all the women talking to each other like they were best friends. As they saw Naruto, they asked him if the girls was all right, and he told them what happened. Then what happened outside while he was in there, and MEI and MEI told him that they were getting to their mother-in-law and his other wife. They found they had a lot in common as they continued to talk until they saw a guy. What happened in the rest of the match, Naruto asked. When the fires of Lee's youth began to run out of fuel, this Abaku no Temari was able to catch him a glancing blow with her sand and hurl him against the wall. Guy reported in a distressed voice. Naruto already knew that no could be Temari but him. I was forced to intervene before he was severely injured. Surely knows you did the right thing, Kuren, I assured him, looking a bit uncomfortable herself. Yes, but when he is recovered we will run 1,000 laps around Konoha backward on our hands. Guy is shorter than Guy continued. The next that Dasu from the sound defeat Chaoji, and the matches for the next round in a month have already been selected. You will fight who, Kaniji? Kurenai's widened in surprise while Naruto had a beatific grin spread across his face. The Chiraku store, 5:30 p.m. Naruto didn't have a particular destination in mind after all. The redhead for the Uzumaki compound while Anika went home, but he found himself walking towards a Chiraku store. It had been some time since Naruto had some ramen he could picture eating ramen today, and his stomach approved of this by issuing a growl conceding to his hunger. Naruto entered the restaurant smiling towards the old chief. Ichiraku issued a laugh. Well, if it isn't our best customer. Ichiraku gave Naruto a gently pat on the shoulder as came around the corner. Is that Naruto? Cried out as she jumped into his arms. How has the Chunin exams been? Asked from Naruto's dark looks. The two guests, something bad happened. After telling them what happened between Hanada Hana himself and Neji, hug him even harder for a while before she and Ichiraku turned and began to cook Naruto's ramen. After a few moments of silence, Naruto's food finished, but before the Uzumaki could eat, a shadow fell over him, burning one eye behind him. Naruto saw Jiraiya staring down at him. What do you want? Painting a hurt look. Jiraiya took his seat next to the boy. Hey, I heard what happened to your girlfriend. Jiraiya spoke, but got no response from Naruto. Jiraiya watched his Naruto ignored him as he ate his ramen. Jiraiya reached forward and, before Naruto knew it, the bowl of ramen was dumped on his head as the liquid poured down his head. Naruto's eyes flashed to the hermit. Now that is a good look for you. Jiraiya was about jumped when fist caught his face, ending flying through the door. Then Naruto went after him. Do that again, and next time I'll kill you, Naruto said as he looked at the down Jiraiya, who just smiled at the boy. Naruto then went back into the shop, but Jiraiya followed him and kept watching him. What do you want, old man? Naruto finally asked. I'm here to train you. A dumbfounded look was what Jiraiya saw on Naruto's face. I see potential for you, and I noticed your opponent as a who god odd. I can handle myself, Naruto said. Jiraiya stopped and stared at Naruto. His eyes were sad as his blade of wind dispersed. Naruto turned as if to leave, but Jiraiya stopped him with 3 words. You will lose. You only caught off guard the last time. Jiraiya knew at that second he made a small mistake, turning his head just an inch. Naruto gave Jiraiya a full view of his eye. It was now read that attitude you have about you being able to win will get you hurt. Just because you have Kyuubi's chakra and some jutsu doesn't guarantee you anything. Naruto started to laugh. I don't need your help anymore, Godfather. Where were you when I need years ago when the villagers attacked me and my mother? Jiraiya, you felt a shame. He couldn't answer Naruto's question. He had to make it up to Naruto and know the right way. This is called the Resengan Jiraiya is stated with a simple tone. I propose a challenge for you, but cut him off. I already know it, Naruto said as he created one in his hand. Jiraiya then tried to tell Naruto about a summon contract, but Naruto told him he already have one. Then he tried to convince Naruto again until Naruto him leave him alone. If you change your mind, I'll be at the hot spring is 12 tomorrow, Jiraiya is said as he vanished disappear. And a whirlwind of leaves. Naruto went back to heat his ramen until he heard crying come from the corner of the shop. When he looked up, he saw it was Rin, Kakashi's girlfriend and one of his mom friends, so he went over to see what was wrong. Haran, what's up? Naruto asked. It's nothing to bother yourself with, Naruto. Kunrin replied, sorry Rin, but I can't bear to see a woman cry, especially beautiful one, without trying to help them, Naruto said, which made Rin blush. Okay Kakashi, he was supposed to be our anniversary tonight and my birthday tomorrow and left a train with Yacha without even telling me. I had to find out about it from the Hakagerin, as she started to cry even harder as Naruto put a comforting hands around her to calm her down. Kakashi is an idiot leaving beautiful women like you alone for your birthday. If I was your boyfriend, I would leave you at all. I would have brought along with me if I had to leave, said, which made her blush. Would you really? Rin asked as she stops crying. Of course I would, Naruto said. Thank Naruto, you really are a great Jiren. Then Naruto got a great idea. How about I treat you for ramen tonight and tomorrow I take you out for your birthday? Naruto said. You don't have to, Rin said, but I want to. I pick you up tomorrow at 7. Naruto said. Okay Naruto, Kunrin said. Then both of them started to talk about each other for some hours until Rin was called back to the hospital, but she gave him a kiss on the cheek and thanking him again before she left. Naruto was about to leave when Ayame grabbed his hands. I think you are forgetting something, Ayame. And what's that? Naruto, my ramen. Don't tell me you forgot. You promise, Ayame said. Flashback. You're welcome, Naruto-kun, she said, well blushing. Beside, you can eat my ramen anytime you want, Ayame said in a low voice. She thought Naruto didn't hear Naruto then appear before her. Then he captures her lips to his. She was shocked for a moment before she deeper the kiss as their tongues massage each other tongue. After about a minute they parted. Then Naruto whispered into her ears, I'll do a lot more than eat your ramen the next time we meet. Flashback. And of course I do, how can I forget, Naruto said as he started kiss her while his hand roamed her body, which made her moan. Stop, we can't do it here, my father will see us. Let take this to my house. Father won't be home for the next 2 hours, Ayame said. Then she told her father that she was going home early, and then they left. Then minutes later, Ayame's house, as she opened the door, Naruto attacked her lips and he kissed her all over her body as she leads him to her bedroom. Lemon scene happened. Naruto-kun, you own me a new bed, Ayame said playfully. Then they heard a knock on her bedroom and voice calling, should it my father? You have to get out of here, Ayame said as Naruto rushed to put on his clothes. As he finished, she gave her one last kiss as he was about to leave. When her father opened the all, he saw was Ayame in her broken bed, trying to cover up her nakedness, and a red-hair man jumping through the window. As his brain started to this information, only one name come to his mouth, Naruto. I gonna kill you was heard all over the village, but Naruto was still running when here and into someone as both of them fell to the ground. When he looks up, he saw Yoshino Nara. Then he apologizes. Sorry about that, Yoshino-sama, Naruto said as he offered his hand to her. Stop being so formal, Naruto-kun, we know each other for a long time. You call me Yoshino-chan, Yoshino said as accept his hand, and he pull her up. So what are doing out here so late at night, Yoshino-chan? Naruto asked. Plan meeting, she replied. Oh, how I scored you back to your compound, Naruto said. I would love that, Naruto-kun, Yoshino replied. Nara compound. 10 minutes later, see you later, Yoshino-chan. Naruto said. Wait, how about you come in for tea? Yoshino asked. What about your son? He doesn't like me, Naruto said. These just being troublesome, beside he probably sleeping, Yoshino said. Troublesome. Naruto kept playing that word in his mind over and over, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Okay then, Naruto said as he entered the compound. As they reached in the kitchen, she told Naruto to sit while she made the tea. After she came back, they started talk about the exam, Naruto's life, and etc. until Chakamaru came down and saw Naruto. What are you doing? Chakamaru said with venom in his voice. I think I better leave, Naruto said. Don't leave, Naruto, he's just being troublesome. Yoshino said. Troublesome, that word again. Then it hit him. Flashback. First up, his sloth. Kushina said. Sloth, walk up to Naruto and remove her mask, as sit on his lap and wrap her leg him and press the freest against him, and said, this is very troublesome, but you are worth it. As started to give him a lap dance that make Naruto member rise to the heaven. Oh Naruto, it's Oh big I can't wait to write it, Sloth said as she got off of him. Flashback and no it's okay I be seeing you again at my mom's select meeting and bring your friend Sloth. I hear she give the best lap dance although she finds it troublesome, Naruto whispered in her ears as she turned red. Head away from my mother, you team is a shadow shoot after him, but Naruto was already gone. As Naruto reached home, he went directly to his room when he heard some moaning coming from his room. As he entered he suddenly shot back with a massive nosebleed and his bed was the twins. Mei and Mai naked eating out each other. Beep. Naruto-kun, what took you so long to come home? Mei asked. Yeah, we got tired of wait for you so we stared without you. My sorry about that ladies, I was eating so extra ramen and lost track of time, Naruto replied as he recovered from the nosebleed. As he's stirring at the naked woman, so are you going to stand there all night and stir at us or are you going to join us? Mei said. Then Naruto was laying between both of them for a few seconds before the two of them moved to Naruto's beep. Lemon scene happened next morning. Naruto was on his way to training ground to train with his new sensei when sent someone following him. Jiraiya, why are you following me? Naruto. Then Jiraiya suddenly appeared before him. You didn't come to the hot spring Gaki for training? Jiraiya, I thought I told you I did not want your help, beside I already have a sensei. Naruto replied, I sure that person isn't stronger than me, beside don't you want to have the strongest summoning animal around like your father? Jiraiya said. No was all Naruto said before he walks away while Jiraiya still trailing him. But stop following me, Naruto said. No, Jiraiya replied. Hi, and how about I make you a deal? If I can't defeat your summoning animal, I let you train me. And also I'll sign the Toad contract. Naruto said. You got yourself a deal, Gaki. Jiraiya replied. There's no way he can do that. Looks like I finally win. Unknown training ground. Uchiha's no jutsu summoning Jiraiya and giant puff of smoke revelate Toad the size of a mountain. Jiraiya, why have you summoned Mega Mabun to said the fight this? Gaki. Jiraiya said while pointing at Naruto. Aha, why would I want to fight such a weak human? Gamabun to said. Is that so? Naruto asked. I could send you back to where you came without using the Kyuubi's chakra. Boy, are you insane? Nobody besides the Yondai Mei could pull off that task, and you're not even a tuning. Gamabun to retorted. Then you have nothing to worry about, Naruto challenged. Naruto activates his Rinnegan. Then he made a shadow clone. Then the clone woe through hand signs before shouting fire release fire dragon bullet. The real Naruto shouted storm release storm dragon bullet, and then they both shouted combination art firestorm dragon. As a massive dragon shoot towards Gamabunter, it was almost half the size of Gamabunter. The Toad boss was so stunned by the display, he barely had time to put his hands up to block. As the attack sent into the rocks behind him, when it cleared it showed an irate Gamabunter with burns on his hand glaring dagger at Naruto. Then he saw Naruto's eyes, should he have the same eyes as Jiraiya? Boy, first student, I have to take him serious from on Gamabunter. Alright Gaki, you want to play with the big boys, so I'll humor you, just don't blame me when you get hurt. Gamabunter replied. Naruto said nothing as he ran through some more hand signs. Wind release wind tiger. Naruto tiger rush at Gamabunter. This time the large toad was prepared and retaliated with a jutsu of his own, water style liquid bullet. Gamabunter said before spitting out a bullet of water that dwarfed Naruto's. The water bullet plowed through Naruto's tiger, continued on to its main target. Just moments before it made contact with Naruto, the water burst in water droplets. Naruto looked up at Gamabunter just before disappearing. He appeared right in front of Gamabunter, face poised to deliver a haymaker. This was cut short when a large toad swatted Naruto away like a fly into the air, then used his tongue to catch Naruto, then swung the boy around and slammed him into the ground harder enough to create a crater the size of a large house. Gamabunter, that could have killed him. Jiraiya stated. You and I both know that attack wouldn't kill him. The boy has gotten arrogant. This little beating just might have put some humility in him. Gamabunter retorted. The moment he said, the Naruto appeared above his uninjured eye and punch him in at earth. Release rock fist arg, the boss toad yelled as he stumbled backwards and covered his eye. Don't underestimate me, you fool, Naruto growled. Gamabunter removed his hand from his eye, showing swill and I but right runt. You want me to get serious? You got it. The boss toad yelled. Gamabunter pulled out his tanto and in a blink brought it down on Naruto. Jumped to the side, just barely avoiding the blade strike, yet he wasn't fast enough to avoid Gamabunter fist. The large toad strike created a large crater. He ground and dust in gulfed the area. The Naruto shot of the dust and ran up Gamabunter tanto. The moment Naruto reached the hilt of Gamabunter blade, he started a series of hand signs, bought a release giant whale. Naruto said, and the large whale came out of the river and attacked Gamma Bunter. Gamma Bunter raised his arm to block but let out a grunt of pain when the whale hit him. Gamma Bunter growled but smirked as he sensed another Naruto above him. "Fool me once," Gamma Bunter murmured as he spun around and slapped Naruto out of the air. Then he slammed Naruto into the ground, then went to step on him when his foot was stopped by some earth. Release giant rhino dome head protect him. "That was close, you almost got me, but I laid for training. So I finished this now," Naruto said. Well, a shocked Gamma Bunter looked at him, then Naruto made 5. Clone, they all shouted. Shinrashi Inse I almighty push, sending the toad flying into a mountain. Then a big puff of smoke, the toad was gone there. He stood there in shock, can't believe his toad was defeated. Naruto just looked at him before he vanished to training ground find his new sensei. Training ground 27 Naruto was waiting for his sensei when he senses someone and unseal the destroyer to block it. Suddenly the bandage of his sword was destroyed, revealing a sword broad like Zob uses, but the blade was black with 2 red strip running down the blade. This shock. No one had been able to destroy the bandage around his sword before. Who could that guy be? The war on Naruto asked. "I am your sensei for the month," the man said. "So you are the guy that Kushina-chan told me about. You look a lot older than I thought you would be." Naruto said, "Whatever. Kid, let train. By the way, my name is 6 hours." Naruto draws himself into the shower. All the swelling, bruises, and cuts all over his body had gone down thanks to Kuruma power. "Stupid ass. That's the last time I train with him," muttered as the water run down his body. Then he started feeling pleasure. The Naruto cried out and couldn't help but reach down and caress Kurumu's face. Gently along with her hair, she couldn't help but feel her body begin to get heated up even more as she moved her head while still holding Naruto's, but along with running her hands there as well as up and down Naruto's thighs. It was not long before Naruto finally reaches his limits and shots as he felt his orgasm hit him hard. Yes, Kurumu managed to take in as much of Naruto's. It flowed out of his beep, and she couldn't help but find the taste to be worth it, as it was thick, sweet and hot to her. She took in as much as she could and then moved away, and she swallowed her lovers come slowly to savor the feeling of it flowing into her throat. As soon as she was done, she looked at Naruto, who was relaxing and smiling at her, and he spoke. "Wish I could finish this, but I late for my date with Rin." Naruto said. Kurumu was to press until Naruto promised her he would do a favor for her any time and place at Rin's house. Naruto knocked a few times before Rin answered the door. She had let down her long black hair and was wearing stunning skin-tight blue sparkle dress, which was inches above her knee. The dress show off all her assets, her cupfreezed, her hourglass shape, her sexy legs, and etc. She smiled as she saw the look on Naruto's face. "You look very beautiful tonight, Rin-chan, and happy birthday," Naruto said as he handed her his gift. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," she said while blushing. "Okay, let go or we will be late for our reservation." Naruto said. "So where are we going?" Rin asked. "It's a surprise," Naruto said. Her input Naruto's gift on her bed. Then she and Naruto went out the red leaf. 5 minutes later. "Oh my god, Naruto, this is the most expensive restaurant I ever been to. Kakashi normally took me to get dangos on my birthday. I deserve this." Rin said. His tears fell from her eyes. Then Naruto hugged her. "Don't ever say that about yourself. You deserve anything good that happened to you," Naruto said. After she dried up her tears, they went into the restaurant and was seating. They ordered their food and told each other their life story. Like Kakashi was worth less in bed. He lasted 4 seconds in her before he came, and Naruto even told her how he sprayed animal female scent in Kakashi clothes as Kakashi walks out of his house. He was attacked by horny male animal humping him all over body. Rin burst out and laughter. They talked throughout the dinner. 2 hours later. Rin's house. "Thanks for tonight, Naruto-kun. I really had fun. It was the best birthday I ever had." Rin said. "Beer welcome, Rin," Naruto said as he kissed her on the cheek good night and was walking away when Rin drew him back in a kiss as their tongue fraught for dominance and their hands were all over each other. As they parted, she wished him good night, then one final kiss before he went home. 3 weeks before the final, Naruto woken up in the hospital in bandages covered all over his body. The last he saw was flame coming at him by his sensei. Naruto wondered how his mother had survived sensei's training. Naruto got out of bed and decided to visit Hana as he went to her room, but she wasn't there. But the nurse told him that she had checked out. As he walked down the hospital hallway, his eyes caught someone in a room, so he decided to check it out. He saw Ashihoka. He was in a coma. He was about to ask the nurse What happened to him when he heard them talking? Poor guy, I wonder when he will be waking up. A nurse. What happened to him? Asked Nurse 2. He got knocked out by a frying pan to the face, said Nurse 1. While hold back a giggle. Who couldn't have do that to him? Nurse to his wife. We had to pry the frying pan off his face. It was like it was glue on. Nurse 1 said as she was now laughing. It must have been a hard hit. I wonder what he did. Nurse 2 said when they brought him in. His wife yelled, that would you get for knocking me out in the exam, said Nurse 1. Then they heard laughter. And when they turn around no one was there. You got compound. Hey, can I talk to Hana, said Naruto said. To the guard, your kind is not welcome here. Demon, said one of the guards as he activates his Byaku. And why isn't he welcome here, said a voice. Rika-sama, said the guard as Rika was glaring at him. Then the guard started feeling pain in his head, then he fell over to the ground out cold. You take him to the medical ward now. Rika's said, hi Rika-sama, he said. Then he pick up the down guard and vanish. That would you get for call my Naruto Kuna. Demon. Rika's, so what bring you her today? Thus came to talk to Hana-chan. By the way, what did you do to him? Naruto said. Nothing to worry yourself about. Hana is in her room, so let go, she said as he dragged Naruto into the compound by his hand. As they reaching in the house, Rika told someone to notify Hana that Naruto wanted to talk to her. As they wait, Rika's started asking Naruto question about his training. So Rika-chan, I did know you hit that hard with a frying pan. I better not get on your bad side. Naruto said. Well, Rika blush and was about to answer when Hana arrived and tackle Naruto to the ground and started kissing him when they heard a cough which snapped then out of their kissing. I think I leave you guys to talk in private. It was good talking to you, Naruto-kun, Rika said as she leave, while swing her hip and ass in a sexually way that hypnotized Naruto, and he had to fight the blood from coming to his noise as the door closed behind her. Then Hana smack him on his head. Or you check out my mom, Hana yelled. Oh, of course not, Naruto shuddered. But outside the door listened to Hana and Naruto argument. Rika-chan, you sexy bitch, you still have a trick. As she walk away inside after the argument, Hana and Naruto was making out while they hands explore each other. So you have any idea of how you are going to destroy Niji yet? Hana asked. She ended the kiss. No, not yet, Naruto replied. Then I have the perfect way, Hana said as he dragged him to the training ground. 3 hours. Naruto and Hana had just finished when they heard screaming. When they reached the screaming, they saw a man standing over women who was clutching her head in pain. Then Hana shouted, what are you doing to her? When he heard Hana, he stopped. Mind you own business, this is between me and her, said the man. And what did she do to deserve this punishment? Hana said the man could answer. Then she asked the girl, and she told Hana that she was being punished because she refused to have sex with him. Hana was he read after that. The next thing the man know, his ball was crushed into pulp and fell to the ground and all over the elemental nation. All the men suddenly hold on to their ball. Even Naruto. You can go now, Hana said to the girl. Thank you. Hana saw me, she said as she left. What was that the man did to her to cause so much pain? Naruto asked. He was activating the cage bird seal. Hana said, cage bird, where have I heard those word before? Naruto, what is this cage bird seal? Then she told him all about the seal and the main members and branch members. She also told him how her mother, she and sisters hated the seal and was trying to stop it from being used. So if your mother hated the seal, then why would she use it? Naruto asked. My mother would never use that seal. Hana yelled at him. As she did it to the guard after he called me a demon. Naruto said, while mom must have cared about Naruto to have used that seal, but to what extent? Hana, that because she care about you. She doesn't like when people called you a demon though. So what is the name of that seal again? Naruto asked. It's called the cage bird seal, she said. That was when it hit him. He final remember where he heard that name before. Flashback. Next we have bird, said Kushina. Flashback end. Then a smile comes to his face. Hey Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hana said, I'm fine, let's go to your room, Naruto said. Hana's room. Hana moved forward seductively to meet Naruto. Hana wasted no time with her turn, as the two of them began to kiss one another deeply, and she could feel the way Naruto moved as he closed in towards her and hugged her tightly, as she was more than ready for this moment. The kiss between the two of them was deep and arousing for the two of them, as they also rubbed their bodies on one another, and the lavender eye tune in felt her freeze as well as her nipples, which were already getting very hard, rubbed his body. She smiled at that, as she could tell that Naruto loved it, as he blushed deeply. Lemon scene happened as soon as they were done. Hana felt asleep in Naruto's arm. He was about to shut his eyes to sleep when he heard and was outside the room. He went out to check when something crashed into him. It was Rick, as she was laying on top of Him in a see-through nightgown. Seeing this he blush heart as his Beep stood up against her. Beep feel it, she moaned, then realized what she had done, jump off of him really quickly. Sorry about that, Naruto-kun, said Rick a while blushing. Don't worry about it, Naruto said while blushing too. Naruto, I like to thank you for saving my daughters in the Tunin exam, she said. It's no big deal, he replied. It is, and I wanted to do something for you to repay you, she said. You don't have to, he replied. I insist, she said. Fine, Naruto said as he appeared behind and opened the front part of her nightgown. You tasted very good, Rick Akan, Naruto said as she was about replied. They heard someone coming and they both disappeared into their own room. Traveling back to the apartment was a complete blur with Naruto as he let himself be dragged. Knowing how horny Anko was at that moment, he could practically smell the pheromones oozing out of her. She wanted him bad, and after 4 years who could blame her? Naruto knew her too well, and after he had from the age of 10 reading the Icha collection that was left on his doorstep for his birthday, he was all too well versed in the art of making love. Well, as far as one can be after 6 years of reading and 4 years of messing around with your girlfriend. Bursting through the door of the apartment, Naruto suddenly found himself airborne as Anko had literally thrown him. In the second the door was open while she closed the door and activated the security in one-way privacy seals. When she turned back around, Naruto could see the hunger in her eyes as she slowly stalked over to him, swaying her hips back and forth as she slowly sloped her shoulders, and her trench coat fell to the floor, leaving her in her skirt, mesh, suit and wrappings. Belping slightly, he knew what was coming. He'd kept her waiting, and now she was going to do the same to him. He could handle it for a little while, but the question he was thinking was, how was she going to do it? She wasn't a member of the TAI department for nothing, and that fact alone made him a little nervous. He had seen what was left of some of the prisoners, who she had been given leeway in interrogations with, and what was left over couldn't even be called corpse. That would imply it resembled a body instead of a hunk of bone and meat. As Anko got closer to Naruto, she slipped off her shinobi sandals and loosened her wrappings. As she got down on her knees and started to prowl over to Naruto, who was still on his backside, having been mesmerized by the show of her undressing. As she moved, the bindings on her freeze that had been loosened started to slip off, revealing she wasn't wearing a bra underneath the mess suit as it hugged her every curve. Hoxie-kun, you kept me waiting, Anko said in a very seductive voice as Naruto's eyes remained fixated on her swing freeze and didn't notice she had started to raise his shirt as she slipped a piece of paper out from below her mess suit. And now it's time to pay the piper, she said before placing the paper just above his waistline, and channel chakra into it a split second before pulling it away, revealing a black circle with the kanji for flow on it with a line through it. Feeling the sudden chakra, he looked down and immediately recognized the seal and mentally cursed under his breath. It was the level 1 seal the unisex prisons used for their long-term inmates. It kept the men from fuming so to prevent pregnancies in the prison. The level 2 version of the seal kept men from getting erect period, and was used for the more disgruntled prisoners as a punishment and could only be removed by a series of hand seals that are an extremely high burst of chakra, which Naruto could do but voted against it, seeing as he knew Anko could use a more painful method to achieve the same goal. There was a reason why she was the punishment in the TAI department for any shinobi who violated or was accessed to flexible harassment, and she was good and proud of her work. That's just mean how Naruto pouted with a sigh, making Anko giggle as she leant in close to his ear. So was making me wait 3 hours for you. Now you're going to wait for at least 1 before I let you, she said before she licked up his neck, making him growl as she got to his ear. Now, tuck me. Lemon happened. Naruto pulled out and dropped Anko's side as they both panted, getting their breath back. Anko rolled over onto Naruto's chest and hugged him as they rested and basked in the glow of their first time, well, at least for 10 minutes before Anko looked at Naruto with a seductive smirk. The up for round 2, Foxy-kun, she grinned, making Naruto laugh. Though you know it, he said before in a burst of chakra-enhanced speed. Anko found herself pressed hard against the far wall of the room and Naruto behind her, and faster than she could react, he was buried in her balls, deep once again, making her silently scream in pleasure as he leaned in close to her ear and whisper in a low growl, and this time I'm not holding back. Those words were the last she heard. 'Cause after that all that anyone who entered that apartment heard would have been the sounds of Anko's screams of pleasure and gasps of pleasurable pain as Naruto gave her the tucking he had promised over and over again. Skipped 4 hours later. Anko was lying over the end of her, Naruto's better ass in the air as she gasped, trying to get her breath back after Naruto had pounded her senseless. Her ass was red and in a pleasurable pain after she had teased Naruto a bit too much, evident by the number of broken ping-pong paddles on the ground. They had been the cheap kind, and Naruto had been for the warm-up for the paddle, which was now on Naruto's lap as he sat leaned against the far wall, getting his breath back after the last round they had just finished going. Fatting his breath back again, he got to his feet, slightly wobbly, but after a few seconds of running chakra through his muscles, he was back and ready to go again. Anko pushed up off of the bed, looking back at him with a grin. Up for round 15, she grinned, shaking her ass at him with a smirk, telling him she hadn't had enough just yet. Naruto laughed and was about to go for her again when the doorbell rang, making Anko snarl, "Whoever that is better have a damn good reason, otherwise I'm going to give him a snake anima for interrupting our tucking time." Naruto shook his head and moved to the door, but not before giving the paddle a finely hard swing across Anko's backside, making her drop to the bed once again. "I'll go see who it is. You go start putting some cooling cream on that ass of yours, otherwise you won't last 5 minutes in the next round," he grinned, walking or as he tied on a dressing gown and pulled on some boxers and slacks. Bedding to the front door, he deactivated the seals and opened the door to be greeted by the rare side of a Hika branch member wearing the usual white and black robes with his forehead covered now. Naruto was really grateful he had those seals active. The seals prevented even the Hiketad and Jutsu from seeing through the walls of the flat, which was one of the reasons he had installed them himself for all-around privacy. Those eyes were, as Shikamaru would put it, troublesome. "But evening, Hika-san, and what can I do for you this fine evening?" Naruto asked with a smirk. He had a small guess what this was about. "Uzumaki-sama, your presence has been requested by both the clan heads of the Hika and Yamanaka clans at the Hika compound at your earliest convenience. I'm to escort you when you're ready," the man said, not breaking his stoic demeanor. Naruto looked at him for a moment. He hadn't been expecting a summons for Minoichi as well. That was unexpected. He knew Hino had feeling for him, and he returned them on some level, and with his newly elected clan status and his position in the Kra, he knew he would be getting some marriage proposals, but he never expected them this quick. "Thank you, Hika-san. If you'd give me a few minutes, I just need to grab a quick shower and a change of attire. Would you mind waiting out here?" Naruto asked politely. He had never been one for inviting strangers into his home, and a Hika was definitely not on his list to do so. They could read a book without even opening it, and not all his notebooks had privacy seals on them. He would have to find a way to fix that, of course. "Uzumaki-sama," the Hika said with a small bow, still not showing any emotion other than a stoic one. That had always been perplexing to Naruto. He had never once seen a branch Hika member even crack a smile, and he had made it his own personal mission 2 years ago to get them to show some other emotion, but so far all of his attempts had been unsuccessful. "Though, are you going out, Foxy-kun?" came a voice behind Naruto. "But what about round 15? Naruto turned and blinked at what he saw. Anko was dressed in a small white dress shirt which cut off above her belly button, and was wearing a really short skirt that just covered her underwear and no more, and had a lollipop sticking out of her mouth while holding the paddle Naruto had had moments ago. The scene made Naruto smirk. She had found his gift. Then suddenly there was a crash behind him, and he looked out to see the Hika member was gone. He stepped out and looked over the railing to find the Hika branch member lying in the bushes with a look of bliss on his face and 2 trails of blood coming down his nose, making Naruto facepalm so itching. Power whoopee cushions, paintballs, and budrass in pink, and even the Hikage monument covered in orange and red paint doesn't make them laugh or break their shell. But Anko in a schoolgirl uniform does. Well, at least we have one thing in common. Naruto, though, before going back inside, closing the door and looking at his very naughty school girl Anko, they walked over and pulled her into a kiss which lasted 5 seconds before he pulled away. "Forgive me, Anko-chan, but I've got a summons from Hishir and Inoichi. I think it's about Ino and Hanada. This could be what we've been waiting for." Anko pouted, but it was only made sexier by Her clothing fine, I guess I can let you go for an hour scene, as it could mean I get 2 harem sisters out of it, she said with a smirk before pointing the paddle at Naruto. But if you're not back in 1 hour and using this on me, I'll be using it on you, got it, she said in a mock threatening tone. She knew she could never do it, but she would give it her damn best shot. Naruto smirked and kissed her again. Love you to he said before he rushed off to get showered and dressed for the meeting scene. Break. Naruto walked through the streets following the Hika member as they headed to the Hika clan compound. Naruto had decided to go with a more respectable clan attire now that he had prepared for when his clan would be made official in Kano. Once again he was wearing a deep orange-brown male kimono with under wrapping and a dark blue hirei with a Uzumaki crest and white on the back, and his mother's sword at his waist, wearing white foot wrappings and traditional sandals, looking like a respectable clan figure. Here is in had told him of his clan's traditional colors, and they had the attire made to order years ago by Daichi. It was high quality and was reinforced with the same seals as his coat was. The Hika had been quite the whole walk and had only spoken in an apology for his composure when Naruto had come out of the apartment. Once more as they walked, Naruto began to notice something. A lot of the civilians were looking at him a little bit differently. Instead of hate, some were looking at him with slight respect, others with fear, though there were still those who glared at him with hate. He was curious as to just what was doing it. That was answered when they passed by 2 Inuzuka clan members and the partners, who noticed him and bowed respectfully. But afternoon Uzumaki Sama before they walked on. Then that's when Naruto realized where it had been spread about the reinstatement of the Uzumaki clan and him as clan head. Well, it was certainly an expected change. And a lot of the looks he had been getting now made sense. He was getting respect due to his status. Changed. The looks of fear were people worried about him, deciding to take his revenge on them for their past actions against him due to his position as clan head, or at the time of clan heir. Any actions against him were an act of war against the Uzumaki clan, and now as clan head he could put forward for their immediate execution should he so desire. But that wasn't what Naruto had planned. No, he would let them stew in their fear with the knowledge that he could end them at any second, and let them fear him the rest of his lives, as no doubt they would all soon be receiving summons from Ibiki to report for evaluations to see if they fall under the Hokage's decree of reparations to his clan. But if word about that had gotten out, then there would no doubt that the word of him being able to summon a cane out and that he's in contact with her, there would be hardcore kick be haters out for him now, so he'd best be on his guard. He grips his mother's katana at the thought, looking around, just begging for someone to try something. Now the 2 of them were coming up on the clan compound. Coming up to the front entrance, the gate opens and branch member steps to the side. Please go inside. Uzumaki-sama, Hiashi-sama, and Yamanaka-sama are waiting for you in the main house, he said, giving a small bow, which Naruto returned before going into the compound. Once inside, the view was quite spectacular. Fresh green grass with beautiful flower beds, a pebbled path walkway up to the main house. There was even a small pond in the middle of the compound with fresh water koi swimming in it, with a small waterfall feeding into it. Bamboo trees followed one side of the path around the edge of the inner compound, and Naruto could see 2 sets of hiker guards on patrol walking the perimeter 200 meters apart. The compound was massive. Looking to his right, he could see the main house, which was a traditional style with a single floor. Well behind it he could see a number of houses. This was the main branch compound where the head families lived. The branch members lived in a separate compound just across from this one. Naruto had known this cause. He had been there a number of times to try to get one to crack a smile, and the side branch compound was nowhere near as nice as the main branch compound. Turning and starting down the path to the main house, he went to the front door, and it was opened by another branch member. Please come in. Uzumaki-sama, Hiashi-sama, and Yamanaka-sama are in the dining hall expecting you. The Vinganad. Naruto slipped off his sandals and moved them to the side before stepping inside. He followed the branch member to a sliding door when he got on his knees just a bit behind, away from the door, before sliding it open and bowing. Forgive the intrusion, Hiashi-sama. Yamanaka-sama, but Uzumaki-sama has arrived per your request. Please come in. Naruto-san called the recognizable voice of Yasi. The Rito nodded in thanks to the branch member before he walked in, and the branch member closed the door behind him. Naruto found both Yasi and Nuchi at the rather large dining table, both with impressed looks on their faces. Seeing Naruto's new attire, Naruto-san, I must say your attire is certainly one befitting one of your status. Norichi complimented him. That's quite a step up from your usual attire. Uzumaki Dano, Hiashi said with a nod of recognition. Thank you, Norichi-san. Hikadono. Though this attire would be more befitting for meetings involving clan affairs. If I'm to assume this is why I was requested, Naruto said respectfully as he walked over to the table as Hiashi gestured to take a seat. Hearing Naruto's tone, Norichi smiled slightly. A wise observation, Naruto-san, and a correct one, but I think we can dispense with the formalities and titles, seeing as we know each other slight better than that, given how many times we've spoken. And the matter at hand is more personal than business. Naruto nodded. I guess that much. And if we're being so informal, may I request that we skip any idle chat, not to be rude, but Anko-chan only gave me an hour to see what this was about and then get back. If not, I'd fear she'd sent her snakes after me, and not the small kind. Both Hiashi and Norichi looked at him with raised eyebrows, and Norichi was the one to speak first. Sorry, Naruto, but we thought that for hours would have been enough time to see Denko-san's desires. Naruto chuckled lightly. Enough to appease her maybe, but nowhere near enough to satisfy her. We've been abstinent for years, and now that I'm fair game, she's having as much of me as she can get. There's a lot of pent-up frustration, so if we could speed this along before she gets impatient and decides to send the snakes out early, that would be great. Both Hiashi and Norichi paled slightly at the thought. For years ago, Anko had been the name that struck fear into most of the civilians. They still hated her with a passion, but most wouldn't risk going near her cause of Origamaru. And the fact that if you pissed her off, you have a river of poisonous snakes after you. And now she was the nightmare of the TNEI and shared the second seat with Norichi in that department, so he knew all too well what the woman was capable of. Both men looked at each other and nodded in agreement to make this quick as they both stood up and rounded to the front of Naruto before getting on their knees and bowing. Naruto, both Inoichi and I humbly request a unity between our clans to be solidified by the marriages between you and our firstborn daughters, Hiashi said respectfully. Both our daughters have expressed their desires for you to court you, and we believe this is the best option for our clans and our daughters. Norichi continued. Naruto nodded, hearing their requests. I will accept the unity between our clans, as I already planned on requesting such myself at a later date when the construction of the Uzumaki compound begins. But I will not accept your requests, so solidify them through arranged marriages. Both Inoichi and Hiashi looked in Naruto with slight shock before anger came to the mat, the thought of him turning down their daughters. But Naruto raised his hand as he continued. Let me explain. I would love nothing more than to have both Ino and Hinata as my girlfriends, and in the future my wives, but to do so through arranged marriages at this moment in time would not work. For the main reason that neither of them knows about Akane or what really happened 16 years ago, and until they are told to put them into an arranged marriage with me before they know all the facts would not sit well with me. In fact, the whole concept of arranged marriages never sat well with me. I offer both your clans the unity unconditional of the marriages and request permission to court both Hinata and Ino as my further girlfriends and wives. I will tell them all the facts before I start that level of a relationship with them, so they can decide themselves, without it feeling like it was forced. If they accept me and are willing, only then will I pursue a relationship like that with them, and of course any intimacy with them will wait until they are ready for such and requested. I will not make them into baby makers to restart my clan regardless of council orders. Both Inoichi and Hiashi smiled slightly hearing Naruto's reasons, and both knew their daughters had chosen wisely in their pursuit of love. Naruto was respectful, strong, smart, caring, and would take care of both their daughters, though they still planned on being overprotective as fathers, such was their right. But something was telling them that they wouldn't have to do so as much with Naruto as they would have anyone else. Hiashi nodded. Your reasoning is solid, Naruto, and for this you have our thanks. The Norichi continued. Both Hinata and Ino are in the indoor garden space in the middle of the house. If you'd like to speak with them now, I'm sure they'd love to hear you out now. Naruto stood up and gave a small bow. Thank you, I believe I will. I still have some time before I need to get back to Ankiken. Now if you'll excuse me, he said before turning around and heading to where he could feel Aino and Hinata's chakra coming from. As he walked out, both Hiashi and Inoichi shared a look. Follow him and listen in. Inoichi asked, would we be fathers to our daughters if we didn't? Hiashi responded as he and Inoichi silently followed the blonde, wanting to hear their daughter's response to his request, both silently rooting for him. Scene break. Naruto took a slight breath, studying his nerves before releasing slowly as he stood in front of the door leading out into the inner yard of the Hidomane household. Before he reached out and opened the door and stepped out, the inner yard was a small green garden, a wooden walkway around the entire rim, and a small wooden bridge crossing the river of stone pebbles that separated the walkway from the garden. In the middle of the green garden there was a blanket laid out, and on it sat both Aino and Hinata, both giggling to themselves as they talked. But when they had heard the door open, the both looked over to see Naruto dressed in his formal attire, and both blushed seeing their shared crush. Naruto smiled as he crossed the bridge over onto the inner garden, seeing their blushes. Good evening, you two. I hope I'm not intruding, he said with a smile on the outside. While inside he was still fighting to keep his nerves down, hoping they'd be open to what their conversation was going to lead to. No, Naruto-kun, we were just chatting, we just didn't expect to see you here, Hinata said as she tried to fight back her blush. While Naruto-kun, you look amazing. Any reason for the fancy clothing? Aino asked, looking him up and down, desperately trying not to lick her lip at the sight of him, as well as fighting back her blush. Well, it's only right to attend clan meetings dressed appropriately. As of forthcoming 5 hours ago, the Uzumaki clan has been reinstated as a formal clan of Konoha, Naruto said with a proud smile. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, and shock happy for him. Yay, that's great, Aino said in the same tone, both knowing how much his mother's clan had meant to him. Thanks, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. You see, your fathers called me here so that an alliance could be made between our clans. So as the Uzumaki clan regrows, it benefits all three of our clans, but that's not the reason I've come to talk to you now. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked as both she and Aino looked at Naruto with slight confusion as he sat down. Well, I know how you two feel about me. I have for some time now, Naruto stated as both girls blushed again at the sudden statement. The thing is, I have the same feelings for both of you, maybe not as strong as I have for Anko-chan, but they're still there, and Anko-chan and I have been together 4 years now, as I'm sure you're both aware. And it's because of that I haven't been able to act on my feelings for you two, as polyamory is frowned upon for civilians. Both girls nodded sadly. They knew Naruto had been dating Anko since before the academy, and the first day at the academy she had made it clear that anyone that tried anything would regret it, so that's why they hadn't acted either. But the thing is, now that the Uzumaki clan has been reinstated and I'm the last member, I've been placed on the Crotorist, or my clan, and I'm sure you both know what that means, so I won't really go into the details. But the bottom line is Anko has agreed to share me, given I must have feelings for the other girls as well as them having feeling for me, which I think is more than reasonable, Naruto explained, as he could see the blushes deepening on both girls as he talked. Though Naruto didn't know it, both girls in their heads were screaming, "Thank you, Kami." Now there is something I want to ask you both, and I'm sure you can both guess what that is. But before I ask you the question, I want to tell you some things, because I don't want you making the decision before you know all the facts just to find them out later, and then regret it and end up hating me, Naruto explained, looking very serious. Both girls shared a look before looking back to Naruto and giving subtle nods to continue. Naruto nodded back before sighing. Well, I'm sure you both have noticed how when I walk around the village, about 80 to 95% of the villagers don't exactly look at me with the most kindest of glares, he said, getting nods from both girls. They had always seen that and wondered why. Well, there's a reason for that. Skip. I'm not going to repeat it, you already know it all by now. Both girls add in silence after having listened to the one they loved telling them of his life and the nightmare it had been. All because of how the Yandai Mei Hokage had chosen him to hold the Kippura cane after she had attacked the village, and the villagers had viewed him as the fox, even though the truth was that it had never been her fault in the first place. They had listened to how badly Naruto had been treated and how he had only found true happiness 4 years ago when he had met Anko, and had been told who his parents were, though he hadn't told them who his father was, given that it was ordered by the Hokage to remain a secret until he was Shikman. Now both sat looking at the blonde as his hair shadowed his eyes as he looked down, not wanting to meet their eyes for risk of judgment from them. Nino spoke first. Naruto-kun, you told us all this because you wanted to ask a question. Nino started. That question was if we wanted to share you with Anko under the craw and you didn't want us to regret it later should we have found this out, Hanadofin. And now that you do, I can understand if neither of you wishes to be with me. Both girls looked to each other and shared small smiles before nodding. The next thing Naruto knew was that he was tackled by both Kenwichi into a hub that caught him by surprise and forced him to the ground. Naruto quickly adjusted to the new scene and looked to the girls who had just tackled him, both with smiles and loving looks in their eyes. Naruto-kun, this doesn't change how we feel about you. We could never look at you the way those Baka villagers look at you, Hana said before hugging him as she desperately fought back her blush at being so close to Naruto. For years, and she was still trying to. Bambarita doesn't, why should it? A cane isn't to blame, so why should it affect how we feel about you? Ino asked as she looked at Naruto. Naruto smiled before hugging both girls. Thank you, I just had to be sure. You have no idea how happy you both saying that makes me. Naruto said happily that they both still wanted him. Both girls hugged back, both with blushes on their cheeks, both unbelievably happy that the boy they had both had a crush on was returning their feelings for them both. After a few moments the hug broke apart and the three of them sat back all with smiles on their faces. You know, I was kind of nervous about all of this, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head, both about telling the two of you about all this and the fact that you'd both turned down the idea of sharing me. Both Ino and Hinata blushed and giggled at statement, understanding Naruto's thoughts. Not many women would agree to share a man, but then again, not many men are worth sharing. But Naruto was the exception. No, actually Naruto-kun, 3 years ago when Ino and myself talked and discovered each other's crushes on you, we Hinata started. But Ino cut in. We agreed that if we could both have you we'd share, Ino said with a slight smirk on her face. Even at the same time, hearing Ino say that, Hinata blushed beet red and Naruto have a slowly grown lecherous smile, as a very vivid mental image of what his future could contain came to his head. At the same time, just to the inside left of the main house door, both Hayashi and Inoichi stood listening, both with slight blushes themselves. Hearing their daughters had spoken of such things, and both looked each other and spoke quietly. Well, Ino certainly is very outgoing in her ways, Hayashi said, trying to put it politely. The Naruto cleared his throat. Well, she's always been a very outgoing girl, but I'm surprised that Hinata agreed to it. I didn't think her the type. The Hayashi gave a small smile. Well, she takes after my wife in that way, I'd suspect. But she's still young, he said before they both went back to listening. Naruto cleared his throat and mind. Of the images, it was still too soon for some things that he was thinking of. Well, if it comes the time that's what you two want, then I won't say no, but it will still be some time before we do anything like that. If we do start dating, then we'll take it slow so we can get it right. Hino nodded in understanding, and Hinata shuffled nervously on her spot slightly, which Naruto noticed. Hinata, is something wrong? He asked, worried he'd upset her. The Nada shook her head. Oh no, nothing's wrong, Naruto-kun. I agree with taking it slowly. It's just that if we're going to be dating, would it be alright if we… Hinata started but stopped nervously. If we what, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, not sure what she was getting at. He didn't think she was the type for the heavy stuff straight away, and he wanted to wait, but he was opening to listening to what she wanted. If we kissed, Hinata said as she blushed. Rad as she spoke the words, hearing the mean oh blushed Rad too. Kenwichi or not, they were still teen girls who had never kissed before, and the thought of doing it with their crush now shared boyfriend was enough to make them both blush crimson. Naruto had to hold back a chuckle. at how cute they both looked blushing like that. He and Anko had done much more than kiss, so the thought of kissing wasn't exactly heavy to him, but he knew that it was too soon for something major. He gave them a small smile. If that's what you would like, Hinata-chan, I'll give you both one if you'd like, he said as he watched both their blushes deepen. But nothing more than a small chastity kiss. I'd like to take you both out on at least one day, before we do anything more, he said seriously. Even he and Anko had waited till after their first date at Ikaraku's before anything more serious. At the inside left of the door, both Inuchi and Hishir smiled, both knowing Naruto was a gentleman, but both keeping their fatherly instincts down, knowing Naruto wouldn't take it too far, and both shared a look with the other since they were in this together. "They alright with this?" Inuchi asked. The Ashi nodded. "Yes, I see no reason to intervene, yet it's just a small kiss, and they've both agreed to it, let them have their moments." Naruto moved to face Hinata, who was currently blushing up a storm, being so nervous. She had asked for it, and now she was going to get it as Naruto moved to her side, and they both leaned in and their lips gently touched. Hinata was doing everything in that moment not to pass out. Naruto was kissing her, and she was kissing Naruto. He was being so gentle, as was everything she had imagined. Naruto couldn't help but smile mentally as he took in the experience. Her lips were so soft he could smell her scented lipstick, peach, and he caught the scent of her shampoo, lavender and lemongrass. It was different from Anko's, but it was still nice. After a few seconds, Naruto pulled back as Hinata mewed in disappointment, wanting more, before covering her mouth in embarrassment at making the noise, making Naruto chuckle slightly. "Sorry, Hayam. That's all you're getting for now," Naruto lightly teased, getting her blush to deepen yet another shade, and take up her entire face before he turned to Inu, who had her own blush growing in anticipation for her own kiss. Moving over to her, Naruto smiled as he leant in as she did the same, kissing each other gently, as Inu nearly melted at his touch. Naruto took in her scent as he did, noticing the difference from both Anko and Hinata. The Nilla lip gloss was what he was getting this time, with a mango and passion fruit shampoo. He liked it. And once more as he pulled away after the few seconds, making sure not to give one more than the other, he got a disappointed moan from Inu, who, like Hinata, cover her mouth in embarrassment, making Naruto chuckle. Suddenly there was a cough breaking the moment as the three looked to Hayashi and Inuchi at the doorway, choosing now to break the moment. "Will I trust you have a good reason for what we just witnessed?" Naruto Sananoiki said in mock anger, wanting to try and bust his future son in law's balls slightly. "We said to talk with them, not seduce them." Hayashi added his 2 cents as well, with mock anger. But before they could continue, both felt their ear burning as found themselves pulled to one side like children by their separate daughters, who were giving their fathers unimpressed looks, one that Inuchi got often when he angered his wife, and one that Hayashi hadn't gotten in years, as both Hinata and Inu spoke a single sentence. "Play nice with our boyfriend." That one phrase sent chills down both men's spines that promise untold pain to both their bodies and their coin purses, should they refuse so. Both quickly nodded their heads. Naruto chuckled nervously at the scene, knowing he'd be in for trouble if he angered them, but then the thought suddenly crossed his mind as he checked his watch, and his eyes widened. "Crap," he yelled before sprinting past the father and daughter couples heading for the door. "I've only got 5 minutes left before I'm late." As both Inuchi and Hayashi stood up watching the blonde blur go, they knew he knew they had made the right choice with him for their daughters, but both silently gave a prayer for his balls if he was late, and prayed for the future of his coin purse should he take their daughters and their cravings on. Scene break. Naruto sprinted out of the hike to compound, and with a chakra leap he jumped to the roof. Scent took off his high speed. He had to cover a 20-minute walk in less than 5 minutes. Well, if his ancestors could cover a 7-day journey in just 2 days with their village at stake, he could damn well do this with his ass on the line. As he jumped from house to house, clearing whole streets heading for his apartment, he mentally cursed Arisen for not letting him learn the Haradayan, yet it would have come in so handy right now. But let out a sigh of relief when he could see his door, but his eyes bulged seeing his watch less than a minute to go. He shot across the houses like a bat out of hell, knowing Anko's sadistic nature, and what would happen if he was late even by a second. As the very second ticked down and with 10 seconds to spare, he burst through the door and skidded to a halt. Safe, Naruto yelled as he stopped, getting an applause for Manko who was waiting for him. By the skin of your arse ankle after. She got up from the seat. Now let's pick up where we left off, shall we? She said with a smirk but frowned when Naruto shook his head. Sorry he be high, no, I have a much better idea of how we can have fun. It's something I read 4 years ago that I just remember and I've been meaning to try out, but I can guarantee you'll enjoy it 5 times more than anything we've done so far, Naruto said with a very lecher smile on his face, making Anko shiver in anticipation. Oh, and what's this? She asked, barely able to contain her excitement. This, Naruto said as he raised his hands into a familiar seal, and Anko's eyes widened. Kagebunshin no Jutsu. And as the smoke cleared 5, Naruto stood where there once was one, and Anko gulped at the realization of what was about to happen dawned on her, and she only uttered one word before she was lifted into the bedroom at high speed. Hami. Naruto lay in the middle of his and Anko's bed. As Anko lay with her head on his chest, both were naked with only the sheet draped across their midsections, their feet showing at the bottom of the cover. Anko's hair was a mess as she lay peacefully the week previous, had worn her out in ways she didn't know were possible. Every joint in her body was sore, but in the most pleasant ways. After a week of going at it, she was content as she could have possibly been. She smelled of sex and sweat, but she didn't care. The last week was beyond what she could have dreamed, and when Naruto had brought out the shadow clones, things could only have gotten better after that. Naruto ran his hand through Anko's hair as they both smiled contently. Neither had left the apartment all week. Naruto had sent clones to do the shopping, get his shinobi license, arrange the week off for Anko, chat with Hinata and Ino, who both had nearly passed out when the clones told them why Naruto couldn't come to chat with them personally. But they understood that Anko had him before them, and Anko had even invited them to join, seeing that her and Akane had a pact that after Anko had a week with him, she was free to have him whenever she wanted, though Naruto had put his foot down when Akane to Hinata and Ino joining, saying not yet. And at this point the audience is screaming that boy either has the greatest self-restraint ever or is out of his mind for turning down something like that. It's restrained. And respect, ladies and gentlemen, they're not one-night stands. Anko rubbed her head into Naruto's chest with a moan. Does this have to end? You could just seal the door and not tell anyone, Anko suggested with slight hope, making Naruto chuckle. Sorry Hayam, no can do, I've got squad assignment today and your week of ends today as well. So sadly our tuck week is over, though it was fun. Naruto smiled with a content sigh. Ben-com owned. Too bad it can't be a tuck month. 5 of you at one time, Cammy, that was good, next time start with that. Naruto kissed her forehead. We'll do Hayam. Now come on, we need to get up. I'm curious who Gigi has paired me up with. I swear if he tried to put me with Eddie-cha, I'm gonna shove that pipe of his up his. Naruto started to say as he started to get out of bed but stopped and blinked slowly, as a smile came to his face that started to grow to a full-on sadistic grin. Ben-com caught the sudden silence and looked at him curiously. Foxy-kun, what is it? She asked, wondering why he had suddenly gone quiet. Naruto started chuckling slightly before bursting into laughter as he flopped back on his bed. It's finally done after 2.5 years of finally tucking. Done. He yelled happily. Ben-com looked at him like he was mad. But then the time scale struck a chord in her and her eyes widened slightly. You don't mean... Naruto grinned even more, and nodded his head. Yep, both projects that the 1000 clones were working on are finally due, was all Naruto got to say before Anko jumped on him and kissed him furiously. Onarukan, thank you, 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 thank you. Anko squealed as she hugged and kissed him. Naruto hugged her back and both were smiling like crazy at the news. Something they had been waiting on for years was finally complete, and things could not be better right now. After a few moments both sat up, both still naked as the day they were born and Anko sporting a rather cherry behind and both with silly smiles. Okay, let's get up, there's a lot to do and the sooner all this is taken care of the better, Naruto said as they stood up along with Anko, both heading to get things going. Scene brick. Living room half. An hour later. Naruto made the cross IGN and created 2 fully charged shadow clones. Both nodding to their creator on creation, waiting for orders. Alright, you go and start the prep. Work for Anko-chan, make more clones to help you, it shouldn't take longer than 2 hours with 20 clones, the original said as he pointed at one of the clones who nodded. And you go and start the prep work for myself, I want everything perfect once Anko-chan is taken care of, I wanted applied as soon as possible, I've waited 4 years for this, the second clone nodded before. Both shined away. Naruto turned to a giddy-looking Anko and smiled. 2 hours high, just 2 hours and it will be done. Anko wrapped her arms around Naruto and hugged him. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I never imagined this day would come and it's all because of you. Naruto hugged her back and smiled, of course, my high. Do you think I would give up? Never. Not when it's you, I made you a promise. And I'm keeping it. Naruto said with a finally gentle squeeze as they broke apart. Now come on, I'm due at the academy. And you're due with Jiggy for your next assignment, Naruto said before gesturing to the door. The two of them walked over all set for their days when Naruto stopped and looked to the wall mount and looked over the sheathed katana blade on it, his mother's sword, and now he hadn't taken it out of the apartment in 4 years on the Hokage's orders, but now he finally could. Reaching up, he lifted the blade down and pulled it from his sheath as he channeled chakra into it and smiled, seeing the metal glow. Its ferocious rat as it gleamed in the light. Finally taking that bad boy out for the world to see it again, Anko asked, looking at her love as he held the blade. You know it, after 16 years. It's time for my mother's blade to be feared once again, Naruto said as he sheathed the blade and put it into the hip slot on his belt before the pair walked out. Time skip academy. Naruto walked into the classroom as usual and took his seat, not totally ignoring the looks of all the girls now, giving him gaga eyes after the emo fan club had been reduced to 1 after the last day in class. Said emo was currently giving the blonde a death glare from across the room as he entered. He had not had a pleasant week off. After the beating Naruto had given him, he had been taken to the hospital to be treated for the multiple injuries he'd sustained, which were still to fully recover. After he had been discharged, he had been met by 3 Inbu and served the notice of the Hokage's order of recompense for crimes against the newly reinstalled Uzumaki clan for theft of clan jutsu and slandering the clan's name without grounds. Then informing him that the fines for such had been confiscated from the Uchiha clan accounts and that he was ordered to turn over 3 jutsu as payment for the one he had stolen, as well as confirming the identities of those who had given him the knowledge of the jutsu, Hamura Medicato and Kaharyudatin. Needless to say, the last Uchiha had spat on the orders and blatantly refused them, only to find himself at the end of a rather pointed sword held by a cat-masked Anbu. We all know who that is, and told that he would either comply or he would be imprisoned and all his clan resources stripped and distributed to the shinobi of the village, with the Uzumaki clan getting the first choice. He had no choice but to do as he was told. The room was a bit empty given he was a few minutes early, but he had been hoping to have a chat with Kiba, but sadly his friend was yet to arrive, though he wasn't left waiting long before he was jumped on from behind. Hey man, what gives, where you been all week? Kiba said, as he grabbed Naruto from behind. Kahai-san tells me you finally get your Kahai-san's clan registered back in Konoha and you just disappear. I was hoping you'd come find me so we could party. Naruto laughed as he threw Kiba off his shoulder and shook his head. Sorry man, I would have. Except me and Anko spent the whole week in a private party of our own. Kiba started laughing. Ha, now I get it, no problem dude, when you got someone like Anko I can understand that, but we are going to party, right? I mean, you've been talking about getting your Ka-san's clan brought back in Konoha for years, and now it's finally happened, we've got to celebrate. Naruto grinned. Damn right. We are. As soon as the teams are set and all the formalities are done, we're going out for a party. Now that's what I'm talking about, Kiba laughed as they breakfasted. So you got any ideas what bitches Other than Anko you're going after. I mean you're in the Kra right, multiple wives and altar restore. Your clan got anyone in mind? Naruto smirked. I've already got 2 lovely ladies for dates late in the week, and I'm meeting the 3rd later for some fun, he said as he mentally counted down the second until. Damn dude, you work fast, leave some for the rest of us. So who's the lucky bitches? And does Anko know yet? After the first day of the academy I wouldn't think she'd be too happy. Kiba laughed. Naruto nodded, kind of hard to keep something like that from her since she was my first. She has a say in the other girls and she had to approve of them before I did anything. It was only right, and she's happier about it than you'd think about it. She actually proposed for Siam last week to get things kicked off. The bagaked at Naruto, are you freaking kidding me? You have got to be the luckiest bastard in Konoha. You did do a trite. But Anko yes, but not the for Siam, not for the others. First times, I want each of the first to be special like Anko's and mine. Was Naruto explained as he leant back in his chair. The beside, you're too much of a beep sometimes. You know that. Naruto chuckled. Say that again next time we spar and we'll see who's the beep then. When I beat your ass into the ground for the 100th time. Fiba chuckled nervously. No thanks, I'm still getting over our last match, so ants are already who are the lucky girls. But I'm keeping one a secret, but the other 2 should be here any. Naruto-kun second, and there they are. Naruto said as he turned to see both Hinata and Ino coming down the steps from the back entrance to the room, both looking happily at the blonde haze shift over Kiba. Naruto said, gesturing to make room. Fiba rolled his eyes but moved over anyway as Naruto got out to let Ino in first, then Naruto followed by Hinata, so Naruto was between both his girls, both happy, leaving Kiba just shaking his head. I should have known those 2 have been giving you gaga eyes for years. Both girls blushed when Naruto laughed. Yay, well things are gonna be much better now, he said as he wrapped his arms around both girls on either side and pulled them into a hug as all 3 smiled. Right girls, hi Naruto-kun. But the happy moment was spoiled when a screeching voice nearly burst everyone's eardrums. What the hell, get away from them, Naruto baka. No one has to be told who screeched like that. The 4 winced only to look to see Sakura storming over, looking ready to swing for Naruto. Seeing him with both Hinata and Ino like that, Naruto just scowled back. I don't see who I'm with as any of you business, Haruno. Like hell, they obviously don't want you anywhere near them now, get lost. Sakura yelled as she threw a punch at Naruto, who was about to catch it, but before he could, Sakura suddenly found her fist caught by 2 hands, one from Ino and the other from Hinata. Ino had moved faster than Naruto had thought she could, and now the 2 girls were glaring at the Banshee with very pissed off looks on their faces. Haruno, piss off. Both girls yelled, for Sakura suddenly felt the force of both girls' right hooks in her face as she was sent crashing into the wall on the other side of the room with 2 black eyes out cold. There was a unanimous gulp from every other girl in the room a second before a cheer broke out for the silencing of the Banshee. Even the breeding emo stopped breeding for a moment to fist pump the air for the small piece he'd finally get, only to win slightly, still in some pain from the beating he'd gotten a week before, then going back to his brooding. Naruto blinked, looking to Hinata and Ino, who both sighed out their anger and grinned. I don't know about you, Ino, but I've been wanting to do that for the past 4 years. Him, speak for yourself. I knew her before the academy. I've been wanting to do that for 8 years. Naruto sweat dropped at their words and mentally thought, so have I. Less than 30 seconds after both girls had returned to their positions beside Naruto and a laughing Kiba, the door opened to the room once more and in walked Iruka and Ikgao, both just in time to see Sakura collapse from the wall. The pair blinked before looking at each other and smirking before continuing in, Ikgao taking up her usual position on the far right side of the room next to the windows as Iruka took to the front center of the room. Clearing his throat, Iruka started, okay, first off, I'm not even going to ask as to why Haruna-san is in such a state, though I'm sure I have a good idea, he said, getting a few snickers from around the rooms before clearing his throat again. As of today, you are all genin shinobi of Konoha. You have all studied hard the past 4 years, some of you even longer than that, and now all of that is paid off. I know you will all be proud and strong. Shinobi, I'm proud to have been all your sensei. He then went to his desk and picked up a noteboard with a list on it. Now for your team assignments, skipping all the non-important bits. Squad 7. Sakura Haruna saws Kia Chihan Sai your sensei will be Kakashi Hatakira called out getting a surprisingly quiet response well not surprising really considering the Banshee was still out cold. Sai was the quiet kind and all Susk did was do what emos do squad 8 Hinata hiked Akiba in. Yuzuka and Shino Abu Rami your sensei will be Kurinai Ikiuruka recited getting a small whine from Hinata. Oh I won't be with Naruto Kunarino-chan Hinata said in a low voice only to get a side hug from a smiling Naruto that's alright Hinata-chan we'll still see each other and even though we're not on the same teams does it really matter now that we're together Naruto said with a smile trying to cheer her up and it worked as she hugged back squad 9 is still in rotation so squad 10. Ino Yamunaka Shikumura Nara and Shinjai Akimichi your sensei will be Asuma Saratobi Aruka continued. And this time it was Ino's turn to pout looks like none of us are on the same team Ino said with a frown only to be given the same hot that Hinata had been given and smiled having overheard his words before no being on the same team wouldn't be a bad thing but it would have been nice. But then something dawned on all three of them and Ino was the first one to voice it. Yuruka-sensei what about Naruto-kun, he hasn't been assigned a squad, and he's the only one left. Yuruka smirked I was just getting to Naruto now Ino-san he said before clearing his throat once. More due to the odd number of graduates this year not all can be assigned a full squad however. Hokage Sami saw this outcome and decreed Naruto would be the best one for the final squad. His test scores and practicals through all 4 years have been perfect scores showing he is more than capable on top of which he has also received multiple recommendations from senior shinobi both Chinin and Jininaruka spoke as a mumble started going around the classroom as to just what Yuruka was talking about Lord Hokage has decided to give Naruto a rank that hasn't been seen since the second shinobi war the rank of elite genin meaning when he is assigned missions. With another squad he will have the rank of a Chinin like myself this got a round of muttering and gasps from some of the other students and got Naruto hug from both sides by Hinata and Ino, with cheers of congratulations and a slap on the back from Kiba saying even more reasons to celebrate but it was all ruined when one breeding emo prince with a huge ego decided to yell what the hell is this why is that dope getting such a privilege and not me? And it's a elite I should be the one with that rank I am above him Suzuki yelled in anger at Naruto getting picked over him again Naruto just smirked careful there emo I think the bubble gum Banshee is starting to rub off on you with all that yelling getting giggles from a few of those in the room Suzuki was about to yell back when Aruka stopped him Suzuki that's enough this was Lord Hokage's decision and it's one that I agree fully with and lest you forget it was only a week past since you were defeated by Naruto rather shamefully I might add so you would do well to mind your place here Genin Suzuki growled at Aruka for speaking to him that way but was silenced when a burst of focus Kai was sent his way from the purple-haired instructor who was giving him a very pissed-off look making Suzuki decide against speaking out again now as I was saying Aruka. Continued Naruto has been chosen as elite genin and will be placed with a solo sensei. Until the other members of his are ready be it transfers from the other teams should the arrangements not work or genin from next year's graduates to make up squad 11 Aruka then lifted. The page their assigned sensei is Aruka continued only to be silenced when the window just behind Ikeo smashed when something broke through it and multiple smoke bombs went off and the sound of something unfurling was heard the smoke cleared to reveal a full-size banner filling the front of the classroom saying in big bold letters property of Foxy-kun the extremely sexy and kinky newly appointed Takabetsu JLN and an Anko Mitsurash as the sexy snake charmer appeared in a purple flame shunshin with a big grin on her face as she did the majority of the girls in the class. Shrieked 10 cowards behind the largest things closest to the moor under their desks each had been traumatized and scared shitless of the snake charmer since the first day after her little threat and demonstration needless to say none of them wanted to cross her but those who knew. Here raised an eyebrow seeing the sign as the newly appointed Takabetsu JLN in part stood out. DG promoted Wenko-chan Naruto asked called from his seat with a pleased smile knowing how badly she had wanted that promotion for the past year then co-grind yep when I told him what was going to be happening he promoted me on the spot before telling me he was assigning me as Team 11. I was about to politely refuse before he told me who was my only current student looks like we might just be getting that month after all Anko grinned even more as she licked her lips looking At the blonde Naruto chuckled at the thought but shook his head. Maybe after things are sorted. You're insatiable, you know that after a straight week you'd think it at least curve your cravings. Anko gave Naruto a knowing smirk. Oh really? Well, you weren't complaining the whole week we went at it. Hell, you and your clones were just as bad as me. At that point every girl in the room blushed bright red at the realization of what Anko was talking about before flying back with nose bleeds, imagining multiple Narutos. The guys, however, Barsai and Sasuke took out notebooks and scribbled down a single note of get a girl who knows shadow clone jutsu before joining the girls. With nose bleeds at the thoughts of the possibilities, he no one Hanada both just blushed red at the thought of what some of their nights were going to be like when Naruto decided to let their relationships go to the next level. Both were grateful they had learned halfway through the first year to bring backup underwear with them to class due to their rather lewd thoughts of Naruto. They needed to change frequently after they were soaked through. Bright then was one of those moments as both girls quickly ran out of the room red-faced. Anko gave a knowing smirk and rolled her eyes. Those two are going to need some work if just a thought, and they're running off all embarrassed. The cow sighed. Not everyone has morals like you, Anko ni. Besides, I remember a few times that you did the same when you and Naruto first started, only you had to run home from training 'cause you never brought backups. Anko immediately blushed red at the memorized it. Gunny, that's not funny. Anko wind only to be hugged from behind by a fast Naruto when she had turned. Shall we get going then, Anko-sensei? Naruto said with a promising tone and a whisper into her ear, making her shiver at the pleasure it promised. Hooky, Anko yelled before Naruto consumed them into a fire shunshin that was made of crimson flames, leaving the ground scorched just as Aruka crawled out from behind the large banner the pair had left behind. Aruka looked at the mess of broken glass, the broken window and the ruined wall with a harpoon through it, holding the rope for the banner up, and the twin scorch marks on the floor where the pair had just left, and burst out in tears thinking about how long it would take him to clean up the mess they had left. Why does she have to do this kind of damage just for an entrance? Aruka sighed as Gao came over to him with a knowing smirk. But relax, Aruka, it's easily it, Gao said as she formed a ram hand sign and called out Kai before everything vanished, revealing the room back to normal. And Aruka looking to it Gao for an explanation, who smirked. It was Naruto's idea that Anko just uses game jutsu for her entrances instead of doing all of that. Her and I helped her develop the kick-ass entrance game jutsu as a result. After Naruto explained that by using game jutsu, she saved money on the supplies, money that could be used to buy dango and ramen. That was what sealed the deal. Aruka just sweat dropped hearing that last bit before putting his hands two together and thanking Kami that at least he wouldn't have to clean up the mess. Now an hour and a half later, ceiling chamber under the Hokage Tower. Underneath the Hokage Tower on its lowest level was a large open space area with large supporting beams. The ground was flat and smoothed out and had been designed when the tower had been the first built by the Shodai MEI's wife Mito Uzumaki for the specific purpose of advanced sealing and specialized kanjutsu, which required large kanjutsu arrays for them to work from their base level. Naruto had been allowed to use the area as his own personal work area for his kanjutsu training and personal projects. Such an area was required for what was about to happen. The area had two groups of Naruto clones currently working overtime in it. One group at one area was doing a circular spider web array, stretching out from a circular area with one smaller slot in the middle of the area for the target of the array. The second group were working in a straight line as they had a 50-meter long by meter wide scroll laid out on the far side to just where the first array ends. Each was inking and checking kanjutsu arrays like there was no tomorrow as they were almost finished as the first group poofed out of existence, which was followed by the crimson flame shunshin, revealing a very disheveled Naruto and Anko, both whose clothes were messed up. Same with Anko's hair. Naruto headband was crooked and his shirt wrinkled, but both with pleased looks on their faces. After they had stopped at home for a quickly on Anko's request in order to get to know her student better in order to help team dynamics, which was all code for a congratulations and thank you. Tuck straightening up his headband, Naruto smiled, looking over the finished array and looked to see the other clones were just about done. Perfect, everything's on schedule. Naruto smirked as Anko hugged him. She had been looking forward to this day for years, almost as much as Naruto's graduation. But to have both happen so close together, she was over the moon. Naruto hugged her back. Are you ready, my Hime? I know how long you've been wanting this. Anko nodded. I'm ready, just a little nervous. Are you sure it will work? Naruto raised an eyebrow at the questing and smirked. Have I ever been wrong when it comes to my Fukinjutsu? Anko shook her head. Have I ever done something without entirely thinking it through? When it comes to you, Anko shook her head. Have I ever put you in harm's way, excluding the bedroom? When we both know you love that? Anko giggled and hugged him harder. No, you haven't. Sorry, I'm just nervous about it all. I guess it all just hasn't settled in yet. I'm actually going to be free from it from the mark, she said as her hand went to her shoulder where the curse mark or Akamaru gave her. Was the Rito nodded. I understand, and it won't be long until your nightmare ends. Now come on, let's get started. Take your code and shirt off and I'll start applying the final arrays to your body to interact with the main array, he said as he went to a table to start mixing the inks. Thanko smirked. Oh my Foxy-kun, you didn't have to do all this just to get me to take my shirt off, she said as she draped her arms over his shoulders and pushed her assets into his back. We both know you can have me whenever and wherever you want, she purred into his ear, still riding the high from there quickly. Before coming there, the Rito smirked. Oh, I know it, he said without turning. And I'd take you right now if it wouldn't have messed up the array on the ground, but right now I need to focus here. This ink has to be just right in order to do what I needed to do, so please he me as much as we both wanted her beer lust for the next few minutes until I can get this done, he asked gently but with an underlying tone of seriousness. During the tone, Anko nodded and started to remove what Naruto had told her, weary of the array on the ground. Naruto was always serious when it came to Fukinjutsu. It was the backbone of his entire shinobi arsenal. True, he was extremely strong, and he could match both their sensei in Kenjutsu and keep them at bay, and his Uzumaki Jutsu were so powerful. He was a one-man army, but the one thing he was passionate about, the one thing other than her ramen and dango that brought a spark to his eyes, was Kenjutsu. She knew he wanted to make both his parents proud of him, and he had chosen Fukinjutsu as the way to do it. He had mastered the first 6 volumes already, and the only reason as to why he had yet to master the advanced set was due to the Hokage cutting him off in his 3rd year at the academy, saying it had been how his father had learned. He had learned the first 6 volumes and stopped until he had mastered them to the extreme, so that he would be able to master the others easier. It had been the technique used by the Uzumaki clan before their fall. It was how they became masters at such a young age, because there was so much to learn. That much was clear. Naruto had put her to sleep one night when she had asked him about why he had read the book on making chakra ink 20 times over. She had regretted it when he started explaining the hundreds of variations of chakra inks and their various methods of production, and what they were used for. It was a mixture of the ingredients used to make the inks and the concentration of chakra inside the inks that made them work the way they did. It had been one of the things that made the Uzumaki clan so rich. Their inks were made from the highest quality ingredients and densest chakra. It sold for extreme prices for just a small jar of it, but it was no wonder people wanted it, seeing as the same ink was used to cover the walls of Konoha to keep them strong. In an attack, the ink was under the paint, and according to Naruto would last another 50 years. Before I needed a touch-up. Looking over his shoulder as she took her shirt off, she got a glance at the table, and the amount of herbs and ingredients on it was enough to make her head spin. She was familiar with poisons and venoms as any good torture was, and as a shinobi she also knew what herbs made good medicine in order to treat wounds when out in the wild, but she didn't recognize anything on that table. Even when she looked closer, there had to be over 90 jars in a semicircle, each with ingredients in them, and Naruto was running his hand over each of the men, picking different herbs as he lifted them and put them into a mortar bowl and started to grind each of them down into powder over and over again before he added it to the black binding agent, along with his blood, as he poured it into the final container and placed it in the center of the array on the table. The array on the table looked like a large spiral design with a center circle where the jar of ink was placed, and at the end of the spiral were 2 larger circles. Where Naruto placed his hand, the array started to glow up bright blue and the ink started to spark, as Anko felt him starting to channel his chakra into the array for the final step. After another moment or so it was done, as the ink smoked after the chakra infusion. And done, Naruto said as he lifted the ink. This is the highest quality I can make at my current level, and with my current stock of herbs it should be more than enough to deal with whatever that curse mark can dish out, Naruto said, confident, as he turned to Anko, who was now topless with her cleavage on full display. Not that it really shocked Naruto, he'd seen her naked so many times. Over the years it was just a pleasant sight for him. Now just how much did you spend to get all those herbs? I don't recognize any of them, they must be extremely rare and expensive, Anko said, wondering just how much money Naruto had just blown to make that ink for her. They are. I had to have Jaiji get them imported from several monasteries and other hidden villages all across the elemental nations and tap into the Uzumaki funds to pay for them. Separately they're worth about half of Konoha, I'd say, and this jar at this quality would fetch just under half of that with the density of chakra I just put into it, Naruto explained like it was no big deal. Bankalek did him like a deer in headlights. He was spending millions on her to remove this curse mark, and she knew he'd do it all over again and again because she meant that much to him, and she'd do the same for him because he meant the same to her. After the shock had worn off on just how much he was spending, she followed him over to the middle of the array where he had her sit down, cross-legged, as he moved to her curse mark and started applying the Kenjutsu. Bankalek-chan, I need you to stay as still as you can for me. I can't afford to make any mistakes in these arrays or it could jeopardize your health, Naruto warned before the brush touched her skin. Bankole nodded, hearing the serious tone of his voice. He didn't joke when it came to her well-being about Kenjutsu, so staying as still as she could, Naruto started to apply the seals to remove the curse mark and the last hated reminder of Orochimaru from her life forever. It was another half an hour before the brush left her skin for the last time. Much like the Kenjutsu on the floor beneath her, the markings on her body were made up of intricate markings with barely any space between them. From afar, it would just look like they were lines made up of small blobs, but looking closer you could easily see each mark was made up of hundreds of other symbols. This was a testament to just how good Naruto had become with Kenjutsu. Over the years he'd be studying, there were 6 lines of these, all directed to the curse mark. On Anko's shoulder with a ring of them around the curse seal, each line was placed so it lined up with the array drawn on the floor, and he had done it all with incredible accuracy and speed. Putting the ink jar to the side along with the brush, Naruto took a deep breath as he stood behind Anko. All right, we're all set. This is gonna hurt like a bitch for the first few minutes and then hurt like a son of a bitch for the rest of it, so brace yourself, Anko-chan, cause once I start I can't stop. Then nodded. She had no fantasies about it not hurting when the mark was placed on her. The hours after had been the most painful of her life, so of course removing it would be just as painful if not more so. All right, Naruto-kun, let's get this show on the road already. But the nod. Naruto took another breath before exhaling quickly as his hands burst into movement as he weaved through over 100 hand signs in under several seconds before placing his right hand over the seal and braced it with his left arm. Uzumaki sealing, forbidden art seal, evisceration, Naruto called out as the array of Kenjutsu gloated dangerous red all around the pair. Naruto started, and she had braced waiting for the pain, but after 3 seconds nothing had happened. She had thought for a second perhaps they'd been mistaken, but then she found out otherwise. It hit her on the 7 seconds, pain everywhere. It felt as though someone was stabbing her all over. With white-hot pokers her eyes bulged, and she screamed out in pain, which was only enhanced by the room's acoustics as it echoed. Luckily, the room was made soundproof by a number of seals. Otherwise they would have had people coming to find out what the screaming was all about. Bearing her in pain was breaking his heart, but Naruto knew he had to keep going no matter what. The risk to her if he stopped was too great. He risked frying out her whole chakra network. If he did, he had tried for so long to try to find a painless way to remove the mark, but there was none that was designed to only be removed on death so as to hide its powers forever. So technically, all Anko would have to do would be to die until the mark was removed and then be brought back. But that was too risky for Naruto. There would have been so many things that could have gone wrong. This way was much safer, though it was extremely painful. The mark was set to monitor the flow of a person's chakra. When it got too low, it would inject an even volatile cocktail of chakra into the host, making them powerful, but it was clear that that function on this mark was incomplete and couldn't put chakra into the host, and instead looped it back on itself, causing Anko pain. But its answer was still working fine. That would be how it knew to remove itself, by monitoring the flow of chakra. When the flow stopped, it was a sign the person was dead. The mark then began its removal process, but Naruto was doing something that the creator of the sensor couldn't have predicted. Instead of the flow of Anko's chakra slowing down to a halt, it sped up. That's what was causing Anko so much pain, her chakra being forced through her coils at over 20 times the normal rate. The sensor, it monitored the chakra like a heartbeat's pulse and would remove itself when the chakra flatlined, but with Anko's chakra pulsing at such high speed, it was giving the sensor a false positive. In short, the chakra was pulsing so fast it appeared to the sensor to have stopped, thus starting the removal process. That was where the second part of Naruto's Kanjutsu came into place. Naruto didn't want the mark to remove itself. Oh no, he wanted to destroy it completely. Curse marks like these were often made by placing a small portion of the user's soul into it in order to control the ones they're used on, but that would also mean when the mark was removed, it and the soul portion would return to Orochimaru, who would have known the mark was removed, and if he had spies in the village would know that Anko was still alive without the mark and would have looked into how it was removed and fixed the Naruto was extorting to remove it. He couldn't allow that to happen. If he did, he wouldn't be able to remove any future marks like this that he might come across, so there was only one option. He had to destroy that part of Orochimaru's soul in the curse mark. As one of the lines of Kanjutsu started glowing orange, Naruto knew that the seal had started to break down and that the soul was venerable. Pulling back his left arm, he started to cycle through a second series of single hand signs before putting his left hand beside his right and closed his eyes. Uzumaki, forbidden art, soul devastation, Naruto called out as his chakra flowed out of his hand and turned a dark purple as Anko screamed in pain even more as the second process began. This jutsu had been one that his clones had found when they had realized that this was the only method of removing the seal, and they realized the outcome should Orochimaru realize his seal was venerable. It was a jutsu his clan had made for dealing with you in jutsu. Some Uzumaki's had strayed down that path but had been expunged from the clan, and this jutsu made to remove their twisted creations, but it had been labeled a forbidden art due to the extreme pain it caused the victim that had the curse mark, but it was the only method Naruto could find that worked. There was no other way to stop a soul fragment from returning to its master, and pulling it out and sealing it away would have only delayed the inevitable of its escape, and either way the soul fragment would fight back and cause Anko pain. The process continued for another 2 hours as slowly each line of Kenjutsu on Anko's body turned orange, and as the final one turned, they all flashed a bright, blinding blue before disappearing completely as Anko and Naruto collapsed on the ground, their energies completely spent. As one by one the second group of Naruto's clones went poof, sending their chakra back to the original, which helped him to his feet. Looking to Anko's neck, he smiled. It was slightly red from the heat of the removal process, but it was done. The curse mark was completely destroyed. Then Koli on the ground panting, not even having the energy to cover her chest as she strained her voice to speak. "Is it gone?" she asked as she struggled to keep her eyes open. Naruto nodded. "It's gone, Anko-chan. You're finally free from him. You're all your own now," he said with a small smile on his lips, one that was matched by Anko as she slowly fell asleep. His exhaustion took her smiling. Naruto picked her up and took her to one of the pillars and lay her down to sleep as he covered her in her coat should anyone come in while he finished his business here. Looking over to the scroll his clones had finished inscribing with Kanjutsu, Naruto smirked. He'd been waiting a long time for this, learning how to intertwine hundreds of seals so that they work in perfect harmony, for this moment to pull them all together into the one purpose of creating his masterpiece. Walking over to the end of the scroll where the lines of Kanjutsu connected in a circle as a focal point, next to it was a smaller scroll opening at each channel chakra into the small storage seal, and in a poof the contents appeared. It was 1.5 meters in length, made of pure chakra metal. It was a simple staff at surface, smooth and unblemished. But it wasn't just any chakra metal, it was Uzumaki chakra metal. Flashback 2 years ago. Naruto walked into Shinobi Arms with a set goal in mind as the bell above the door rang. A girl with brown hair and a twin bun hairstyle stuck her head around the corner and blinked. "Scene. Naruto, come in, but afternoon and welcome to Shinobi Arms. If there's anything you need, be sure to let me know and I'll see if I can help you." The girl greeted him. She was wearing a loose-fitting pale white shirt with long sleeves, black loose-fitting trousers, and a messy gray apron over her front, showing she worked in the back forging weapons as well, though she looked to be only a year older than Naruto. "Actually, I came to place a custom order." As Daichi around, Naruto asked as he approached the counter. The girl blinked as the familiar term the boy used when addressing the Owner of the store he's in back. May I ask how you know Maita-san? I've never seen you here before. Naruto smiled. Oh sorry, Daichi used to be the only one my cousin allowed to work on her sword. Beside herself and my two-san after it was broken I brought it here for repairs. I stopped by every now and then to pick up some gear or drop off some storage scrolls for the shop supply. Oh so you're the new supplier of our storage scrolls and explosive tags. Then San mentioned you were young but I didn't think you were younger than me. Sorry, my name's Tent and introduced herself. No problem, my name's Naruto Uzumaki, second year academy student, currently level 4 Genjutsu practitioner. Naruto introduced himself and one of our most valued customers and suppliers. Daichi said as he came out of the back whipping his brow. It's been a while, Naruto, you haven't been by in a few weeks. I take it you've been busy. Hello Daichi. Yeah, sorry, I started a new project and it's been keeping me really busy, Naruto explained as he took a scroll out of his pocket and put it on the deck. Here's this month's supply of scrolls and tags as ordered, ink still fresh. Taking the scroll, Daichi nodded. Thanks for that, Naruto, your work is always top quality and better priced than the other suppliers in the village. If you will wait here a moment I'll get your pay, Daichi said as he turned to head into the back. Actually Daichi, I was hoping you could put this payment to a special order. I need to be done, Naruto explained, getting a raised eyebrow in response. The special order, Tent and asked curiously. Naruto nodded as he took out a sheet of paper from his coat and unfolded it on the counter, showing the dimensions of the staff he needed to be made. I need it made of pure refined chakra metal with these precise measurements in both length and diameter. With this detailing they must be precise to the millimeter. Both father and daughter looked over the sheet and Daichi hummed, reading over the measurements. It's doable, Naruto. I take it this is part of that project that's kept you away for so long. Naruto nodded. I'm still working on the second part of it, but this will be the canvas for it all to come together on. However, there's one thing I need to be done with the metal, Daichi. I need you to use those seals you told me about. I need the metal to be used, a Maki chakra metal for this. I don't want anyone but me to be able to use this because once it's done it will be dangerous in the wrong hands. Use a Maki chakra metal, Tent and ask, not sure what he was referring to but saw her father nodding. I understand, Tent. And do you remember that sword I repaired 2 years ago, the one that had been broken in two with a red cloth grip and whirlpool guard? Daichi explained to his daughter. Penton nodded. Yay, I'd never seen metal like that before. It's like it had its own chakras still inside it. Aichi nodded. Yes, that was Yuze Maki chakra metal, and it was Naruto's Cie-san's blade that I was repairing. Penton's eyes widened as she looked to Naruto with stars in her eyes. That was the blade you were talking about. It was beautiful. Please bring it by and let me see it again. It was incredible. Naruto's sweat dropped at the sudden request. I'm sure thing, I'll bring it by on my next visit, Naruto assured her before looking to Daichi. So can it be done? Aichi nodded. It can be done. Lad, give me a few weeks. It's gonna take that long just to get the metal refined and ready. Before I start a steeping process in the chakra, the whole process could take up to a year depending on how extreme you want the end results to be. As extreme as possible. The outcome needs to be perfect. No one but I can wield it after I've finished my part, Naruto said seriously, getting Daichi's nod of approval. All right then, better make it a year and a half, then you will have it halfway through your last year at the academy. Is that all right with you? Naruto nodded. Yay, it will probably take longer than that for me to get what I've got planned for it ready, so take as much time as you see fit. Flashback and Naruto lifted the bow staff up and felt its chakra melding with his own as he let it flow. As the metal started to glow the deep red like his mother Katana had, feeling the connection, he set the staff into the center of the Kenjutsu circle and smiled as he remembered when he first had this idea years ago when he was trying to increase his chakra control, but it was proving impossible with his reserves, and that's when this idea had come to him, and now the idea was finally ready to be made reality. Placing his hands onto the outer rim of the circle, Naruto closed his eyes as he began channeling chakra into the ring. Slowly the lines of Kenjutsu started to move into the circle and started to wrap around the body of the staff, as they seemed to write themselves onto it. As slowly the circle of Kenjutsu started to wrap themselves around Naruto's hands, after several moments the Kenjutsu stopped flowing as the last of the markings settled on the staff, and Naruto's eyes opened before he called out, "Kin is all." The marking glowed to bright white light before fading, revealing the Kenjutsu marking now etched into the metal. Then the Kenjutsu on Naruto's hands faded entirely, but yet the metal of the staff was still smooth like there was a thin coating of something over it protecting the marking lifting the staff. Up Naruto examined the markings and his grin grew more and more as he did so. The markings were wrapped so tightly they fit into the separate segments that made up the staff that Naruto had requested. Daichi make if Kenjutsu had warped parts of the staff just as Naruto had predicted, where the segments were the top part of the staff was slightly wider than the middle part and was more prominent to one side, while there was clearly a difference between the thickness of the middle segment and the bottom segment was very easy to see as it was thicker than the top part but evenly in all directions. Holding it in his hands, Naruto smiles before he started spinning it, effortlessly swapping it around behind his back and into his other hand and then back in front before holding it out in front of him with a smirk. Weight and gravity seals are working just fine. It feels as light as a feather even though it's made out of the densest metal there is, as Naruto thinks as he spins it. With his eyes closed as the top and bottom halves begin to change into sharp spear ends and he held it out. Burping seals are responding well to chakra shape manipulation. Naruto confirms before he looks to the side and hurls it like a spear into the far wall before holding out his hand, and it pulls it from the wall and spins toward Naruto, who uses the momentum to spin it around his body as it reverts to its original shape as it slows to a halt, and the return to chakra source seal is working well. Nice, now all I need is a field test to try you out, so that's it. Him ask a weary Anchor as she walked over to Naruto with her coat covering her modesty. The Naruto turned and smirked. Yep, 2.5 years of planning, research, and a couple of hundred seals later, and this is what you get. Anchor smirked slightly, seeing him excited about his new toy. He'd explained it to her back whenever he'd first come up with the concept for the weapon. She thought he was nuts, to be honest. But after he started to go into the genjutsu of that all, that's where he'd lost her. But to see it now and have seen its shape-changing powers firsthand, she had to admit it was very impressive, and if it could do everything Naruto had told her he wanted it to do, then he could be holding one of the deadliest and most versatile weapons in the elemental nations. But I think I've got the perfect way for you to test that bad boy out, Anko said as she had a slight grin on her face. Naruto looked at her with a smirk at a grin. Oh, and what ways that? Naruto asked curiously as he looked to his lover sensei. Anko crossed her arms under her chest, serving to only push her free sup more, making Naruto smirk. Well, according to the graduation rules, all graduates from the academy have to be vetted by their assigned sensei, and while we both know you're well past plain Gennon rank, evident by your elite status, mainly due to the fuss that would be raised if the old man made you a Jinmin ride out of the academy, I feel it's only right that I follow the rules and test you like the other sensei are testing their Gennon, and I have the perfect test in mind, Anko said with a very mischievous grin that Naruto knew all too well that only served to make Naruto smirk grow. When she got an idea in her head that gave her that grin, Naruto knew someone was going to get maimed or pranked, and he was sorry for whoever it was she had in her crosshairs. Time skip. Both Naruto and Anko stood in the ceiling room, both with grins on their faces. After Anko had just finished explaining what exactly Naruto's test was going to be, and he had to admit it was going to be fun and a challenge, he couldn't wait to try out his new toy in this test. The only downside was that the test couldn't be done until tomorrow, as that was the only time Anko knew where the target would be. The Naruto smirked. Anko-chan, you're both incredibly sexy and incredibly mischievous sometimes, you know that. Anko raised an eyebrow as she smirked and walked closer to him, swaying her hip. Oh, and here I thought I was incredibly sexy all the time, she said before shrugging her shoulders, letting her coat drop, leaving her chest bare to him as she stood in front of him. Or am I losing my touch, Foxy-kun, she said with a knowing smirk as she leant in, pressing her chest against Naruto. Smirked. Oh no, you're sexy all the time, it's just when you get mischievous like that it just really adds to it, he said as he wrapped his arms around Anko's bareback and they shared a kiss for a moment before breaking apart. And Naruto smirked. Oh, whatever will we do until tomorrow? Naruto said in fake confusion. Anko smirked. Oh, I have a few ideas, she said before they both disappeared in their red and purple fire shunshin. Time skip. Next day, training ground 7. The day had gone on as any other day had for one Kakashi Hatake. He had gotten up at 7. As usual, gotten ready for his day, spent an hour at the memorial stone contemplating just where it had all gone wrong. Losing his teammates had been the two of the lowest moments in his life. Right down there with his father taking his own life out of shame for failing a mission. And then there was the fact that he had also lost his sensei the night of the Kickbee attack, in which he had done absolutely nothing. He had tried to find ways to make amends for his mistakes in some way, but that was only after he'd been assigned to Anbun request for many years to try and bury himself in dangerous mission after mission to try to get away from the pain of his failures, but it hadn't worked, and 2.5 years ago he'd been removed from Anbu by the Hokage, who had done so in his wisdom to try to help the man get over his grief by making him take on Genon teams as a Genin sensei. However, Kakashi's standards were never met. They always gave the team assigned to him the same test each year, time round the bell test, the same one his sensei gave his team. In order to pass, they had to work together to get the 2 bells and see through the illusion. But each year it was the same result. None of them could do it, so he did what he always did: fail them and send them back to the academy for remedial lessons and a 2-month nin sensei before being put on reserve. In Kakashi's eyes, teamwork was key. If a team couldn't work together, they had no hope of becoming his Genon team. However, that wasn't going to be the case this year, and he knew it. He had arrived at the academy yesterday irritated and annoyed by the number of people who were blatantly telling him to pass his team. There were even some threats lipped under his door at night that he'd found in the morning. He was obviously in no mood for putting up with their rubbish. Of course, when he'd opened a letter slipped under his door that was a large explosive note that was made to be a dud, that had been when Kakashi had started taking things seriously, especially when he'd found the same envelopes placed at several places throughout the village. At places he frequented now with civilians involved, Kakashi had no choice but to pass the team. Had he reported it to the Hokage, whoever it was would have just slipped away, or could have already said active explosive tags at other locations in the village, and there had been no way to trace whoever had put the fake ones in place, so he'd just have to do as they'd said, which had led to the current setting: Kakashi standing in his Junion attire in front of 3 posts, 2 of which were occupied by a tied-up Uchiha and his pet fangirl, who Kakashi was convinced had weaponized her vocal cords, or it was some kind of Kiki Genkai for using her voice to fight. Sai was currently leaning untied to the 3rd post with an uninterested look. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. He was actually hoping this team would somehow be passable and he wouldn't have to pass them due to the threats. He had been wanting to train the Acha Ha Boy as a way of repentance for failing his dead teammate by training the last member of his clan well. That had been before he met the breeding emo in person. He was obnoxious and uncaring towards his teammates, cared only for himself, and declared openly he could take Kakashi on himself, that he didn't need a team. When he was in a Chahe lead the cash, he had instantly taken a disliking to the boy and a girl the second she opened her mouth to agree with every word he said, and at the same time nearly deafen him with her squealing. Neither of them was fit to be shinobi by his standards. The only one who showed potential was the 3rd member, Sai. He was something of a mystery to Kakashi. He had the skills of a genin, but the way he moved and the boy's chakra levels told Kakashi something very different. The jutsu he used were also something rather unique that Kakashi had never seen before, and he would make it a point to ask for more information on the boy. Looking down on the 2 tied to the wooden posts, he mentally scowled. There had been absolutely no signs of teamwork between the 2, and Sakura had been useless, falling for a weak level gain jutsu in under a minute into the test, and yet a report state that a gain jutsu testing was high. Kakashi had no idea how that could be. They'd seen the reports on all other possible Kanuchi in the graduating group, and both other full teams had clan heiress, both who scored higher in all areas than Sakura except for the written portion, where Sakura had gotten full marks. So I've got a brooding emo avenger with shit poor people skills and a superiority complex, a screaming fangirl with an achahe and dieting obsession, and an enigma who's hiding his true skills. How the hell am I meant to work with this? Kakashi mentally sighed to himself. As he tried to think of a way to make this team work, he'd have to pass them, but he'd make sure they had some teamwork skill before he took them out of the village, and he sure as hell waited a long time before teaching the achahe any offensive jutsu, especially after his little stunt in the test dust. As Kakashi was trying to contemplate how to get this team to even show some teamwork so he could justify passing them, he felt 2 chakra signatures closing in fast on their location, and turned around as both Naruto and Anko appeared via Shunshin, linking his one eye at the sudden arrival. Kakashi smiled under his mask, grateful for the distraction. Hello, Anko, and what brings you here? I'm in the middle of wrapping up my genin test with these 3, he said, gesturing To the three by the posts, Benko smirked, and it looks like you're doing a hell of a job with them. Kakashi, she said as she saw the bunshi and emo tied to the wooden posts. I just came by to ask a favor to see if you wanted to give me a hand with testing my student here with a quick spar. I've already fraud him, but I just wanted a second opinion on his skills, and you came to mind. Then Naruto told me that Team 7 had the emo and bunshi there. I figured you could use a lifeline. Anko smirked. The Kakashi sweat dropped. You have no idea, he said before looking at Naruto. With a curious gaze, he had heard of the blonde's achievements both in and out of the academy with his pranks when he was younger. Pranking Anbu was not an easy task, even more so in what he used to, where he had wanted the blonde on his team after he'd seen his academy papers. The blonde had matched his score on the kunai and shuriken test, scored full on the written, and got the highest in an injutsu test. Since the beginning of the academy, he was a virtual powerhouse, on top of the fact that Kakashi had wanted to be the one to teach his sensei son. The Kakashi knew about Naruto. Father, he had been another one who had been invited to their wedding, so of course when Kushina's son turned up and was blonde, Kakashi could put it all together. It was why a third of his missions as Anbu after that day when in the village was watching over him to keep him safe, and there had never been an incident when he was on guard, living his patented I smile. Kakashi nodded. Sure, I don't see why not. I wouldn't mind seeing what the rookie of the year has up his sleeves. Naruto and Anko both grinned. Kakashi had no idea of what Naruto's real objective was in this fight. Behind them, Sasuke was fuming, listening to the scene. Hey, what are you doing, you one-eyed bastard? You're still testing us? Sasuke yelled in anger as Sakura frowned over being so close to her precious, before joining him and screaming, would you want to help the baka when you have Sasuke-kun and me here? We're far better than those two. Sakura backed up. Sasuke Sai just shook his head, sighing at his teammate's stupidity as he recalled his new orders. Depending on the situation change, should his team pass, he was to guard and watch the ACHA and assess his mental status and determine if he was a threat to the village. If they failed, he was to report back to Danzo and have arrangements made to try to be placed on Anko and Naruto's team and survey the blonde and do the same as with the ACHA had determined threat level to the village. But through the test, he was quietly debating adding a secondary objective of putting a kunai through Sakura's voice box to half the threat of villagers and shinobi. Begin deafened by her screams, the Kashi just turned slightly and gave a one-eye glare at the pair. You two will shut up. Neither of you got the meaning behind my test, and so by rights I should fail both of you. Now shut up or I'll make sure you're both dropped from the shinobi entirely. You can't do that, Sasuke yelled in anger. I'm an Ichihan elite. I order you two. He was about to continue before Sai planted his left foot across the emo's face, knocking him out cold. But the hell, you freak with you? Sakura started, only to revive the same kick from Sai to achieve the same result. Anko, Naruto, and Kakashi just blinked and looked at Sai, wondering why he'd done that. I owed the Uchiha one for nearly roasting me in the test, and I just couldn't take any more of the Banshee's stupidity or screams, Sai explained in a completely monotone voice, getting sweat drops of agreement from the other three. Okay, Naruto said before looking to Kakashi. Shall we get this started? He asked, really wanting to give his new toy a test run, and Kakashi would be the best option for that. As one of the strongest men in the village, Naruto had been wondering how he'd stack up, and now he was about to find out. Shurik, Kakashi said with an eye smile before both tensed up and threw themselves back and skidded to a halt, giving each other room to move as both Naruto and Kakashi dropped into ready stances. As they got ready to attack, the Kashi knew Naruto had at least one Uzumaki jutsu under his belt due to Naruto's little demonstration in an ninjutsu portion of the Genin test, so he knew he'd have to take things seriously in this fight. As his hand went to lift his headband up to use his shuriken, right off the bat Naruto's eyes narrowed as he saw Kakashi go for his shuriken. He knew of it due to his research on the copy ninja, or shuriken no Kakashi as he was called by most, his single shuriken, and allowing him to copy hundreds of jutsu over his many years as a shinobi. It would prove the perfect test against his new weapon. As he reached the storage seal on his hand to pull it out and fight, the air was tense as things were about to get underway when a voice cut through the air. Wait, chapter end. Bull, right, that's it for today's video. Guys, let me know in the comments section how was the story, and also don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I will meet you in another video. Peace out.